Hello, welcome guests and colleagues still at home as we are waiting for the rest of the participants. Hopefully they will join us soon and we start off at about 9. Karibu sana. I am Dr. Dorcas Otieno, the UNESCO chair, who has invited you to this meeting, to this webinar. Karibu.
Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome. Is this that sound? I can't hear him. This guy is having his breakfast.
Can you hear him?
No, even you can't hear him.
Is there a problem because we cannot hear anything from the background?
Mm.
Or is it
Is
myself?
it myself?
I think there's a small challenge we are trying to address. The
Okay.
sound, yeah, you're right. Something wrong with the sound.
Okay, we are waiting. Thank you.
Just be patient. We are working on the sound. Sometimes the technology can let you down unexpectedly. It was quite okay initially, but I think something has just gone wrong. But we are all ready for the event. Just be patient so that we have this discussion on green economy and sustainability we've been looking forward to.
Good morning, Dr. Cheno.
Good morning.
Yes, this is Bula.
Hannah, how are you? I saw you join in.
Yes, fine, thank
Yeah.
you.
Karibu.
Kindly pick your call. There's something I want to find out from you.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mutegi Martin. I hope everyone can hear me now. All right. Welcome to this webinar today as we talk about capacity building on green economy and sustainability. And we're happy that you guys are on board, and welcome to this particular meeting. And I hope we have a great time discussing some of the issues that we are scheduled to discuss today, among them green learning and curriculum, and industrialization as well, and green business and sustainability. Some of the issues we'll be discussing in this particular webinar. And of course, we'll be having a few keynote speakers, among them Dr. Dorcas B. Otieno, who is a UNESCO chair on hedges here in Kenyatta University. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining. Even for those who are joining at this particular time, we want to thank you for making time for this particular webinar.
Just to alert you, this is an interdisciplinary forum. So actually we are expecting colleagues from different schools. So use this platform also to network and to know who is interested in this subject of green economy and sustainability. So that the networking starts, because you see we are from different schools, but a common agenda has brought us together. That means we are like-minded, we are interested in a common agenda. Sustainability is the order of the day, with all the challenges that we are having. And so this is just the beginning of the discussion, and we will have many other discussions. And so look out on who is here so that sorry, my mic was off. I was just saying, let's also network on this platform. We are all from different disciplines, and we want to know who are like-minded on the subject of green economy and sustainability. Today is just the beginning of the chat, and we will continue. And so please note, please exchange ideas even on the chat. Let's do a lot of networking. Let's talk to each other. Let's know each other and develop friendship partnerships on this common agenda of green economy and sustainability. Karibu sana, everybody.
Sorry for that. Thank you so much, Daktari, for your remarks at this particular time, and I would also want to recognize and appreciate the representative from the office of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul Wainaina, and also I would love to at this point also appreciate and welcome Saba Bohari, who is a representative from the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us in this particular day, and we shall be having the speeches in a bit as we continue to get into this webinar and tackle the issues that are at hand today.
Are we still on? Because there is nothing on the background.
Yes, we're still on. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'd also take this opportunity to recognize Dr. Joseph Kuraoka from the School of Environmental Studies, and also Dr. Hannah Bula, School of Business, Professor Mwangi, School of Agriculture and Enterprise Development today, and Dr. Perez Onono from the School of Economics. Also take this chance to recognize and appreciate Dr. Innocent Ngari, who will be one of the people steering us for this particular webinar as we continue to talk about green economy and sustainability.
I would also like to recognize Dr. George Shamata from NATCOM. That is the Kenya National Commission to UNESCO. Welcome, George.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Dr. Jallo, UNESCO Regional Office, representing Professor Geisen, who is on mission, mission outside the country. He's in Harare at the moment, and has requested overnight. And has requested overnight that I stand in for him. The name is Seydou Jallo.
Welcome, Dr. Jallo. We were really looking forward to you joining us.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Saba had told me you'd be joining us.
Indeed.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome. Okay.
If you're on the program as a speaker, please introduce yourself. feel free the way Dr. Saire has done it. I've seen Professor Anne Talanta from Leeds. Welcome, Professor Anne.
Good morning.
Karibu Nairobi.
Asante sana. Habari.
Nzuri sana. Yeah.
So good morning from the UK. It's very early for me, but I haven't had to travel very far.
Okay.
I'm still at home.
Yeah.
So I'll look forward to talking to you later. I was just checking my mic is working okay?
I think it's working okay. We can hear you well.
Great.
Yes.
Well, you have my slides?
I
sent them yesterday. Sorry, you've gone mute again.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to kindly ask if we have a representative from the Office of the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Paulo Inaina. Do you have anybody yet? All right, I'm meant to understand that we'll be having Professor Onywera, who will be representing the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, in this particular webinar, who is yet to join us. For the time being, as we wait for him, it is my pleasure to welcome the representatives standing in for our speakers today. And allow me to begin with Dr. George Shiamota. If you can hear me, kindly welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to participate in this event today. And my singular responsibility, of course, today is to read the opening remarks by the Secretary General of the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. My name is Dr. George Shiamota, working at the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. And so I will read the speech. The representative of the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Presidents, Director Generals, CEOs, Regional Director for the UNESCO Office for Eastern Africa, as represented by Dr. Sire Jallo, Directors, Dean of Faculties, Chairman of Departments, UNESCO chairs present, members of the faculty, students, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to give my remarks during the opening session of this important capacity building workshop on green economy and sustainability. I am glad that the unprecedented times that we live in now notwithstanding, you have taken your time to be part of this event. I therefore applaud the UNESCO chair on Higher Education Development for Green Economy and Sustainability for convening this session, and for Kenyatta University for not only hosting the UNESCO chair, but this event too. The Commission is happy to be associated with the establishment and coordination of UNESCO chairs networks, established and focusing in key priority areas related to UNESCO's field of competence. And of course, these are education, the natural and social sciences, culture and communication and information. And of course, currently we have 10 chairs spread across various universities in Kenya and focusing on specific thematic areas. To start us off, some background on the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is a state corporation established under the NATCOM Act of 2013 with a mandate of promoting and building peace, eradication of poverty, sustainable development, and intellectual dialogue through education, sciences, culture, communication, and information. The Commission's mandate is to promote Kenya's national interest in UNESCO and UNESCO's international interest in Kenya, regionally and globally in the areas of education, sciences, culture, communication, and information. In the context of this forum, of course, we live in a world that is facing a myriad of challenges. And just to name a few, climate change, global warming, resource depletion, and environmental degradation that have adverse effects on the integrity of the environment, biodiversity conservation, but above all, compromises the ability of these systems to be able to continue providing a stream of benefits for sustainable development. These challenges also threaten the very survival of mankind. And therefore, the concept of green economy has gained prominence in the recent years, and it's just about how we strike a balance between protection against economic growth, and it allows, and how we can be able to allow opportunities for reduced carbon emissions, opportunities for reduced pollution, enhanced energy and resource efficiency, and the prevention of the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services. As we contribute to and transform to a knowledge-based economy, this event provides us an opportunity to reflect on the role of education for sustainable development with a focus in the following areas. So I believe that in the context of this workshop, we will be looking and reflecting on the following areas. How can we be able to improve basic infrastructure and make it green? How can we be able to provide clean and safe water and sanitation? How can we enhance solid waste management facilities? How can we be able to foster convenient and accessible transport systems? How can we be able to provide affordable and clean sources of energy? And of course, then how can we be able to harness natural habitats and biodiversity? These are very key elements. And of course, if you draw ourselves to the Sustainable Development Goals, this is what Sustainable Development Goals are all about. How do we strike a balance between development and environmental management? And of course, above all, how can we be able to achieve through all this through green production, green chemistry and processing, green engineering, green architecture, green technology, green cities, and of course, green agriculture, green jobs, green growth, green businesses, and of course, above all, how do we embrace even green behaviors in how we conduct ourselves as mankind? Because if our lifestyles are not sustainable, that means that our very livelihood, our very existence as mankind is in jeopardy. And of course, in these discussions, I believe they are good in terms of how we as a country and as a people can make contributions towards transforming this country and transforming Kenya in the league of countries that have embraced green economy. There is need to address the barriers to green economy and green growth and stimulate a faster and seamless transition to green economy by mainstreaming this new paradigm in all sectors. More importantly, there is need to integrate this in curriculum across disciplines. This is because knowledge is power, and we are living in a knowledge-based economy where we rely on knowledge to make decisions, to develop policies, and to make our world a better place. This forum, of course, is happening as countries are converging for the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Conference of Parties 26, which of course will be happening in Glasgow, in Scotland, in the UK. And therefore, this forum is very important because it's happening in the backdrop of a very important global event. Above all participants, the contribution of green economy across almost all sustainable development goals cannot be overemphasized. This forum is meant, therefore, to develop capacity and is consistent with the sustainable development mantra of leaving no one behind. In this era of technology, there is need to leverage on science, technology, and innovation to embrace practices that promote sustainability. The fourth and fifth industrial revolutions provide us an opportunity to reflect and think about how we can be able to embrace green practices in a circular economy. And of course, you know, a circular economy is a model of production and consumption which embraces reduce, reuse, and recycle. I believe that this forum is important in contributing towards tackling global challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, waste, and pollution. And of course, how we can also be able to tap in the untapped areas of renewable energies like solar and wind. On matters of education, universities provide a conducive environment to develop green skills for successful transition to a green economy and development of a constituency of a critical mass and change agents that would offer solutions to emerging global challenges. This can be achieved through mainstreaming green economy in pedagogy, curriculum development and review, scholarly research, and think tanks, innovation, entrepreneurial skills, including incubation and mentorship of upcoming innovators that will have a ripple effect on developing skills for green economy, and of course, providing opportunities to learners as they also help address societal challenges. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO acknowledges and appreciates the various topics and discussions that will take place during this event. It is my hope that this will be translated into action. We commit to continue supporting the UNESCO chairs to continue making an impact in the society. We need, therefore, to challenge ourselves as we develop solutions moving from theory to practice. I am convinced that nothing is insurmountable, and believe that fostering green economies and green growth from political, social, and economic perspectives will help us to achieve sustainable development, address poverty, and reduce ecological footprints, and above all, provide opportunities to save the world and our own survival as a species. I'm glad to see the involvement of NEMA, KEPSA, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya Bankers Association in these discussions. And I hope more actors can be looped in, including the Kenya Bureau of Standards and others, bringing on board everyone in these discussions moving forward. I once more congratulate the UNESCO Chair, Dr. Dorcas Otieno, for organizing this capacity building forum. I challenge other universities represented here to join our UNESCO Chairs program, which promotes international inter-university cooperation and networking to enhance institutional capacities through knowledge sharing and collaborations. I thank all the speakers and facilitators in advance. I thank all the session chairs for being part of this initiative. I thank the participants and challenge them to be change agents for sustainability. I also call upon the media to support in creating an awareness, creating awareness. I also call upon both public and private sectors to come together to be part of this discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to wish you a very successful capacity building forum. Asanteni sana, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. George Shiamota, for that wonderful speech. And thank you, everybody who has been joining us. And also, I would take this opportunity to now welcome Professor Vincent Onywera, who is representing Professor Paul Wainaina from Kenyatta University. Karibu sana, Professor, if you can hear me.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, Duncan. And thank you, Dr. George Shiamota, for giving a very nice overview of what we are expecting in this webinar. From the onset, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey the apologies of our Vice Chancellor, who is also the chairman of the University Senate. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Wainaina, traveled. He's out of the country. He has been away for the last 1 week, and he'll be coming. We are expecting him back later this week. Nevertheless, because Kenyatta University believes in systems that work, he has asked me to come and convey his message. So my name is Vincent Onywera. I'm a professor of exercise and sport science, and currently the registrar for research, innovation, and outreach, and acting DVC research, innovation, and outreach. Kenyatta University is a community of scholars dedicated to generation and dissemination of knowledge and inculcation of moral values for sustainable individual and societal development. At a personal level, and as the registrar, I would like, therefore, to really thank the team that has put this webinar together, all the partners, because this is quite in line with the vision, the mission, and identity of Kenyatta University. Having said that, allow me, therefore, to verbalize the message, the welcome message from our Vice Chancellor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure and true honor to welcome you all to this capacity building webinar on green economy and sustainability. I welcome you most warmly to the community of Kenyatta University. First of all, I would like to thank all our partners for their commitment towards helping us to push the agenda of green economy and sustainability. Kenyatta University and its fraternity is keen in embedding the knowledge on green economy and action research that will help towards solving our problems in our day-to-day endeavors. We are cognizant and aware of the commitment by the government of Kenya and also the requirements in the UN Sustainable Development Goals, really emphasizing on focus on green economy. Therefore, as a university, we work day and night hard to ensure that the message on green economy is not only integrated in our programs and our curriculum, but also in our research and community outreach endeavors. As I welcome you to Kenyatta University, I want to acknowledge the distinguished presence of the Director of UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa, Professor Herbert. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the CEO of NATCOM, Dr. Evangeline Joka. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to also appreciate and acknowledge the presence of the Director General of NEMA, Mr. Mamu Boru Mamo, who is an alumnus of Kenyatta University. I want to acknowledge all the speakers, all the keynote speakers, the distinguished speakers from different organizations and from around the world. We don't take it for granted that you accepted the invitation to participate in this very timely seminar webinar on building capacity in green economy and sustainability. Specifically, allow me to single out Chris Kimani from UNEP, Professor Anne Tolanta from the University of Leeds. Leeds is a partner with Kenyatta University in this program. I want to acknowledge Martha Cheruto, the Deputy CEO, KEPSA, Hezekiah Okeyo, the Secretary, Industrialization, Nancy Rapando, WWF, Joyce Njogu, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Dr. Anderson Kebila, Stockholm Environment Institute, Nuru Mugambi, Kenya Bankers Association. The list is long, and I really want to really appreciate you for your time and all the delegates who are attending this very important webinar. Allow me to thank our UNESCO chair, Dr. Dorcas Beryl Otieno, the UNESCO chair at Kenyatta University. Dr. Otieno is very passionate about this program. Every time you meet her, she's talking about green economy, green economy, green economy. Just last week, I told her, Dr. Otieno, maybe your second name should be green economy. So I want to thank you, Dr. Otieno, for the passion and the drive with which you are driving this green economy philosophy. I also want to thank the steering committee from Kenyatta University, led by Professor Judith Waudo, Professor John Mugubi, our Dean of the School of Environmental Studies, Dr. James Koske, and all the members of staff from Kenyatta University, and I see a number of you here. Please accept our appreciations as Kenyatta University management. As I finish, therefore, allow me to really wish you all the best in the deliberations. We hope this is not going to be an event that will end today, but this is going to catalyze a lot of activities moving forward so that we can ensure that the message of green economy for sustainability reaches out to those who need it most. So thank you and God bless you. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Vincent Onywera, for that wonderful speech. Yeah, and I think we shall be following up to ensure that Dr. Beryl can also be called Dr. Beryl Green Economy Otieno. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure and an honor. And even seeing people and professionals from different disciplines joining in this particular meeting is something to note with much respect. And of course, we are glad to have people from different disciplines. And we get to realize that when it comes to matters of climate, everyone is involved. And so it's also very good to see people from the arts as well, and people from other spaces where we can continue to speak out and champion for climate change and champion for green economy. And without further ado, I would want to now invite Saidu Sire Jalo, who is the Senior Program Specialist, Education for UNESCO, representing Professor Gideon Hubert. Thank you, and karibu sana. Kindly unmute your microphone, sir. We need to hear you. We seem to have a bit of challenges with your sound. Kindly, if you can unmute your microphone, kindly. Saidu Sira, if you can hear me, kindly unmute your microphone so we can be able to hear you. Saidu Sira Jallo is a senior program specialist at UNESCO, and he will be speaking to us in a while. If you can be able to get your voice. And then much later in this program, in a few minutes, we shall be having our keynote speaker, Dr. Dorcas B. Otieno, who is the UNESCO chair on hedges. Yeah, we can hear.
Okay.
We can hear
Hello?
you. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Okay, all right. This is just a technology-related challenge with the speaker. I could see and hear you, but you cannot hear me. Thank you very much, Duncan. Good morning, everyone. As indicated earlier, you can hear me now, Duncan, is it?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, Professor Geisen is on mission outside Kenya and has requested that, communicated that I represent him at this opening segment of the webinar. My name is Dr. Jallo, Saidu Jallo, ED Chief or Education Chief of the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. It is certainly my pleasure to be with you. I will read, therefore, Professor Geisen's remarks. I'll begin, obviously, by greetings, the salutations, representative of the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, Professor Paul Wainaina, Dr. Evangeline Joka, Deputy Vice Chancellors here present from other universities, Dr. Dorcas Otieno, Green Economy, UNESCO Chair, Kenyatta University, and other UNESCO chairs here present, distinguished professors, academics, panelists, dear friends, colleagues, and students from across Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my greatest honor and delight to give this remark at the capacity building webinar, which is jointly convened by UNESCO Chair on Higher Education Development for a Green Economy and Sustainability. This is a strategic forum bringing together proponents of environmental sustainability, green economic growth, and environmental education in the quest to intellectually discuss, share knowledge, create awareness, and reinforce our capacities to accelerate efforts towards the achievement of SDGs 4, 13, 14, and 15. I mean, our meeting here is looking at addressing 4 SDGs already out of the 17. But let me go back to the remarks. Global development challenges are on the increase, deepening inequalities and frustrating efforts for timely achievement of all targets of the UN Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. As a threat to achieving environmental sustainability, the world continues to suffer increasing deforestation and forest degradation, environmental pollution, dwindling water resources, and loss of biodiversity. Since 1990, it is estimated that 420 million hectares of forests have been lost through conversion to other land uses, although the rate of deforestation has decreased over the past 3 decades. As of December 2019, a total of 20,334 tree species had been included in the IUCN, that's the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, red list of threatened species, of which 8,056 were assessed as globally threatened, critically endangered, or vulnerable. More than 1,400 tree species are assessed as critically endangered and in urgent need of conservation action. The pathway to achieving key developments, different priorities, and building sustainable cities and communities
are also challenged by climate change, reflected as increased incidence of extreme weather conditions or weather events and disasters. The number of climate-related disasters has tripled in the last 30 years. Between 2006 and 2016, the rate of global sea level rise was 2.5 times faster than it was for almost all the 20th century, putting the small island developing states, known as SIDS, particularly at risk. More than 20 million people a year are forced from their homes by climate change. Since 1980, more than 2 million people and over $3 trillion US dollars have been lost to disasters caused by natural hazards, with total damages increasing by more than 600% from $23 billion a year in 1980s to $150 billion a year in the last decade. The World Bank's Gender Dimensions of Disaster Risk and Resilience report reveals that women in particular face barriers to access information and resources needed to adequately prepare, respond, and cope with a disaster. The United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, estimates that adapting to climate change and coping with damages will cost developing countries between 140 and 300 billion US dollars per year by 2030. Failure to take concrete and sustainable actions will push an additional 100 million people into extreme poverty by 2030. This brings me to the UN Central Objective for 2021, which is to build a coalition for carbon neutrality in response to a climate emergency with one area of focus, i.e., that is, to achieve global carbon neutrality within the next 3 decades through a transition to clean energy and green economic development. While the transition to clean energy and green economy may initially cause job losses, the transition is critical, and green economy will create new jobs, as will the blue economy. Africa's Green World Project, for instance, has created 335,000 jobs. Making progress towards resilience and net zero is particularly important for Africa, which faces an existential threat. I repeat, existential threat. This is why natural resource management and environmental education is an integral component of UNESCO's science and education sector programs. UNESCO is keen to make environmental education a core component of educational curricula in Africa, from early childhood to higher education, higher learning. This is a great place to start in ensuring an alert and educated population which works together for humanity and survival of all living things. The Berlin Declaration at the World Conference for Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, committed to, quote, ensure that ESD is a foundational element of our education systems at all levels, with environmental and climate action as a core curriculum component, while maintaining a holistic perspective on ESD that recognizes the interrelatedness of all dimensions of sustainable development, close quote. While the UN Secretary General fears the growing force and fury with which nature is striking back at humanity, at the war humanity has waged on nature, making 2020 one of the 3 warmest years on record globally. In fact, our 30 UNESCO programs in the sciences, education, culture, and communication contribute to creating knowledge, educating and communicating about climate change, and to understanding the ethical implications for present and future generations. In fact, some of our interventions on environmental education involves the development of edutainment mobile applications to generate simple, creative, and engaging ways of connecting and communicating with school children on water, climate change, and disaster risk reduction. Together with the African Union and sister UN agencies, we developed the No Water, No Climate, and No Disaster Risk Reduction to foster education on water, climate change, and disaster risk reduction. In 2019, we collaborated with the Panda and Wolf Holdings in Mauritius to hold the Eco Warriors, trademarked mobile game that targets the younger generation of the Indian Ocean to build their ecological awareness. UNESCO in 2019 compiled a small volume giving reference to Africa in the name titled Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Simple Guide to Schools in Africa. This we we hope can be used in environmental education in schools to support efforts by educational institutions to impart knowledge on climate change to students in secondary level education. In addition, UNESCO, through its Nairobi office, works in collaboration with the China Institute of Water Resource and Hydropower Research to develop cartoons on water as extracurricular reading materials for school children. We use this opportunity to reiterate our interest in establishing strategic partnerships, policy modalities, and exploring new partners to consolidate joint action in promoting green economic development and environmental education in Africa. The underlying theory of change is that if we manage to generate a paradigm shift in thinking and action, away from responsive action towards proactive, preventive, and resilience-building actions, and the application of sustainable science is used to inform the management of root natural resources and the development of a sustainable green economy through evidence creation, capacity building, and enhanced science policy society interface. And the critical mass is provided with quality and gender inclusive environmental education and learning opportunities, including through building digital literacy and relevant skills such as education for sustainable development, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM, and TVET to lead green transformation. And evidence to inform policy actions, generate evidence, and influence institutional change is created through field testing, monitoring and evaluation, regional cooperation, capacity development, communication and knowledge, and strategic partnerships are established and nurtured for the implementation of activities and programs that bring about national and regional positive changes. Then, and only then, Africa, having benefited from empowered, educated, resilient, and socially responsible citizens, could tackle complex challenges for humanity, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and poverty reduction, and therefore achieve a green transformation with sustainable socioeconomic outcomes. On this note, I understand the Regional Director will be opening this webinar. So on this note, I declare this webinar on capacity building on green economy sustainability open. And thank you very much for your attention. Asante sana. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Saidu Jallo, for speaking to us this wonderful morning. And I would also want to appreciate and recognize the presence of Samuel Partey, who is a program specialist at UNESCO. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Kindly greet us and talk to us this morning. Means welcome.
Great, thank you very much, Duncan, and thank you to all the colleagues, and congratulations to the representative of our director, Dr. Saidu, for this incredible speech. So as Duncan said, my name is Samuel Partey. I work for UNESCO Nairobi office as a program specialist in science, and it's great to be part of this forum. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Samuel Partey, for saying hi to us. And right about now, I'd love to appreciate those of us joining us at this particular time. Thank you so much for joining this particular webinar. And we shall be getting to move on as time goes by, and we shall be able to continue discussing green economy and sustainability. And our keynote speaker this particular morning is none other but Dr. B. Dr. Dorcas B. Otieno, who is a UNESCO chair on hedges here at Kenyatta University, who will be speaking to us shortly and giving us her keynote speech. So in a few minutes, we'll be having Dr. Beryl Otieno speaking to us in this particular webinar. So sorry for that technical mishap. As we continue to wait on Dr. B. Otieno, we shall also be reminding you on the key areas we shall be talking about. And our first topic this particular morning will be green economy and sustainability learning. I would want to recognize the presence of Chris Kemani from UNEP, who will be our first speaker in the presentation. So he'll be our first presenter. And of course, we shall be getting facilitation from Dr. Joseph Wangai as we talk about green learning and curriculum. And we shall be getting to move on as time goes by. And kindly, for anyone who has unmuted their microphones, kindly if we can mute our microphones so we can continue to hear each other quite well in this particular webinar. So if kindly, this is a kind request that if you are not speaking at any particular moment, kindly ensure that your microphone is switched off. All right, thank you so much. And now as we continue to wait to Dr. Barry Lutieno, we shall be discussing green business and sustainability as well. We shall be discussing industrialization and of course presentations being done by Martha Cheruto, who is the Deputy CEO at KEPSA. Then on industrialization, we shall be having Ezekiah Okeo, who is Secretary for Industrialization. They'll be joining us shortly to make sure that we get to have our presentations rolling, and so that we can also go ahead and address and tackle these issues right here on this webinar on green economy and sustainability. So without much ado, it is my honor now to welcome Dr. Dorcas B. Otieno to give us her keynote speech this particular morning. Dr. if you can hear me. Karibu sana.
I'm being told to talk. Distinguished guests, participants, colleagues here at Kenyatta University, partners who have joined in this webinar. I would like to appreciate you and welcome you to this platform for us to have a discussion about green economy and sustainability. I think we are all aware that we are living in a time that is full of challenges, challenges related to all the SDGs, 17 of them, poverty, climate change, hunger, name it. Very many threats to our livelihoods. And because the challenges are very complex, we need innovation. We cannot do things as usual. It cannot be business as usual, you know, and so we need a strategy of how to go about these complex issues. The slides are very small, I can't see. And therefore, this calls for intersectoral strategies. This calls for interdisciplinarity strategies. This calls for research and innovation. It calls for very dynamic knowledge, to be able to respond to the challenges in the society out there. And this is what motivated my UNESCO chair, Hedges, in partnership with University of Leeds. I would like to appreciate Anne Talentine, who is in this forum, for actually acting like a mentor to me, because University of Leeds already have an established sustainability institute of research. And KU, I think we would like to replicate what Leeds is doing, but of course in a domesticated way, so that we can be able to address our African and Kenyan challenges. And therefore, the UNESCO Chair Hedges aims at developing higher education for green economy and sustainability. The program embraces skills development, which are very crucial in unlocking job potential of the green economy, to provide industries with the required labor force, and protect employability as the economies go greener, or as we transition into a greener economy. It is the responsibility really of institutions of higher learning to develop such skills for green jobs. It is our responsibility to capacity build and assist workers in their workplaces to accelerate, the green transformation. And through the green transformation, we have very many instruments that need to be developed and to work. For instance, new regulations, development of new technologies and practices. New skills are needed seriously and urgently, for greening the current operations. I would like to take a very unique approach in making a keynote speech, because I know that the subsequent speakers will elaborate on what's happening in the different sectors. I want to concentrate more on defining certain concepts and terminologies which I believe are interdisciplinary, which cut across at KU in all the 17 schools that we have. In other words, the 17 schools that we have need to come together, need to put their expertise together, their skills, their knowledge, their research together, to be able to come up with a solution that can provide the industry out there with what they are looking for. Because as I have said, the issues out there are complex. From SDG number 1 to SDG number 2. There are many issues and they cannot be solved by one discipline. And I just want to make it clear that although I am housed in the School of Environmental Studies, green economy and sustainability is beyond environmental studies. It encompasses all other disciplines. So it is not an environmental agenda per se. So looking at some definitions, starting with green economy itself, a low carbon resource efficient and socially inclusive economy which aims at reducing environmental risks, managing ecological scarcities, and aiming at sustainable development without harming the environment. This cuts across all disciplines. Everybody is affected by the climate change and the risks it has actually created. This has made it necessary that we adopt green growth that fosters economic growth and development while ensuring that natural assets continue to provide resources and environmental services in a sustainable way. Kenya in particular, we know we rely on the natural resources for development. And therefore, we need to ensure that we do not overexploit those natural resources. Another terminology, therefore, that we need to adopt in the academia context and in all our schools is green jobs. Obviously, we have a duty to skill our graduates or our learners so that they can go out there to either create their own jobs or to be employed. And what is happening out there in the industry is that the industries are undergoing transformation. They are changing. They are operating differently. Business is not as usual. And therefore, in our universities, in our research institutes, if we do not prepare graduates with green skills, they will go out there and miss jobs. Already, so many with brown, expertise are missing the brown jobs. Unemployment is becoming worse, and it's going to become worse if we do not prepare our students adequately to go out there and adjust and adopt the new technology that is required to respond to the complex sustainable development challenges that are out there. So they need green skills to be able to find those green jobs. And what are these green jobs? Economic diversification, decent work opportunities that contribute to preserve the environment, improve energy efficiency, protect ecosystems, and support adaptation to climate change. Out there, there is the shift to circular economy. And therefore, let's ask ourselves, to what extent are we teaching? Are we inculcating? Are we giving knowledge related to circular economy? An economy based on principles of designing out waste and pollution while keeping products and materials in use and regenerating natural systems. Because man is over exploiting the natural resources, what we call wastes these days are not real wastes. We need to convert them into resources. To what extent are we skilling our graduates, on conversion of wastes into resources? And I think there's a diagram there showing the circular economy. This is very important, and it needs to be interdisciplinary, so that we get contribution from science, from arts, from economics, from business, even from language. The media needs to be able to learn how to sensitize. Our media out there, they seem to be more comfortable with politics, because probably in the academia world, we are not preparing them well enough to go and communicate sustainability, communicate green economy, because this is the future we want. And therefore, looking at the movement of populations from the rural areas to the urban areas, where they assume that things are better. Because in the rural area there, the issues I've talked about there, the problems, the poverty levels are very high. Unemployment is a time bomb there for our youth. They think that in the cities, they could survive. It is worse in the cities. And we need to educate and to skill our young people on how to adopt in the cities. Green symbiosis is one of the strategies, a form of commercial collaboration, in which one's business residual product is reused as a resource by another business. So you can see that businesses can no longer operate on their own. They can no longer isolate. They have to share resources. And if you're not ready to share your resource, nobody will share with you your resource. And this is what we need to inculcate in our students: sharing of resources. I can tell you it's a big challenge. And therefore, schools of, philosophy, sociology, and so forth, you come in very timely, really, to remind us, how the African culture entertains and values and prioritizes sharing. In the African community, you can really not die, because you're hungry, because you're a member of the African, society. Nobody else will allow you to die of hunger. And in the modern setting, this is what we require, because resources are becoming scarce. They are becoming extinct. We need to learn to share these resources. Green business. Business has to change because it has been affected by the various pandemics. A sustainable business or a green business, therefore, is an enterprise that has minimal negative impact or potentially a positive effect on the global or local environment, community, society, or economy. A business that strives to meet the triple bottom line. Green businesses. I want to challenge particularly the School of Business, Anabula. I know we've been chatting, but this now needs to be formalized and taken seriously. There has to be a curriculum. There have to be guidelines. There have to be practical sections and hands-on learning on how to green business so that we can prepare our graduates for the green business that is growing now out there in the industry. Sustainability. This is the core of the matter. The ability of today's generation to meet its own current needs without impairing the ability of the future to meet their own needs. And so the pillars of sustainability are people, planet, and profit. You can see that intersection there is what sustainability is about. I know my time is running very fast, but I just want to emphasize these concepts. Next slide, please. Green economy principles. We have a mix of economic, environmental, and social. And I want to believe that these are already familiar with you, recognizing natural capital, protecting biodiversity, delivering poverty reduction. Next slide, please. And therefore, giving us some green light to green economy. An economy that results in improved human well-being, social equity, while significantly reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcity. And this is the future that we want. Next slide. To actually establish whether Kenyatta University is to any extent integrating green economy and sustainability, we've been carrying out a baseline survey. It's almost complete, and you can see some of the findings with regard to what extent, schools are actually offering green economy. You will see that we are not faring very well. And of course, when we were analyzing this data, we came across, and this is data from the students that we are teaching. They are saying that they are actually not learning about green economy. They don't understand what it is. And yet these are the people going out there to join the green industry. So are we contributing to unemployment? Maybe we can answer those questions ourselves. We consulted a number of lecturers to what extent the university is committed, to greening the campus, because you realize that to inculcate green skills, we have to provide an enabling environment, enabling governance, operations, facilities, and so forth. And that means that holistically, we need to check our governance. I'm sure we do not have a sustainability strategy. And without a policy, without a strategy, we may not go so far. And so we may have to learn maybe from University of Leeds, how they went about developing their sustainability strategy to guide the operations and the learning. And the baseline, I identified what gaps, what skill gaps we have in designing green economy courses, and particularly those related to strategies and policies. And this came out very clearly, these gaps here related to competences. We are happy that the country, the Ministry of Education has introduced the CBC, but to what extent are universities ready to produce trainers who are already equipped with those CBC competences? Something has to be done about that. And that means training, capacity building our trainers on CBC. And therefore, talking about enabling transition to the green economy and sustainability, we need an action plan. We need a strategy. And we need to develop it and develop it like yesterday, so that we know where we are coming from. We know what will guide our journey. We know where we are supposed to end. What are the outcomes? And continue monitoring. Are we delivering? What learning is needed? Are we providing it in the context of green economy? When we did the baseline, we sampled 10 schools. That's about more than a half of the schools. The rest of the schools, we are bringing them on board. And when we started bringing them on board, they told us, hey, this animal you're calling green economy and sustainability, we do not understand it. We do not understand it. We need some capacity building. And actually, that is what challenged us to prepare this capacity building forum today. And I'm hoping that those schools are here with us, and that you can be able to now identify in your own school whether or not you are integrating green economy and sustainability in your learning. What competences are required as you're teaching, as you're guiding? You need to provide technical competences. You need to allow relational competences. As I've said, no one discipline can do it alone. So we need to partner. We need to do transformational competences, because we are transitioning into a green economy, a very new economy. And so interrelational competences will bring us to a situation whereby competences are enriched. And of course, we need to be clear on what learning needs are required, what competences are required. the knowledge, the values, you know, the skills, the attitudes, all these holistically are required to be integrated in our teaching and learning. Next slide, please. And mostly we need to look at those individual skills. And that means that we need to promote participatory learning. I don't know how this can happen because we are so used to lectures, students listening, students not engaging. And when these students go out there, they cannot engage, they cannot act, they cannot solve a problem. And kindly, I'm not, I don't want to be rude. I'm just challenging us that the world is changing. We are transitioning, and individual people, individual societies need to have the capacities to be able to address the new challenges. So we need to change the way we are teaching. We need to engage. Teaching and learning needs to be, you know, action oriented. Just like we are solving, you know, the problems that we theorize about. At KU, I've just attempted to share with you the resources, some of the resources that we have on campus, which can actually enhance green economy and sustainability learning. When Anne Talentine of Leeds visited Kenyatta University, she said, of course, with her colleagues, you're very lucky. You have a lot of space, you know, and you have a lot of resources. Let's plan in your sustainability strategy of how to use these resources to skill your students, to give them green skills for green jobs. Look at all these resources. How many of us actually use these skills? I challenge my students a lot. Every day they pass through the gate there and they do not know what Chandaria Incubation and Innovation Center does. Many of them do not know that we have all these facilities, and maybe we, the lecturers, also don't create time for this. We are appealing, of course, to the leadership, because for green economy and sustainability learning to happen, you know, learning to happen, we need blessings from the governance. It's reorganizing the curriculum, the learning, to make things work. We may need an institute where we begin to pilot this as we bring on board many schools. Next slide. And therefore, this requires a bottom-up change through action research. I think I saw director of research. He told me he loves the subject of green economy. It has to start with research. What is the problem? What is not happening at KU? What competences are we not giving, providing? What capacities do our lecturers require? And the industries, what skills do they need? That's why on this platform, we are interacting with the industry so that together we can share ideas really on the way forward, how we can transition into a green economy. Next slide. There are green economy opportunities amongst the very many pandemics that we know of. And we can exploit them if we adopt the green growth pathway. The opportunities are endless. I think it's possible that we can do capacity building, green jobs and youth employability. It's possible if we green our students. Imagine we can create jobs. Green innovation and research, we have a whole division there. We just need to allocate some resources to green research. Environmental protection, we need more of that so that we do not overexploit. In Kenya, we still have plenty of natural resources. That's an opportunity. Green enterprise businesses, a big opportunity because we are saying we have the natural resources. And yet our youth keep going to offices to look for brown collar jobs. We can create green collar jobs. It's within our means. Green enterprises are within our means. What we need is the knowledge and skills. And so that means partnering with the industry, networking with other institutions like University of Leeds, and forging ahead. Next slide. And this is what we are talking about. This is what we need to put in place. Green campus, how do we make it at KU? UNEP will be talking about it. They have a global program on that. Green jobs and skills, there'll be somebody talking about it. Green governance, green strategy, green human resource, and green learning. Look at the outcome. I think we cannot forego that. And at the center of it, you know, we are saying we need to promote that SDG on sustainable consumption and production. Next slide. Sustainable development goals that are responding to many problems, complex problems. This is just an opportunity again to repeat what I had said initially, that I'm not talking about environmental studies. No, I'm talking about an interdisciplinary matter or subject that all of us need to engage in. Green enterprises, business, financing projects, youth empowerment, action research, and the list is endless. Next slide. That is what the green economy contribution to sustainable development looks like. It is inclusive. And inclusivity here means very many things: economic, social, environmental, gender, disability, everyone. No one is left behind. Next slide. I want to emphasize on gender because we already have a Belinda Gates program here at KU, and that should be an eye-opener of how it can facilitate green economy and sustainability. I think whether we like it or not, in Kenya and in Africa, when we talk about gender, then we are saying, can we include those women who actually run the economy? Without those women groups, without those welfare groups in the villages, you can sleep hungry very, very easily. They are central to the green economy and sustainability. Next slide. Just to again highlight what is key to green economy transition: value of natural capital, appropriate economic regulations and incentives, appropriate policies, sustainable production and consumption, fair distribution of income and social standards, investment in training and environmental education, of which that alone, can empower the whole society of Kenya to transition into a green economy and a sustainable society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that is Dr. Dorcas B. Otieno, who is a UNESCO chair on hedges, speaking to us a very detailed speech on how we should come together from different disciplines and be able to come together and challenge this problem that we have of climate change and enhance the green economy and have green jobs and have great businesses and enhance our environment to continue favoring us and us continue to have a peaceful coexistence with each other as we continue to live. And now I would also want to take this opportunity to recognize Professor Anne Talontyre from the University of Leeds, a professor of sustainability and business, will be talking to us shortly on embedding sustainability into higher education in the UK. And we shall be looking at a whole institution approach, how different departments, how different schools can come together and be able to embed sustainability learning in this particular higher education that we have in our institutions. And also talking to us in a few minutes will be Chris Kimani from UNEP, as I had said before, on green learning and curriculum. And these two will be facilitated by Dr. Joseph Wangai from the School of Environmental Studies. And then later we shall be having a green business and sustainability presentation done by Martha Cheruto, department, who is the deputy CEO from KEPSA. And also industrialization is one of the other subtopics we shall be handling in this particular webinar, done by Hezekiah Okeo, who is the Secretary for Industrialization. These two will be facilitated by Dr. Hannah Bula from the School of Business. And then a bit later, we shall be having a subtopic, which will be under the topic of infrastructure and sustainability. We shall be talking about agriculture, infrastructure, and sustainability. We're taken through that by Nancy Rapando from WWF. And then green growth and innovations in manufacturing, that will be handled by Engineer Innocent Onserio from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. These two will be facilitated by Professor Maina Mwangi from the School of Agriculture and Enterprise Development. And then a bit later in the late afternoon towards the early evening, we shall be handling financing, green economy, and sustainability. We shall be looking at integrating sustainability in financial sectors, handled by Ms. Nuru Mugambi from Kenya Bankers Association. And then we shall be having Green Climate Fund, tackled All right. And we also take this chance to recognize the UNEP for being here with us. And of course, we shall be also having Chris Kimani talking to us shortly from the UNEP to help us understand how green learning and curriculum will be flowing in. So we take this chance to appreciate UNEP for joining us at this particular time. And it is my honor to invite Chris Kimani from UNEP to take us through green economy and sustainability in the area of green learning and curriculum. If you can hear me, Chris, karibu sana.
Asante sana, Duncan. Also, thank you, Dorcas, for the invitation. So maybe let me just give you a brief of who I am. One, I'm a youth. Two, I'm an economist with a specialty in environmental management. And I work with UNEP as a program and finance specialist. So most of my functions actually involved around climate financing and providing my expertise in supporting the education program. So something that I would like to echo from the remarks from Dr. Dorcas is that we have to know that it will never be business as usual. That's just a reminder. If we do not act now, we won't have a world to live in the future. Just remember that this discusses that the resources are becoming scarce and we need to act as soon as possible. So just before I start my presentation, let me go back to 2020, how tough the year was, even the COVID pandemic. I would like to say one thing, that we actually went green, not just at a local level, but at a global level. Most of us had to reorient ourselves and how to think differently. We actually traveled less, so means we actually decarbonized. So the agenda of decarbonization and the race to net zero was actually being implemented. So something which we actually should credit ourselves is like, we actually do and we are going green. So for those who actually were not IT savvy, they had to go and get those particular skills to understand how to manage, to work with a computer, to actually present to their students. Others, even their businesses, had to go in and take solutions that will actually have an element of a business-to-business element. So one thing I would like to say is that going green is very simple. We don't have to wait until a disaster happens to go green. Let's challenge our minds. Let's exploit our minds and look for solutions. So when we also, maybe even I take you back to 2012, when you look back at history, not so long ago, various stakeholders in education, both from lower and higher education, policymakers, organizations like UNESCO, UNEP and other institutions sat down and actually drafted a plan. And this plan was to promote sustainability in education. I'm sure most of you have heard about education in sustainable development. So steering committees were formed, and these were there to actually assess the landscape and draft a framework. We are actually discussing about what I had earlier about climate neutrality and the race to net zero. We can see some achievements being actually achieved. So one thing, we can see various practices are adopting to formal and informal work streams. We can see that there's an increase in a bit of social awareness revolving around sustainable practices, not just in education, but also in the education sectors. Something else is that I've noticed is that there are strategies that have been put in place to encourage a green economy. Yes, I will discuss more of the green economy, but before I do that, I want to give an example. You notice that our government provided incentives just a while ago, the Kenya government, for those who are foreigners, they provided incentives to institutions to actually go green. What do I mean by that? Though there was some discussion about power purchase agreements. Unfortunately, right now they have been suspended because of abuse, but I'm sure that will be brought back. I've seen not just Strathmore University, who actually had a plant of 60 megawatts, but KU right now went ahead and did a project of 10 megawatts, which is quite impressive. I have heard about carbon credits. For those who haven't heard, one of the easiest ways to actually make easy money without, even in illiteracy, even without education, is carbon credits. What do I mean? Do you have land? Do you have a farm? Go grow trees. Their calculators will actually get to tabulate on how you can actually do what? Harness the element of decarbonizing the atmosphere. And this is just only in agriculture. So back in 2014, I want to give you another example, and I would like to challenge every one of you to go and do this research. There was something called, if I'm not mistaken, Kenya Agricultural Carbon Project. This actually issued the first carbon credits. And this was under something called a verified carbon standard. It was actually a reward system. It was there to help in sustaining and providing climate-friendly practices that actually reduce land degradation and pretty much helps put some bit of some organic matter in soil. So this system, what, if I'm not mistaken about the facts which were put in place, was that about 25 metric tons from just 60,000 farmers were able to do a carbon neutrality that was actually cutting out and being compared to emissions from 5,000 vehicles. This just shows you the kind of efforts you are putting in place, the things that you actually can do even without having efforts of going and studying about the green economy or even sustainable development. So what I can say is one thing. For us who are in the international world, who are in the international organizations, and for you who are in the public sector, especially in academia, I would like you to review the SDG report card. This is like a scorecard. I have seen just in our country that, one, our performance is very good. There's a higher primary enrollment rate. This CBC that was actually mentioned by Dr. Dorcas is adding value. It's helping kids to get to know about being inquisitive in nature. What do I mean? She mentioned about students not engaging lecturers in university. This boils down to these were not taught in earlier education. So those who are not crediting CBC right now, that is what is being impacted in our young ones. Right now, there's a good at least increment in secondary education completion rates. The government has provided incentives for those who are actually going ahead into universities. Some are being given scholarships, some are being allowed to go and attend to TVET institutions. So I can say that if we go back to the scorecard itself, as a country, we are actually performing not so well, but very well. The progress is good. We have already crossed the halfway mark of the 2030 agenda, but I know we can still do more. Allow me not to list more, but to move on to the next point. As it is right now, we need to initiate the conversation that will lead to action, but how can this be achieved? All of us, we need to catalyze something called change towards sustainability. And I'm happy to say that efforts towards curriculum development and reorientation has been seen through UNESCO, which I credit a lot by the virtue of bringing this education for sustainable development. And also these efforts exist in institutions and are subject to communities to develop curricula. So something else that I didn't mention is that I'm a lead in the Kenya Green University Network. And what do we actually do? We are there to encourage not just the academia, but also students to develop ideas, to transform learning, to integrate sustainability principles, not just in their teaching practice, but also as they live, they'll actually have some positive elements towards a sustainable future. So moving on, you as lecturers, because I believe most of you are in academia, I would like to say that it's really important to exploit new ideas from these youthful minds. Unless we trigger those minds, trust you me, we'll be discussing the same thing we are discussing today, 5 years or 10 years from now. We need to challenge ourselves, each one of us, because 2030 is just around the corner. Our commitments were put in place by our heads of states, but we do not have to wait for them to tell us what to do. We actually can do something about it. So maybe the presentation, I don't know if the presentation was being done from your end, Duncan, or I can present from my end.
Kindly do present from your end, kindly.
All right.
Thank you.
So Duncan?
Yes, Chris.
Do you have my presentation, because I'm having challenges in sharing it?
Yes, you have your presentation.
You kindly just present from your end.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes. I'll just direct you on how to move, because it's very simple and very straight to the point. So thank you, Duncan. So as it is, what I was challenged to discuss was the status of greening curricula in higher education. So yesterday I had a webinar about climate financing, and I had to switch from that climate financing now to think about this element of greening learning. So in moving on to slide 1, we'll talk about eco schools and green campus. I'll discuss about agents of change for implementing sustainability in education. We'll go into transforming education towards sustainable development. And we'll also discuss about how we can raise awareness, not just in the public, but also in the private domain. And after that, we'll discuss further about the policy development and implementation. So let's move on to the first slide. The next slide, please. So in 2019, there were various actors who came together from Kenya, Institute for Curricular Development, UNESCO, UNEP. I believe there was also a Commission for Higher Education that actually built a framework and guidelines on how sustainability will be integrated in the teaching practice. So this curricular review, some universities were able to develop some modules on sustainability, while others have tried to integrate some concepts in the current existing courses. I know there's always a challenge of redefining, but some at least have been able, and we have seen that. One university I can credit, I would also like to credit you, Kenyatta University, but allow me to credit Strathmore University. For them, they are actually pushing this agenda. And we have had a few discussions with the curriculum review committee on how they are bringing in climate change and SDGs into their curriculum. So us as UNEP, I can tell you that we developed something called a pedagogical tool. Some of you have heard about the Little Book of Green Nudges. It is something very simple that utilizes behavioral science and nudge theory. This one focuses on human actions and how we can actually change ourselves to better the environment. It's actually a very simple book. Even someone as young as a 9-year-old who can read will be able to understand some of those techniques which have been in that particular book. Now, a simple example I can use on top of my head will be, so how do we actually encourage plant-based across campuses? For those who actually studied in Kenya, there's one famous meal that I would like to mention that has an acronym of R&B. This R&B is not the music, but it's rice and beans. We have noticed that there's been a high diminishing rate of those who are actually taking up these kind of meals. But how do we actually encourage people to get into plant-based diets? It's as simple as just changing the wording. So we went ahead in Thailand and we did something different. They also have the same terminologies like Kenya, but we changed the wording in their menu from rice and beans to spiced bean risotto. I'm telling you, we noticed a 25% in a span of 3 months, a 25 increment in students taking up this spiced bean risotto. It's the same meal. It's just the way it has been changed. And what do I mean by this? This is one of the ways of actually bringing in sustainability in our practices. And it's as simple as just using a simple pedagogical tool. This is something which we have been pushing across Africa and globally. If I was allowed to give in facts, it will take me hours or even days to show you that we are actually achieving so many results. And this is something I would like us, not just as UNEP, but also you as Kenyatta University or any other university that is attending this capacity building to take on board. We are ready to come to your university to discuss further on how to implement this little book of green nudges. And it's not just about food, it's also about our daily routines, reducing the usage of cars and translating into usage of bicycles. Cycling is actually healthy for you. But not to talk more on this particular slide, but allow me to move on to the next slide. Here, I want to discuss about agents of change for implementing sustainable development in education. One of the things that I cannot possibly go without mentioning is that the agents of change are us, and we are the ones who are supposed to drive it. I can confidently say that we have seen emerging partners that have actually supported training of facilitators and educators in this capacity development. Earlier, I heard that Dr. Dorcas mentioned about training educators in sustainability. And I can say that so far, I have been part of discussions on how to promote access to training programs. We have been in discussions with the Ministry of Education on developing pilot phases that will be implemented through TVET institutions. And this is in collaboration with other international partners. So I can say that this is a positive step that we are taking, and I know we have a long way to go. And all these efforts actually show us as a country, we are on the right trajectory. And once we achieve our targets, we will be able to not just showcase our country as achieving these sustainable development goals, especially for SDG 4, but also go regionally and globally to showcase for others to follow. I always hear about our educators going to other countries to benchmark. We want to invite those from the other countries, whether it's from Europe, Latin America, North America, to come to a country to benchmark on how we are achieving these goals. And I cannot leave out something called networks. These networks and platforms for collaboration, I like to mention about Kenya Green University Network, which I lead, and it brings together different universities. So far, we have a membership of 72 universities, but let me say this as an unfortunate case. I only see about 16 participating universities. I want to encourage Kenyatta University to be an urgent participator of this conversation. We have been able to develop a framework. We have reached out to different universities, and we want to draft up a commitment letter. And this letter will come in with a developed scorecard on how you're actually achieving this carbonization within your campus. Because without monitoring, we cannot hold ourselves accountable to anything. And I know this sounds far-fetched now, but if we can borrow also the ESD framework, and we bring together Kagan framework, ESD framework, and we assess the performance of different campuses across the country, I am certain that we'll be able to meet these particular goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. We do need to challenge these students. As Dr. Dorcas said, we need to ask them hard questions. These students need to ask hard questions to you as the educators. And the only way to learn is through these student-teacher engagements, because true leaders are guided through these kind of engagements with lecturers. I would like to remind you that most resourceful individuals that one can engage with is a lecturer. And this comes for free. Students, once they leave the university, you won't have the capacity. They won't have even the time. Even the lecturers won't have time for them. But there's nothing as free as approaching a lecturer for information, because these are people who have done their own research. They're in research in academia. They're very resourceful individuals. And the only way to find solutions as it is, sometimes it's not even about working hard, it's working smart. So if I was to encourage students, is approach these lecturers who are actually instructing you. Let them give you their insights. Let them give you the challenges they've met. It's a simple way of cutting shortcuts. It's not cheating, but it's a way of getting solutions faster. I believe it's high time that we as enablers and ambassadors of change get to know that we can actually be monitored and held accountable to meeting some goals. And for the youth, we are here to create an enabling environment that will allow them to be motivated and to empower them to become change agents. How will this be possible? We can talk about public-private partnerships. We can talk about support from the government. Right now, the government is actually supporting this initiative. We can talk about digital and innovative centers. Dr. Dorcas talked about it in KU, that you ask students that about a center of innovation, and they actually do not know is actually available within your campus. And these hubs need to be advertised even more. One thing I can say is that we are moving into a tech decade. In an high-tech decade, all and most solutions will be reliant on data. And the only way to manage and manipulate data will be through information technology, through computers. Let's encourage people or students to start thinking in those particular platforms. Next slide, please. And before moving to the next slide, don't move, just leave to this slide. Before moving to this slide, I almost forgot to mention that there's one strength that I credit the youth for having. They have a social networking skill. This is one of the greatest platforms that can be used and has been used in the past and currently being used and utilized as a tool to address sustainability issues. Us as an organization, we tend to hire bloggers, we tend to hire social influencers to preach this message. I have seen people who actually do not understand this subject of sustainability, but are reaching multitudes. One showcase study was in Panama. We ended up hiring just a social influencer to reach about 300,000 youths. And I can kid you not, in 1 month, we were able to see the impact of environmental change, and noting that this was not something which was possible. Remember, Panama is a Latin country, and us, we are an English-speaking country. These were people who were able to adapt to some of the challenges we were giving them. And that is something which we do not have to cross the border to see change. We can also do change within this country of ours. So next slide, please. So far we have seen efforts. On this slide, we'll be talking about transforming education towards a sustainable development. I can say that I've seen efforts by relevant stakeholders, this being the Ministry of Education, UNESCO, UNEP, the Commission for Education. I can mention other, a whole list, but there's a growing interest in transforming of the way the learning content is being developed. And this new learning content, they're bringing in these sustainability issues into it. In the early childhood education, we have noticed that there's a CBC element that has been put in place. We are having these consultative processes, and we are investing so much time in research and development, and we are even going a step ahead to develop toolkits. Some of you are aware that UNESCO, they have their own toolkits. UNEP, we have also developed our own toolkits to further this agenda of sustainability in higher education. I can even further mention that one of the credits that UNEP has been actually awarded globally is something which I mentioned earlier, the Little Book of Green Nudges. I believe I'll keep on repeating about this because I'm also advertising it. That this book challenges learners, it challenges individuals, even communities, to seek alternative and sustainable livelihoods. The only way we can change ourselves is to see how we live, we change our perspective, and we think on how we can actually go forward in a more sustainable manner. And before moving on to the next slide, I cannot thank enough our government, because also the government of Kenya, we have to keep on crediting it, because they are one of the greatest stakeholders who allow us as an international organization to preach this message of sustainable development. Yes, there have been challenges of implementation, but there are also positive results from what we can see. And I'm sure by just focusing on this CBC itself, focusing on this, they call it the 40 years of growth. 10 years from now, we'll be seeing change, because when we started discussing about gender empowerment, empowering the girl child, this happened 20, 30 years ago, and we saw and we are seeing the fruits of that campaign this decade as it is. So by just investing in the early childhood education, we'll be able to see this future being brighter than what we expect. And I believe this is a generation that will seal the deal in driving the most change in ourselves. And if us we do not do, they're the ones who will do it. There's something that maybe they're being taught about self-entitlement, but there's something greater that they're being taught about problem solving. Personally, I'm a father of three girls. I'm a very youthful person. I'm only 35 years old, maybe just to mention that. And I've been given a huge portfolio to manage. But sometimes I am challenged by my 9-year-old, my 5-year-old, my 3-year-old, and I tend to see the impacts of what not just CBC is doing, but also the social element of the practices that they're being taught in school. So let's move on to the next slide. So when you talk about raising public awareness, I don't know how much time I'm left, because I'm also timing myself, and I think I'm left with about 10 minutes. Duncan?
Yes, Bana Chris.
Yes, I noticed that I'm left with 10 minutes, so I'll try and rush as much as possible.
Around 5 to 7.
All right. So jumping on to this next slide about raising public awareness and understanding of sustainable development. Today we are here to continue this conversation of raising awareness. And we cannot credit ourselves that we are achieving or meeting a target without the public participation. Yes, we're in academia, but also the public has to come. This is a social element that we have to discuss. We have invested various resources. We have given financial support. We have invested time to help the public know and understand what sustainable living means. But this does not stop there. We need to do more. One thing is for sure, that the population will keep on growing, meaning that we have to put more efforts. We need to put in place educational facilities for the public also. We raise awareness on this agenda of sustainability. And I'm happy that just being in a small team at UNEP, we focus a lot on youth. And it's through youth that I know that we'll be able to achieve some of the goals that we have as the UN. And when I mentioned that I'm a part of a small team, our agenda is on youth education and advocacy. What do I mean? Our work is not just in formal education, it's also in non-formal work streams. One of the non-formal work streams is a simple thing as celebration. You know that every year we celebrate the World Environment Day. This happens on the 5th of June. This day allows us to remind and raise awareness across the globe on various aspects of the environment. One of the themes that, rather the theme for this year was ecosystem restoration. And as UNEP, in collaboration with Kenya Green University Network, we engaged youth in universities and we invited them to a challenge. And this challenge, which had rewards, by the way, was drafting ideas in relation to the theme of ecosystem restoration. This was not, as much as it was advertised to universities, we also went socially to invite those who are not in academia. And what I can say is that I can attest that the youth are brilliant. These youthful minds, we need to exploit them more. The ideas were so impressive, some were even mind-blowing. And the beauty about it, they were very simple. Some were not even costing anything. If one of those ideas was to be implemented by us, it won't even cost us a single cent, because it was an element of just creating a social awareness and creating a buzz. Today's discussion cannot be complete without mentioning the tools that we have developed by various stakeholders. So jumping on to these green toolkits for distribution. One of these tools, I think I talked about it earlier, was the ESD framework, which is, I believe, in collaboration with the government. We currently have a Kenya Green University framework, and we also have other tools, which I also mentioned. Pedagogical tools, which are being done by organization and by also other international organizations. So allow me not to repeat on those tools. And last but not least, let us now move to the final slide. So on policy development and implementation, allow me to ask questions. And my questions will be, how can we integrate sustainability programs in the education sector? This is a challenge to you as educators. How will you integrate sustainability in curricula? Remember, these discussions have already started. The train left the station, but it needs to get to a destination. Implementation has to be done. Another question, how can we enforce the use of available toolkits, which I mentioned earlier, and implement the frameworks and strategies that we currently possess? Because we do not have to keep on repeating the same message. We have the tools, we have the expertise, we have the resources, meaning the human resources. What else are we remaining? Also, to mention something which Dr. Dorcas talked about, how do we promote gender equality in education? And how do we promote innovation within academia? I'll keep on asking. I have so many questions. How can we strengthen the capacity of not just the consumers of information, who are the students, but also the trainers and educators? All this is possible through proper policy formulation and execution across all sectors of education. This is a bone of contention to you as educators. And with this, I would like to say thank you for listening to my brief presentation, which I felt was a bit of a journey that I took you through. And something that I would like to leave you with as we move on to the final slide is that for those who continuously look for new ideas and opportunities, one thing is for sure, that they'll always have somewhere to go. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Chris Kimani from UNEP. And thank you so much for the detailed presentation. And I want at this point to welcome each and every one of us that have questions. You may begin typing on our chat box the questions that you may have for Chris. For the next 10 minutes, we'll be handling the interaction. We'll be having the interaction section. We'll be having question and answer. So Karibuni, let me have those questions kindly. I'd want to, as we wait for the questions, I would want to read Edwin Advin's comment. So happy to hear Chris Kimani constantly acknowledging the role of the youth in the journey towards transforming our institutions into green economy and sustainability hubs. Very important. Thank you very much, Edwin Advin, for your comment. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for Chris Kimani from UNEP, kindly let us type them on the chat box. But if I would give a special opportunity also for someone who would want to speak, so you can raise your hand if you have a question or feedback for the same. Someone by the name Robert Washira Irongo saying, kindly, Chris, explain about challenges in climate law. Chris, if you can hear me, the question is, kindly explain about challenges in climate law. Aribo.
All right, thank you for that question. So I can maybe give you an example of something which, as an organization, we've been able to implement. When you hear about unleaded fuel, let me credit the country of Kenya, the government of Kenya, of supporting UNEP into pushing this law that was actually developed here and is actually being implemented globally. But of course, we do have challenges. One of the urgent environmental problems that we have is that the governments are actually struggling to develop an effective national regulatory response. So this is one of the things that actually advocates for a consultative process between the judicial or the legal frameworks for the governments and those developing those kind of laws, because there's something which will be easier to implement in one country, but will be of a challenge to implement in another country. So the national regulatory boards are the ones that we actually having challenges with. Maybe that one will address that.
All right, thank you very much. Hannah Bula saying, wonderful and very insightful presentation, Chris Kimani, on what the youth can do towards green economy and sustainable development. Thank you so much, Hannah Bula, for your feedback. Nyambura Sal, the question here is, could Chris share on where we can access the green toolkits, especially the little book of green nudges? Chris, if you can hear me.
Yes, I've just seen someone has shared a link. Yeah, but also just to echo this little book of green nudges, we provide webinars on it. We like to also invite you guys, when you find time, to create or schedule some time that you're available for us to present the little book of green nudges. We'll showcase our successes, we'll showcase our challenges, and we'll showcase our failures, because everything always has a positive and a negative. What I can say is that the positivity rate that has been taken up globally, not just within Kenya, but globally, is astounding, and it's very great. Back to you, Duncan.
All right, asante sana. And for those who don't come from Kenya, that means thank you very much. And I want to read now Caroline Derry's feedback. That was great, Chris. Please share some of the areas youth could plug in to partner with UNEP. Shortly, Chris.
Yep. Thank you, Carol, for that request. One of the areas that I will like to mention is about the Kenya Green University Network, which is currently being chaired by two individuals. I'm the current lead within UNEP, but I get support from Professor Ezal of Strathmore University and Professor Penina from Karatina University. So this network, we have been able to make headway And I will share a link. Let me just share my email so that you can also reach out and I can share more information on the kind of things that we have achieved through the network.
All right, thank you very much, Chris Kimani. We would want to move forward now if there are no more questions. Also, thanks, Chris, for sharing your email. You can definitely see the email on the chat box if you need to ask more questions, if you need more information to be sent to you. That is the email right there, chris.kimani@un.org. And thank you also, Edna Kimenjo, for sending the response that was from the concern that was earlier established. And now, without much ado, we would want to move to the next presentation. And speaking of Edna Kimenjo, who earlier texted that she was a student of the next speaker. The next speaker that we have right now is Professor Anne Talontar from the University of Leeds, a professor of sustainability and business, talking to us about embedding sustainability into higher education in the UK. And most importantly and most interesting to note is where it's a whole institution's approach. Thank you so much for joining us today, Anne Talontar.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I have some slides here. Is it best if I do it from my computer here, or would you? I think I sent them to Dr. Otieno. What would be the best? Should I just try first?
All right, we can be able to project them from our side.
It might be easier.
So okay, all right.
Excellent, thank you. Let's see if that will work.
Yeah.
Could you do it through? Could you use the slideshow? Because some of the connections won't work if you don't do it without the slideshow. You know, if you use the.
Are you able to see it?
I can't just at the moment. No.
Okay, just a minute. Just a minute.
Is it just having a think? I can just see the grid of faces at the moment. So we should be able to see a slide with the title, Embedding Sustainability into Higher Education in the UK, a whole institution approach. And as Duncan referred, my name's Anne Talontar. And I want to say thank you, well, obviously thank you for inviting me, and thank you to Dr. Otieno for finding me a few years ago and connecting us. And we connected through our students, didn't we? Which is always a great thing. Yeah. And it's wonderful to see Edna here as well today, Edna Kimenjo. Okay. So we connected to our students. So I think just following on from what Chris said earlier about the importance of the youth and the people who were, the students who we're working with, I think that's obviously why I'm here and what's inspiring me. So thank you to our students. Thank you to Dr. Otieno for inviting me, and also thank you to the other colleagues in the Kenyatta University for hosting myself and two of my colleagues when we visited a couple of years ago, when we were really trying to launch the whole Hedges idea, higher education for green economy and sustainability. My other thanks is to my colleagues at the University of Leeds. These slides have been, a lot of these slides have been produced by my colleagues at the University of Leeds in the sustainability service. So there's a professional service dedicated to sustainability, working with academics and colleagues right across the university. So I'm trying to emphasize the whole institution approach. But more particularly, what I've been asked to talk about today is the work on sustainable curriculum, and that is governed by the Leeds Sustainable Curriculum Working Group, which brings together colleagues and students from right across the university. I happen to be a professor of sustainability business in the Faculty of Environment, but we have people from right across the university involved in thinking about and implementing our sustainable curriculum approach. So And some of the photographs that you see in this first slide are illustrative of some of the things we're trying to achieve through this whole curriculum approach. And I'll explain the bicycles, hopefully, symbol of sustainable transport, but maybe some of the concrete structures with bits of green about them might not be quite so clear on why this is about sustainability. But if you saw those concrete structures 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, they wouldn't look quite so green. There wouldn't be the biodiversity that's around them now. And that's partly, that's through partnership working between students and staff to think about how can we make our campus more sustainable, more ecologically sound, but also how that can be an important learning environment for sustainability. And that'll be a theme through what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to give us a little bit of background about the university, and I have a very short video. Fingers crossed that works, but there's a connection on one of the slides, on the third slide with the video. I'm going to talk about what we mean by sustainable curriculum, looking at the courses, the living laboratory idea, and some foundational ideas. Think about how we're linking to community, and then looking to the future, building on the important climate principles. Obviously, we're looking forward to the COP26 and all trying to make a change, an important step change to adapt to and mitigate the effects of climate change. So, University of Leeds, it's in the UK. It's one of the older universities in the UK, established in 1904, but actually with roots before that, very much in the clothworking and textile industry. So we've got very strong industrial roots, and we're very keen to think about, yes, the academics, but also the skills and the professional development of our students as well. We're in Yorkshire in the north of England, one of the largest universities in the UK. We've got 38,000 students, not quite as big then as Kenyatta, which I think has got, I think somebody today or in my notes before, I've seen 80,000 students or something like that. We have alumni all around the world, including in Kenya. We have 9,200 staff from lots of different countries. So yes, we're rooted in the UK, but we have a very global outlook. So if we could move on to the next slide, please. So just to emphasize that we're trying to have this holistic and whole institutional approach to sustainability, and hopefully this video and the big blue on the, if you click on the blue square, we should be able to see the video. Oh, no, it's not working. Do you want to go back and see if have another go and see if the video will work? Oh, there's the link there as well. Thanks, Duncan. I'm making it complicated, but thought it might be used to have the video which celebrates some of the achievements. Oh, we're getting there on YouTube. Fantastic. Maybe if you could expand that to full screen.
Right.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Doesn't seem to want to hear the sound, but you can see some of the things that we're proud of in the last year or so, even though it's obviously been a really challenging time. These are the things, our commitment to reduce plastic, our efforts to try and help with the pandemic, and our medical staff getting, and our health services getting highly involved in supporting the National Health Service. The blueprint is how we work together to try and improve practices on campus. Got living laboratory projects, and I'll talk about those later. And I'll mention sustainability modules. This is about linking into communities where students go and help work with young people in local schools. And some people volunteer to support schools as governors, or through working with voluntary organisations. So we're planning, hoping for a new sustainability strategy, as we've got a new Vice Chancellor who's continuing the emphasis on sustainability, and I'm hoping that there's going to be a lot more we can do on sustainability, both in the curriculum and on campus and with our community in future years. So thanks. Unfortunately, there was some nice sound voiceover with that video and some nice sound, but I don't think it worked. So if we could go back to the slides. So as a university, we've made a strong commitment to sustainability, and we're trying to drive sustainability right across our operations on the campus, in our education, in the way we're working with the buildings management, working with student residences, a whole range of different operations and activities. And what we're trying to do, and we're obviously it's a journey, it's a very, and sometimes this can be quite challenging. We're trying to bring sustainability into all our decisions, influenced and inspired by and guided by the Sustainable Development Goals. And I should have mentioned on the previous slide with the video, we've got a link to our sustainability report, where we're not just saying, yes, we're going to do this. Yes, there's an important sustainability strategy that guides what we're doing, but we're also monitoring against all the SDGs as well. And that's an important commitment to check where we're going, what is our progress. It's an important journey that we all have to keep monitoring. So we're trying to equip everybody, all staff and students, with an understanding and enthusiasm for sustainability, so that we're all motivated and have a shared understanding of what the objectives are, the meanings of sustainability, linking it to understandings of green economy, linking it to ideas about green business, entrepreneurship, etc. And some of these things, we're not necessarily there yet, but because there's obviously different disciplines come at things from different angles. But that's also an important and interesting intellectual endeavor, but also, an important thing that we need to recognize the different contributions and then advance our thinking on what sustainable practices and education for sustainable development will be. So there's a lot of enthusiasm to have to that understanding of what sustainability will mean. And we want to make sure that we link this not just to greening and not just to the environmental aspects, but thinking about our social and civic responsibilities as well, in terms of where we are in Leeds, in Yorkshire. How do we relate to engage with our local community? Our students are living in that community and not always seen as the most welcome of neighbours. We have to make sure that we work in partnership with our local community, so we live in harmony and our students don't have a negative impact on the local environment, but also can be positive partners in society, which is one of our themes that we're trying to embed through our sustainability strategy. And some of that we want to think about at a global level, which is why I was so happy to be part of this Hedges initiative. Obviously, we do want to take our environmental responsibilities seriously. So one of our key objectives in our strategy is making the most of environmental resources on campus, making sure we use energy effectively. Our transport policy is as sustainable as it could be. So if we move on to the next slide. So really what I want to focus on in this presentation is the sustainable curriculum aspects, the educational side of things. There are many other things I could talk about. Like I mentioned, the blueprint was mentioned in this short video, which is more about on-campus practices to improve our day-to-day behaviours. But that's important, but I'm focusing today on the educational side of things. So what we've made as a commitment is that we will integrate sustainability into our learning programs, to all our masters and undergraduate programs, and also for our PhD students, so they all have an understanding of the importance of sustainability. Big commitment, big idea, not as easy to implement, but we're hopefully making some progress on that. Or we want to say that all students will leave the university knowing what sustainability is and how it applies to their discipline. Again, thinking about not just about what you might do in a facultative environment, but what you might also do in business, in engineering, etc. So how do we go about that? Let's move on to the next slide. Oops, yeah. So one way of thinking about our sustainable curriculum is through this pyramid. So that's how we, so I'm just checking my notes, my own notes here. Through this particular pyramid, where we have at the top specialist courses. So this is where there's usually sustainability in the title, courses that are specifically designed to be about sustainability. But we know that that is not the whole story. Not everyone is coming to choose to do a course on sustainability in business or sustainable food systems, for example, some of the courses that we have. At program level, people don't necessarily want to choose a module with a label sustainability, even though those are important, and for me those are very much the flagship courses. We also have, I've mentioned the word living laboratory, and also we encourage student research on sustainability. So our living laboratory is open to everybody and is really a key element of our sustainable curriculum approach. And I'll give you some examples of how we're using the campus as a way of encouraging learning and getting benefits for the campus managers, for the different parts of the university, the different university operations, as well as benefits in terms of learning for the students. We also have an annual conference about sustainable research, which I'll talk about in a little while. And at the bottom of our pyramid is embedding foundations across the curriculum. So whatever program you're in, we're hoping that you'll have some element of sustainability in your programs. And so we're training our educators, training our teachers, our lecturers about sustainability, and this is embedded in our professional development courses. And we're also offering what we're calling sustainability essentials training to everybody. So everybody in their role, whether you're working in the student residences, you're working in the laboratories, whether you're working in catering, you have an understanding of what some of the challenges are in sustainability and how you might go about in your day-to-day practice to change that. So I mentioned a few specialist courses that we have, and here's some examples. I've mentioned sustainability in business in the chat. We have Edna who's mentioned that. We have, and that's at master's level. So we have some courses on sustainability and consultancy, very focused on the skills that a consultant will need and geared to the needs of a client, but also rooted in a very technical understanding of what sustainability is. We have a master's program on climate change, and that links the science together with the understanding of policy. Brand new course that we have now is on sustainable business leadership, and that's going to be available online. So we're getting more and more thinking about different ways of delivering our courses so that the sustainability message can get to a wider range of people. We also have some undergraduate programs on sustainability and environment and business. And I think it's not very many universities in the UK that bring this explicitly at the undergraduate level. So those are the sort of program level, but we also have a number of modules that are specifically about sustainability, including this coded one here, SOE 1610, Introduction to Creating Sustainable Futures. And this is one of our flagship modules, whereas I think there's about 300 students doing this now, and they choose to do this in their first year as an elective. And we're trying to expand on that into different ways of mixing online and group work, so that we get the digital skills, but also that group learning and problem-based learning into their ways of working. Something that Dorcas mentioned was active learning, I think Chris did as well. And most of these programs that we're talking about have a strong element of problem-based learning, have a strong focus on getting groups of students to work together to deal with particular sustainability challenges in an interactive way. So if we move on to the next slide. So this is Living Lab. I've mentioned this a few times now, and I think this is found something that we've got and we're building on. And I was so excited when I went to Kenyatta about the space that was available that could be an opportunity for student projects. Maybe it's about, you know, enhancing biodiversity. Maybe it's about agriculture and food production. Maybe it's about the array of solar panels you had. You know, there's lots of learning to be had around some of the things on campus. And for us, it's the Living Laboratory brings together, it's not just about the learning from the students, but it's how it brings together students, academics and operational staff, and sometimes without external partners. And since we started this in 2017, we've had 111 Living Lab projects going on, and we were very pleased to win an award for our biodiversity monitoring program, Living Laboratory work, just earlier this year. I don't think I've got time to show that video, but I can put the link to that video in the link about what we were doing with that particular program. So if we move on to the next slide. So here's a couple of other examples of the Living Laboratory work that we've got going. So the picture on the left, which I think I had at the beginning, is the Roger Stevens pond. That pond was part of the 1970s architecture to cool. There was a cooling system. There was a cooling system for the big lecture theatre on the left, and it was very barren. There was nothing there. It was just a pool of water. And to be honest, for a student in the 1980s, it's something that you'd push your friends into, and it was full of rubbish sometimes. It wasn't very well looked after. Now, with work between the colleagues in geography and biology, they've put together some. They've made these little islands of green matter, grass, which is actually, you know, when it first started, it didn't look very much, but it's now created a wonderful environment to bring back the wildlife. And it's a very attractive location now. So there was a very important biodiversity inspiration and immediate impact. Excuse me. But it's also been an opportunity for. Sorry, I'm really losing my voice. It's also been an opportunity for, as it says in the text there, environmental monitoring and creating data dashboards that are then have been useful for student projects, but also then become data for students to manipulate, understand, do quantitative analysis in their modules. So so it's been a useful source of teaching materials, as well as a great opportunity for student research where they've been monitoring the wildlife, etc. Another one, ongoing Living Laboratory, which has been the hub for a number of other research projects, is about air quality. It started off, as it says, was monitoring the air quality from on transport routes, and sort of very much a sort of engineering / transport project, but it's led to much more. I've created some data sets, but it's also led to informing behaviours and informed the university level travel plan. We're encouraging more use of sustainable transport mechanisms for staff and students. And the picture that you can see with the three men there, they're holding these little air quality monitors that we can lend out to students to do some of their own data collection in different places as well. So great opportunities for the students, but also informing what we're doing on the campus in terms of how the campus is managed. So we move on to the next And I could give you many other examples. You know, the slide earlier said 117 projects, some of them been about food waste and behaviour change amongst students. It was interesting before about the nudges that Chris was talking about, getting students to eat more plant-based material. So the similar things that we're doing using nudge technology to try and eliminate waste, and that's been on the basis of some of food projects, student projects as well. So going to the bottom of my pyramid, I mentioned a Creating Sustainable Futures discovery module as well, but as one of our specialists, and that was created especially for you know, getting wider understanding of sustainability into our curriculum. But within what we're calling the discovery theme, there's more than 130 Creating Sustainable Futures discovery modules. Some of those weren't necessarily designed explicitly to be electives for everybody, but they've been made available within different schools and faculties as they've recognised there's an element of sustainability in there, and then they've been made available. They're curated by the Sustainable Futures discovery theme leader, who has audited the different modules around the campus available at undergraduate level, and then we've sort of made it, we've done a communications exercise with the students to try and say, this is why this module, selecting this elective module is beneficial to you, how that can help you with your skills development and supplement and enhance your existing program. So that's been an important conversation between the different schools offering the programs and the theme leader about sustainability. We also have discovery themes around science and technology as well, which obviously has an important interface with sustainability, also entrepreneurship. So we've had these 10 discovery themes, and I can't list them all at the moment, but sustainability is a key one. And something we're thinking about at the moment is making much more clear the interface between these different thematic areas and how they can all put forward and sustain our broader sustainable curriculum as we think about the new challenges for the challenges of the future. So annually we have over 6,000 students getting involved in these different modules about sustainability, and it's something that we want to think about how we get more of our students. I mentioned earlier we had 38,000. It'd be great, so we have some distance to go, but part of the way that we're going to be able to do that, if we move to the next slide, is, so the way we're going to be able to do that is through staff training. I think this is a theme that's coming through a lot of the presentations that we've talked about today. So what we offer at the moment is a compulsory sustainability in practice module. I think I called it the essentials module. It's been updated. We've got an environmental management system module to help make sure people, particularly in operational roles, have an understanding of sustainability. We have, in the last year or so, as we've all got to use digital tools a lot more effectively in our day-to-day work, we've become a university that is dependent on Microsoft Teams. We just use Microsoft Teams so much, and we've created a sustainability community Teams channel via Microsoft Teams that's really engaging people right across the university who are engaged in sustainability. And it's the sort of thing that I don't think we would have done as well before the pandemic. Just those little conversations and that social networking has been really important to get different members of staff working together on different aspects of sustainability. And what we're rolling out at the moment is the Staff Knowledge and Capacity Programme, and it's just much more attuned to the different roles that staff play, and to build up their knowledge and capacity in those different aspects. And one thing that we're going to do some more of is link that to training of our educators. So far it's been very much more of a general, all staff have a responsibility focus, and now we need to link that much more to our educators, which I'll mention in a slide or two. So if we go to the next slide, I just thought it would be useful to sort of step aside from our pyramid for a second, just to think about what we're doing on community. I think for me, a big challenge is how we embed our community work into our broader thinking about sustainable curriculum. But I thought it was worth mentioning the work that our students have been doing, as I say, to make sure that we have a positive impact on the community in Leeds, including recognising that some of the areas in Leeds which our students live are some of the poorer areas of the city, and making sure, and some of our students have been volunteering on food banks to make sure that people aren't hungry, particularly as people were losing their jobs during the pandemic. The other thing that we do in terms of community outreach is working with local schools, but I think that's probably worthy of a presentation all on its own. So I'll move on to our next slide, so which is really looking forward. So I think we've come a long way in terms of thinking about sustainable curriculum, and getting quite a lot of. We've had a commitment from the top to focus on sustainability. We've also had some bottom-up work from building on the sustainability modules and getting more and more people interested in that. But looking forward, we've got different levers in which that we're using to push forward the agenda, and one of them is obviously responding to the challenge of climate change. And it was this was a commitment for the university to think about not just the promotion of sustainability teaching, but also thinking about our impacts more broadly on climate, and trying to work towards net zero carbon footprint, orientate ourselves for our research and teaching away from the fossil fuel sector. And number 4 I've put in bold is the important one about having the opportunity to learn about sustainability. So again, it's that reinforcing that commitment, yes, through sustainable curriculum and our sustainability strategy, but also linking it to our climate plan as well, and making sure that these two things work together in harmony. So if we move to our next slide. So looking forward, so we've got another pyramid here. I had before the pyramid with the specialist modules at the top, living lab at the middle, and foundational work and training at the bottom. And what moving forward we want to do is make sure that these things connect a lot more. So this is a proposal for a project where we're going to further embed education for sustainable development into our activities, so taking it through to the next level. So building on our education for sustainable development knowledge and experience, not only in the content of the teachers, but not just in the content of those programs, but also thinking about the educators who are really interested in sustainable development. How can we learn from them, those people at the top who are teaching those programs, to inform the training and development that's happening at the bottom of our pyramid, that training and professional development. So there's a bit of research to be done to do some engagement, not just auditing those modules, but also doing some action learning with those deliverers of those modules and programs to understand the content of what they're teaching, but also how they're teaching. Thinking about the action learning methodologies, thinking about the problem-based learning methodologies, that's really important in those programs. The other thing is to bring into this training and further professional development is better understanding of how the living laboratory works. So we've got some fantastic examples of student-led projects, co-curricular activities that are benefiting the campus. What would be useful to think about is how just basically think about much more about the how we're doing that, just with a view to upscaling that, but also to think about linking that much more to skills and understanding the skills that students are learning, again using an action learning approach to unpicking these, to think about what are those skills, make them much clearer, so then we can embed that into the training, but also bring that up again into our what I call our flagship courses. So this is an agenda for the future at Leeds, because I think it's important to say, well, I think I'm very proud of what we've achieved, but I think there's a lot more we can do. So just starting to wrap up with some reflections. This is, the challenge in lots of these things is the coordination and the resources. I think we've been lucky to have a sustainability service of professional sustainability staff who are working with academics, but they're actually a very small team. So they've done a great job, but the challenge has been getting that coordination across the 9,000 staff, the 7 faculties, the 40 odd schools, and getting that, shared thinking. So it's still a challenge, but we've done some successful things, but it's still a challenge. And obviously resourcing is always an issue. So the more we can do things efficiently, the better. And part of the challenge of being in a big organization is understanding the competing priorities and also the different understandings of sustainability. That's a challenge, but also could be an important opportunity to take it forward as we enhance our understanding of what sustainability means for different disciplines. And also an important challenge has been the changing landscape. Yes, COVID, also what the regulators are looking for, the funding that's available also creates some challenges. I think some of the success factors that we see has been the leadership and direction, and also the cross-university governance. So I've mentioned the sustainability service providing professional leadership. We have some leading academics who have been, chairing the cross-university sustainable curriculum working group, and that's been really important to have that direction and governance that brings in voices from right across the university. Partnership working has been really important between students and staff and academics and professional staff, and seeing, there's a parity of esteem across those. So a view and an idea from a student is as welcome as is from any member of the academic staff, and recognizing the important skills of the professional staff in this as well has been really important. Another success factor, and I think this is one we can develop further, is linking sustainability to skills and making sure that it's not just about the content, because some of our debates about different understandings of sustainability have been about, oh, well, my definition is different to yours, or what's the difference between climate education and sustainability education? And we need to reconcile some of that. But importantly, I think linking sustainability to skills has been really important. And I think what we've done quite well, and I think we could do better at, is underpinning our action by the scholarship of sustainability, including a good understanding of what education sustainable development really means. We've been benefited in the UK by having some guidance documents, which are probably inspired by UNESCO and UNEP, on what are the benchline requirements for a sustainable curriculum. So we're benefiting from that. I should have said that in terms of the success factors. So to wrap up, I think we go to the last slide. I think we made a lot of progress, but as I say, there's lots of opportunities to further embed sustainability in the university. Our climate plan is really got a strong educational element, so that's going to help reinforce the need for a whole institutional approach. What we've got going at the moment, and it links to the colourful pyramid that I just showed you in terms of where we're going with the professional development for educators, is that we have a very big curriculum transformation project just launching, where sustainability and global citizenship are quite important. Duncan, you've just raised your hand. Is there an issue?
Professor Anne, if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Right. We are already running a bit late now.
Okay, this is it. Last slide. I was going to say thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll be having the questions. So I wanted to interrupt you shortly and I request everybody who has questions to begin writing them down so we can also save on time. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Timekeeping's not always my forte. So I was just saying we've got this opportunity to take this forward, and I really welcome doing that in partnership with our partner in Hedges. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a round of applause to in your own unique way, of course, without making actual noise. There's a way we do it here, and of course, making sure that we appreciate Professor Anne Talanta for giving us that wonderful speech on on embedding sustainability into higher education and how the different departments and schools can come together to make sure that we get to champion for green economy. And now to the questions. If you have questions, we'll begin directing them to Professor Talantaya right about now, so we can be able to move quickly before time overtakes us. So if you have any questions, kindly type them very fast on the chat box so we can be able to move forward. And yeah. And shortly, we shall be having Martha Cheruto, Deputy CEO at KEPSA, who will be talking to us about green business and sustainability for the next 20 minutes from noon all the way to 12:20. Then we shall have another short interaction section, and we shall be moving forward. So if you have any questions, kindly type them, and if you feel like you will need to ask a question verbally, kindly raise your hand. We can give you a chance to talk to Professor Anne. Thank you. Right, I'm waiting for those questions, kindly. Innocent Osoro Ngare, Dr. Innocent saying great presentation, Prof. Anne. Thank you so much, Doc, for your feedback. Also, I'll be inviting Dr. Hannah Bola shortly, so she can also help us with this facilitation for the next topic, and also who will be welcoming us and our guest to the next. Edna Kimenjo asking, is the sustainability program you were sharing about last just tailored to just educators? Professor Anne, kindly.
I'm not, Edna, do you want to clarify what you mean? Is she able to? So the program that we're looking forward to, the Curriculum Redefined project is it's going to try and look at the content of all our programs and how we teach. So we're involving, when we say educators, I said it was transforming educators. It's lecturers, but also people in our professional services. So our people in the careers team as well, and our library service, and let me think of others in the student support service, and also working with our student union. So we're trying to think of different ways of bringing all of those different people involved. So that's looking forward.
Is that linked to the online? Hi.
Hi.
Is that linked to the online one you were talking about, the leadership one?
No, that's more specific. That's going to be available through Pearson. So one of the big online providers.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I think it's something we are looking to do more of with my colleague who's just been appointed as the Dean for Global Development. Is we'll be looking to do some work in partnership to think about how we can use digital education to support the agendas we've been talking about, but not recognizing we can't do it by ourselves. It will be with partners, particularly if we want to have active learning on the ground as well as complementing the digital. So there'll be something interesting to talk about there. I see Dr. Otieno is asking how we develop the strategic plan on the sustainability strategy. So I think that started by really bottom up, facilitated by the Sustainability Service, but they had workshops going across campus, trying to bring together people at different schools and different faculties and different services to have a visioning activity to think about what would sustainability mean for them, and that kind of led to the priority areas. So obviously curriculum being a key one of it, but also different ways that we could collaborate with external partners, thinking about being a positive partner in society, so that community interaction, as well as the environmental management aspect. So they became the 4 priority areas within the sustainability strategy. But it came up from workshops, the sort of workshops in the room where you've got lots of post-its on the wall and people are, working through scenarios, prioritizing, and it was very much that bottom up. Then that was put together into documents that were shared with key decision makers, and then there was obviously convincing the Vice Chancellor and their committee about that this was the way to go forward. But I think that was also supplemented by external reports, as I say, the sorts of work the UNESCO's doing, UNEP's doing, our quality assurance framework in the UK. All of those things were used as important resources to say this is the way we should be going, to bolster the bottom-up approach. So I think if we had my colleague Louise Ellis in the room, who Dr. Otieno and a few others met a couple of years ago when we visited, she could give you much more detail about the steps, but that was the broad approach.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Ann, for the feedback from the questions. And if you have any more questions, I think we will share them much later. Dr. Beryl saying thank you. Thank you very much for joining us, Professor Ann. And now we want to move over to a very interesting third segment where we're handling the topic of green skills for green jobs. And for this segment, I'm going to invite Dr. Hannah Bula from the School of Business, Kenyatta University, to welcome Martha Cherito, who is the Deputy CEO for the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, welcome to our segment on green skills and green jobs. Yeah, and at this point in time, I would like to have the privilege and honor to invite Martha Cherito, who is the Deputy for KEPSA. But before we get into that, we all know that universities and academic institutions play a very important role in terms of churning out skills that are required for employability. And so we want to get into this engagement to get to know what are these green skills that would be really needed for the green jobs. Briefly, it would be important for me to say something about Martha. So Martha is a seasoned engineer with a wealth of experience in both public and private sector. She has a very good track record in terms of contributing to the overall growth strategy of organizations. She's a highly accomplished person in advocacy, coordination of project activities, stakeholder management, public policy formulation, private sector sustainable development, climate change, green growth, and government relations. She has co-chaired 2 national task forces, spearheading development of climate change policy, Climate Change Act of 2016, and the Green Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan. As a certified energy manager, she's been very instrumental in adopting energy efficiency and conservation on a national scale. So let me have the honor and the privilege to welcome Martha Cheruto to make her presentation. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I hope I am loud enough. Thank you. Good afternoon, Prof. Hi, Daktari. How are you, Dr. Beryl? So thank you, everyone. We are honored to be part of this discussion today and listening in from the beginning to this moment. It has been insightful and just appreciating the discussions going on sustainability and green jobs, talking about everything around how do we go green and how do we ensure that we are all sustainable in everything that we do, even particularly from the education perspective. So first, we acknowledge everyone and also thank you for calling on to us to join this discussion, and also special appreciation to Dr. Otieno Dorcas. We have worked together before in the task forces you've highlighted. So this is something that we have done since say early 2014 to right now, that we're seeing the discussions taking shape and also becoming deeper through and we did the Green Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan. So having chaired that committee and having Dr. Beryl with us during that moment was a great discussion. So what I'll start doing is just giving a background of informing the whole team that is about KEPSA, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, so that we can appreciate where we are coming from and how we fit into the space of sustainability, is that KEPSA is the apex umbrella body of the private sector. So we are bringing in corporates, we are looking at SMEs, we are looking at multinationals, we're also looking at trade associations, we're looking at professionals, and anyone within the private sector space becomes our member, either directly through being our member directly or through being a member of an association within the private sector. Therefore they become our indirect members. And our main aim is to enable us speak with one voice to the government, development partners, and other stakeholders, and just trying to say that we want a conducive business environment when we are doing our business, and what policies and the legal framework. So we advocate for a better conducive environment, and we are also targeting, we want our businesses to be competitive because our markets are beyond Kenya, and now that we have the Africa Free Continental Free Trade Area, then that one enables us to sell and even export our goods and services within the continent as one. So looking at that space, and then what we're asking everyone who is in the policy space is, what policies do we need to have, and how can we make them as competitive as possible to enable us be in that one? To do our business, we're also looking at investments, what opportunities are available. So we ask the local investors to expand and even reach out to other opportunities. At the same token, we also ask external investors to come to Kenya and invest, because through that investment, then we have jobs, so we can do creation. There's wealth creation that comes in, there job opportunities, and therefore we grow the economy on double digits. So when speaking from that perspective, and the program that we have is about capacity building, mentorship, and we're also looking at linkages, we're looking at coaching, we're looking at finances. But then the question begs, how sustainable is it? Do we incorporate sustainability? And this year in 2021, we identified 5 pillars. I'll highlight the 5 pillars that we chose as private sector, especially in building back better, particularly after the pandemic, or even recovering from the pandemic, because we saw the impact it had. Then it was negative to a certain portion of business, but at the same time it provided opportunities for other businesses to come in, and online became the new norm of doing business. So the first pillar was public-private dialogue, and this is, we look at competitiveness for businesses, and therefore we engage government through the different platforms that we have. So we have several sector boards whereby we mirror government ministries. So like now, the sector board that we'll be discussing, say Environment Matters, is the Environment Sector Board. We also have now Matters Energy, so we have the Energy and Extractive Sector Board. And even the education, we have a sector board dedicated to education, whereby we now look at the entire, we're looking all the way from primary to from the basic to the tertiary education. So that is the sector board that we discuss matters education. And then we now have others, transport, sports, tourism. So the entire, like about 16 sector boards is a platform that we use when we engage in government, and it has levels. So we have the ministerial roundtables. Then we also have the Senate, because it is about policy and laws being created. Then we also engage the two houses of parliament. So we have the National Assembly Speakers Roundtable. We engage the House committees on the same. We also engage the Senate and even the departmental committees on matters, policy, and bills that we feel need to be legislated or need to be reviewed or amended, or when we feel that we need a new bill on certain aspects for growth of business. Then we also have a session with the Chief Justice. So all this is just to give where do we fit all this in. So even with the Chief Justice is about the justice system, and seeing how that when we have a good justice system in the country, then businesses can prosper, because wherever there is a conflict, then there's a place you can take your issues and it will be resolved in a very efficient manner. We also have sessions with the highest office, that is the presidency, and that one now, it is the last point of our engagement on matters public-private dialogue with them. So we have that, and with our development partners. Now, the other pillar that would still come in and associated with when we're looking at enterprises is matters business hub, where we're looking at SME development. How do we grow them? What opportunities are available for them? And then even economic diplomacy, because I've spoken about markets, external markets, and the opportunities and trade agreements in those markets. The third one was on social pillar, where we are looking at the youth and women, and the previous speaker also spoke about it. I think Chris also highlighted the role of the youth, so that is a perspective that we're also looking at from the business perspective. Then we have governance. Governance is critical in all this space as we do our businesses, and when we're going green, then governance comes in also very strongly. As we are transitioning also government, then governance comes in, so we're looking at that and appreciating and telling our leaders this is what the private sector needs when they're doing business. And finally, which now I'll be highlighting as we discuss this, is a sustainability pillar. So the sustainability pillar focuses on climate change, it focuses on green economy, it focuses on blue economy, it also focuses on the sustainable development goals. And because we look at the entire all the sectors for the economy, then we came up also with a project called the Sustainable Inclusive Business, whereby we are integrating and asking businesses to ensure that as part of their strategy, they discuss sustainable practices or principles in their business. We're also looking at the progressive principles. We're looking at circular economy and asking businesses, could you ensure that your business is green? One is also is being in the circular, because remember the advantages of going circular is that you will also lessen it on the raw materials, because your end product becomes a raw material to the other or the waste. We're also looking at matters e-waste. How do we manage waste? Because there's so much e-waste currently, but how do we transform that? And those are the opportunities within the business perspective that we can all look at. The other thing that I wanted us to also just appreciate and see, and was about the opportunities that are there, because we are from now the ones who are currently in this platform, the majority from the education sector. Then the skills that are required, number one, is appreciation of what sustainability is. And I remember Dr. Dorcas talked about it, those three principles of profit, people, and planet. So that has to be embedded in all sectors, even those who are in the health discussions or health sector, because it still affects everyone. The other thing that we are also asking is, then from there, what other skills do we need? The ones that are currently in the market, majority of them have already graduated from tertiary, and now they're in business, and now it is like they're retrofitting. That is not directly from the design perspective, but now we are shifting it to the design perspective, that anyone who wants to do a business has to appreciate, either whether you're in economics, whether you're in manufacturing, whether you're in the teaching fraternity, whether you're in health, whether you're in transport, then what is sustainability aspect in that sector? I can use one, and that will now open up for the others. So the skills I can look at, say, in the energy sector. Energy sector is the one that is known, or it is mentioned that we use fossil fuels, but we're now moving to the renewable energy discussion. What skills are required? We need those ones who will know how to design, appreciating the design. So those are the skills that we're looking at. We're looking at those ones who will be able to install. the new systems that are discussed. We are looking at those ones who will come and also do the maintenance. So have we embedded that in our curriculum? Then there's also those ones who will come and audit. So energy auditing has also become and taken shape because we even have regulations now that are requiring of people to get into that space. So how have we ensure that people get the skills? The other one that I'm also bringing in as much as carbon. Remember, even when we go into the environment or discussing forestry, like now the country has moved and having the REDD+ strategy, forest conservation is coming up. Everyone is talking about carbon credits, talking about carbon sinks. What can we do to ensure that as this becomes the new norm, do we have those skills? So within the curriculum development, that comes in very strongly, that we will need people who appreciate the concept of carbon. When we move into agriculture, we are talking about smart agriculture. Now, what is being smart? We are used to rain-fed agriculture, but then at the same time, there's also irrigation. So smart agriculture is also appreciating and enabling people to know that certain species of crops grow in a certain area, and this particular, say, in terms of forestry, the species that excel very well in other places than others. So it is an appreciation of what species are there and are required in a certain, so it is appreciation of the climate and the skills that are required is what species match a certain climate. When we move into manufacturing is also, so you're looking at the entire process. And this one, when I come to manufacturing, I'll also look at the people within procurement. The skills with them is now appreciating that when you're procuring something, you're only not looking at the cost of something, you're looking at its sustainability and the efficiency of that product. So if they're going to buy a motor, and a person from engineering or the operations perspective has asked for an energy efficient motor, which is more costly than the standard or the normal motor, then you want the procurement person to understand that you don't only look at the cost or the buying price, but you're looking at the long-term cost and matters the operations and maintenance of that product. Someone also in financing, so that when they are going to buy, they appreciate why the operations manager is asking for a higher cost of a product than what they're used to, and then they can move in. Then now you're looking at the entire process, so you need the engineers to appreciate what greening manufacturing is all about. You need the supervisors, even when they're cleaning, and especially I want to highlight something that is now appreciation in terms of usage, is even those ones who are going to use compressors. We see people in the industry just using compressors and try the compressed air to remove dust. But they need to understand that that is a cost to them, and it is a cost to an organization, and it's not sustainable. So those are some of the skills I was looking into. Now, in matters education, even we look at it from the perspective, if I am the lecturer, then I need to look at the entire chain. If I am, say, in the physics, or I'm now in the environment perspective, or I'm in also now, there's also a perspective coming in from the research and design. Some of the questions or what we are also lacking in this country is research. If we can put in more money in the research and asking us to develop what is there or what we want to see like other countries, and even the next 10 years and thinking long term, in the next 10 years, what do we need? Right now we're talking about batteries. We're also moving in transport, we're going to electrical vehicles, to electric vehicles. What do we need in this country? In the engines discussion, what are the types of engines that we need? In the crops, we've seen universities coming up with various types of species. So R&D comes in very critical on that. Then environment, I think I spoke about it, administrative, even service industries. For those in the tourism, if you notice, the world is also moving, and even in aviation and in the flower industry, on matters of climate change. How do they calculate and tell their visitors, by the time you're coming to my hotel, this is the amount of carbon we have emitted, and this is how we are going to offset it through either planting trees or growing trees, or this is what we are doing as an organization. We're using bicycles and all that. The other thing that I also want to highlight is matters the public-private partnerships, the PPPs. So there's always a tripartite that I use when we're discussing this matters, is we're looking at government, we're looking at the private sector, and we're looking at the academia. So the government will give us policies and they'll give us legislation, and that is the strength of government. So as private sector, we will be implementing those solutions and saying that these policies are, this is the gain we're going to gain from them, or this is what we need new. But then the role of academia now comes in and this is where the private sector, we're telling the academia, this in terms of online, could we teach our students on how to do their businesses online? Because it is a very good way. It is also one way of becoming green because there's no transport, so there's no emitting fuel when you're going, so there's no emissions of that. There's less time spent. So you have people working and there's efficiency and there's effectiveness. And now in matters also R&D, we're looking at technology. What technologies can the education, the academia provide in terms of also research that could hasten things or processes that take, say, 3 hours to 1 hour or 2? And those are the technologies we're looking at. And then now embedding and mainstreaming sustainability on the curriculum, that every curricula has a topic on sustainability related to it, every course. Because once they have that, then it becomes a culture that all of us speak matters sustainability right from the beginning. Then now there's also awareness creation that I will bring in, whereby we're looking at what opportunities are available and how do we hold these forums. So as a private sector organization, we usually have forums and we train people. We've also had projects like we've done in the coast, showing those on the coastal side how they can turn the waste into money. So it is looking at they can remove the waste, recycle, and still generate value out of it. So those are the programs that I thought I would share, and just to inform that those are the perspectives that we're looking at. And then that I said is also within the sports. We noticed something also in the sports. Sports is now matching the two. Yes, we are used to the country as running, but then there's a perspective that we brought in the sports team, because also the education comes into it. Sustainability from the perspective of running or cycling. So instead of asking them just to go through the normal or the conventional ways, is now converting the sports and taking the angle of sustainability. That by the time I'm cycling around the East Africa, like what we did recently, this is the number of days I took, and I planted trees along all these the East African communities. So you can see we are incorporating sustainability discussions within the usual or the normal or the conventional sports that are available within that space. So those are the items, and then maybe something that I just wanted to highlight, and I remember when what has been leading us to all this is the definition we got from the International Labour Organization, where they're talking about green jobs. And they're saying that they are the decent jobs in any economic sector which contribute to preserving, restoring, and enhancing environmental quality by improving, say, energy, raw materials, and even water efficiency. And according to UNEP, the other definition that we also got about matters green jobs is that their positions either in energy, we're looking at agriculture, we're looking at R&D, they're looking at manufacturing, there's administrative, there are services, service activities aimed at substantially preserving or restoring environmental quality. So all this now comes back to the courses at school or even at the higher education platforms. Once we look at this, what it means in terms of preserving the environment, in terms of quality, we look at sustainability, we're looking at efficiency, then it brings us to that, ensuring that it is mainstreamed in the curriculum, and then we develop the PPPs. And even our commitment now that we are here with the majority from KU is that it would be nice for us to sit, because at the Education Sector Board, we would ask ourselves, what is it that we would want to see? What support would be required, or what else can we do together? Now that you're in that, is it a way, do you want us to do a study together on what else we can develop, having the green assessment reviewed? It matters the toolkit that the toolkit, I remember that one is also something that I wanted to know. Those are some of the skills in terms of growing the IT skills, that there are so many tools coming in, and even development of apps. What apps can people be taught? Even those ones in the IT department, we can train our students on developing apps to capture the different parameters within sustainability or even green economy. That now becomes their job, because it is part and parcel. You're looking for employment while you're also promoting self-employment. And even those in the legal platforms, we've seen environmental lawyers, we've seen people coming in to discuss, saying like now ADRs that are there. So all these are the opportunities and the skills that we need from school as they transition to the market, and both sides. When they can be employed when they have them, or they can set up their own organizations and become sustainable and even efficient on their way, and even become as innovative as possible. So giving them innovative skills within as during their study time gives them an opportunity to get into the green economy space, and then we continue asking them to read as much as they can. I think I would like to leave it at that. As I highlight and mention, it would be good for us to also incorporate the strategies that had been highlighted within the climate change policy framework. They have some of that. We have the Climate Change Act, the role of the private sector from it, and even everybody in terms of mainstreaming climate change and everything. So it would be good for us to implement it. And even the Green Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan has some strategies that every sector can pick from there and implement it. And those are the skills that will be enabling us to achieve a green economy pathway in this country. Thank you, Dr. Bula.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, very good and long speech on green skills and the green jobs. Thank you, Martha, for that. We appreciate what you're doing at KEPSA. I will have one question for you, and then I will open the floor for the rest to engage you. And probably if you have the chats, questions, you can put them on the chat so that I can read them to Martha. Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the 5 pillars that you're engaging in terms of dialogue, business, in terms of social pillar, governance, and sustainability. Yeah, I also appreciate that you have good strategies to be able to link with the different sectors. But my question is, much as we have already identified either through ILO or your interaction with other stakeholders like UNDP about the skills needed to green the economy and sustain development, what frameworks do you have to be able to actualize this? And that is one. So what frameworks do you have to be able to actualize this, particularly in the education sector, where we are really concerned about the greening of the economy and sustainability? And much as you're talking about the curriculum, what initiatives are you taking as KEPSA to be able to ensure that in the business world, people are able to comply with the green economy initiatives? Do you have a policy framework to ensure that the green economy is sustained? And are there incentives that could be able to enhance this in terms of like the way we have the Company of the Year award, like the COIA awards? Do you have an initiative whereby you can be able to, motivate and recognize businesses that have been very responsive in terms of green economy and sustainability? Yeah, that is my question. Yeah, then let me, do you want to go first or pick a couple of questions and then respond to them?
I think we can pick and then I can respond to all.
Yes, so kindly put up your questions on the chat platform so that I can be able to pick them, pull them out and give them to Martha. Okay, I'm still waiting for the chats. I think as we wait, you can go on, Martha.
Thank you for the question. Yes, there are several things that we do. So under the sector board, now the education sector board, we also have like now the TVETs, and we have the tertiary education and the higher education subcommittees. So this is what we do within these subcommittees is, we also look at the challenges that are currently possible, and then we usually develop a matrix. So that is something that we follow through. What do we need to do, and develop a work plan, and now engage either the universities directly or even the Ministry of Education on those items that we are looking at. So those are the ways we manage in terms of ensuring that there is a sustainability approach whereby things are raised or there's something that we want done, but we ensure that the work plan is implemented. Then the other thing that we also do is also partnering with universities. There are several universities we've partnered with, and we engage them. So you will find we'll have conferences together we'll engage to also identify what, say, the research is required. We also do we place internships. So there's also internships that we work with. So we get organizations to come in and tell us the placement opportunities they have with in the organizations, and we ask universities to also give us and tell us the students that would be required to get into those spaces. So at least that one is one way that we see in terms of ensuring there is continued discussions or collaborations with these institutions. Now, the other thing that maybe I just also want to highlight is there's also been a perspective that we gave in terms of financing. Like now, if I use the cost project, and we're also calling it cost because it is also creating opportunities and elevating poverty through sustainable trade. So what we did is we got a group of youth and women, took them through a training, and then gave them some money, some seed money. So they were taken through developing business proposals, then they were given a certain seed money. So that seed money would help them start their business, and then we monitor, because we also do monitoring and evaluation of what they're doing, see how it is, and we've seen them grow their businesses from others starting rightfully from scratch. We make sure they're registered, because we also need them to follow the entire process of law and then monitor. So there's some perspective of financing. And when we also did financing, like now during the pandemic, we noticed businesses could not really sustain. So we also had an opportunity to fund SMEs and even train some of them on e-commerce. So we trained them on e-commerce and even moving online. And part of the businesses we trained are those ones within the sustainable. So either those ones within the waste management, we are seeing those ones within the energy management, we're seeing manufacturers also to enabling them sell their products. So that's one way that we incorporate it. On incentives, yes, there have been one thing that we are pushing for, or what we also ask, is in terms of tax incentives. And if you remember, when you look at the Finance Act, we also look at how do we ensure, like now matters to do with electric vehicles, is we're asking government, could we have some tax, either zero rating or tax exempt, even if we've seen before for solar, that had been happening before. We've also asked, like now for RED Plus, that is part of the discussion currently. What do we need within this space to ensure that that businesses are moving towards the green side? Awards, there are very many awards. We have seen that also working together with government. There have been some awards under Net Fund. I know there is also an award coming up, and it will be opened soon on sustainability awards. So we want to see how our organizations playing the sustainability story. In energy, there is the Energy Management Awards, and this is done by the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, who is our member, together with the Ministry of Energy. And it is appreciating industries that are incorporating energy management principles within their work. So it is purely the entire process. How sustainable are you? On matters water, it is not energy, it is water and wastewater. Have they done water audits? Have they done energy audits? Have they trained people? Do they have a team within the organization? So you can see it is a whole discussion around it. And then we've also seen the Sustainable Development Goals Awards. Last year, there are various organizations that won on the scene. So those are opportunities that we see for industry or for the business community that they can participate in, and it sells them within this whole country, and even it becomes a brand that whenever you're going outside this market, then when you discuss you're a green person. When we look at the flower industry, the flowers right now, they also talk about the emissions. They talk about, you see them talking about how green they are in terms of whether they're using sunlight or if they're doing greenhouse gases, how are they looking at, are they installing solar with it, how's their irrigation patterns. So there's all that in terms of reporting. And it is still something that we're doing for sure, Dr. Bula, in that we still have much to do. And we are really trying now to capture and asking businesses, you're doing all this, particularly people do it on CSR, but then are you able to quantify? And then there are sustainability reports that we also pick. So when we're speaking to government, we're telling them on our sustainability initiatives, this is what we are doing. And you've seen recently, we've seen various, like I can mention 2 organizations. Safaricom has come up with it. They recently launched a sustainability report. We've seen EABL talking about their sustainability. So it's something that we hope to see the entire private sector talking about it. Yes, thanks.
Great. Yeah, let me read some comments before I ask you one more and probably invite other people to engage you. Edna Kimenju says, an aspiration goal is to have all the products sold in the supermarkets to be green or sustainable. Are there any initiatives in place pushing for more green products that are at retailing scale? That is Edna Kimenju. You may want to respond to that. And Peter Mwangi says, first he appreciates, Peter Wangai first appreciates your presentation. He says, thanks Martha for the excellent and informative presentation. And the question is, to what extent is KEPSA involved in eco-labeling processes? To what extent is KEPSA involved in eco-labeling processes? Yeah, you may want to respond on those two.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for the feedback and the compliments. Yeah, so in terms of ensuring that products are green, is that the biggest perspective is now sharing information, because majority would do things from the perspective of it is our duty as an organization to just do things as CSR. Now remember, the CSR perspective was more of donation or the last minute approach. So what organizations have now done, they're calling it corporate sustainable, corporate social investment. So it is an investment, and it becomes an intended action. So you'll find organizations coming up with that CSI activities, and majority incorporate sustainability in it. The second perspective that we're doing is also now having them report, because some do items, but they don't know how to qualify them as green. You'll find you're modifying your processes, but it would be initially from the perspective of, I want to cut down costs. But you see, the aspect of cutting down cost already, and you're improving a process, while you improve it, it also comes into matters green. And you'll find even the switch of fuel. So you'll find someone moving from, like now, boiler, leaving a fossil fuel boiler and coming into a biomass boiler. But for them, the perspective is first, it is about cost. But then there's the other perspective where you want someone to appreciate that, yes, it could be from cost perspective, but it has a perspective on green. So it is that sensitization that we really want to put across, and that is why we are currently having even sessions, we're having forums and engaging with different partners on the discussion of sustainability. So making people aware. Then the other strategy that we're doing is ensuring incorporation of all these principles within the government framework or the legal framework. Like now, when we have the guessing, and we're asking the private sector to mainstream green economy principles, that means anyone who is within that space, that is the guideline that they're going to use. If you look at the act, or when you're looking at even the policies, that alone sets the platform. Even the regulatory framework enables the private sector to pick it. When we talk about ensuring that an organization does an energy audit, that is one way already of making sure that the private sector incorporates it directly. So it is continued engagement, continued dialogue, continued discussions, and even showcasing. So you'll find exhibitions being done, and we do this with, like now we've even, with different organizations when we partner with them, is having a showcase. Could we showcase the different technologies that are there? So having these forums for people to appreciate what is happening and seeing the benefits. I've seen also within the private sector where we have exchange visits. And the exchange visit is you're seeing one organization being taken to another for them to go and see what the other company is doing on matters green, and then they will pick best practices. So you showcase best practices, and that is one way that we have done, and we still feel there's more that we're doing, and that is, again, the tool that we are talking about, monitoring. Could you have a place to report it? There's so much people are doing. But then where can you document it? Because when you document it and now you analyze it, you will start feeling the impact of what you're doing. The other one that has come up is on matters eco-labeling processes. What we've done so far as from our membership, we know our members are involved in this process. So it is involved, we get involved through our members. Remember also as KEPSA, we work through associations. So our associations, who are the organizations and who are members of KEPSA, are the ones who are taken in within that process, and even now engaging any other, like now all the agencies with KEBS, we are looking at the matters of Ministry of Industrialization, Trade. So that is how we get involved, and directly and indirectly through the associations. And maybe it's something that we could also get ideas, since we're on the platform with very qualified and professionals. So it would be nice to also get feedback and what else we can do to just ensure that this discussion moves around. Yeah.
Thank you, Martha. Yeah, it's no longer corporate social responsibility, but it's corporate social investment. Thank you very much. And Talantai says very interesting, especially on the flower sector and hearing about the growth in sustainability reporting. So she says, thank you, Martha. All right, so I guess that the rest will be able to follow them later. And maybe you may just take 1 minute to respond to Innocent Osorengare as welcome the next presenter. He says, you mentioned about academia involvement in some of your sustainability models, other than TVET's proposed teaching. How do you inculcate some of these sustainability programs along professionals to lecturers in universities? You may want to respond. Yeah, just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you for the questions also. Because we also, part of our membership are professionals. We have this in the architectural, we have the accountants, we have engineers. So all those professional societies are part and parcel of us. We have this one from environment. So one thing is by them being our members, and through the network forums that we have and the sensitization forums through the capacity building programs, that is one way of inculcating sustainability. For universities, we've also had MOUs with several universities, and others are our members. So it is a way where we also engage with them directly and ask, what activities do you want us through the MOU? What is it that you'd want KEPSA to support you in, and what would you want us, and what are we looking for from these universities? So it is also a bilateral discussion, and it would be good to know which other university, because we are open to all, and I think we'll actually reach out to this team and see if, especially UNESCO and also KU, how else would you want KEPSA to support this discussion within KU and under the UNESCO discussions. So it is open to that perspective, and we customize our services and our structures or activities based on the client that we engage in. So I think with that, as you said, I can close just to say, we say thank you very much for having us and having this really good discussion. And it is our prayer that this will be sustained for generations. And these are the small, the little things that we make in differences that we will be doing for the generations to come. Because sustainability is all about tomorrow and the years to come. And therefore, when we start from the school perspective or from the student perspective, and if it can go all the way to the basic discussions, to the basic education, then we know that our future is bright. And I would finish with the word from Professor Wangare Maathai. She said it is in the little things that we do that makes the difference. So this discussion already is the little thing that we're doing in terms of the sustainability discussion. And I really congratulate and commend the team behind this, and also Dr. Otieno and her team, and maybe take this discussion further. And we look forward to engaging you more and seeing how we can ensure that everybody becomes a sustainability and green economy champion. Asante sana and good day. God bless.
Thank you very much, Martha. Listening to you talk and bring out the passionate issues about green sustainability was very refreshing. Maybe a take home, you may need to consider engaging businesses to be able to embrace virtual attachments or online attachments and internship in the universities as an element of green economy and sustainability. So let me take this opportunity to bring to you Hezekiah Okeyo, who is the Secretary, the Minister of Industrialization. Yeah, karibu.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Participants and panelists, nice to see you. I was rushing for this. I was deviated to the office, and when the caller was calling, I say, my goodness, I've never disappointed on my professional line. Today was a bad day. Am I able to share some screen on my talking notes, or I just read them, then we'll discuss
Try and see if you can be able to share.
Okay.
If you can't share, then you can just talk.
Right, you can see. I think let me just talk so that, let me just talk, then at least I'll be gradual. Good. So thank you, Dr. for the invitation. When it was changed, it looked like my diary also changed, and it is very difficult here. So thank you for the opportunity. I would look at the role of the institutions of higher learning in preparing graduates for green industrialization or green jobs.
Yeah.
We wanted to start this by focusing on what green economy and greening the economy entails. We are seeing this as an opportunity from the industrial perspective to reconfigure our businesses, the industrial in particular. We have industries as old as independence or before, and they have been adding without removing. Therefore, you can tell that the levels of efficiencies, the levels of resource consumption could be wanting. So therefore, we need human capital that can integrate with that kind of dynamic approach that we have. So from this context, we look at green jobs as those which will contribute to the reduction of environmental impacts of enterprises, including the industrial sector and the broader economy towards sustainable development. We are looking at those skills that will help us to mitigate and adapt the global challenge now, the environmental and climate change. The world has evolved very, very fast in this pathway, and we are seeing a lot of technological revolutions, including the fourth industrial revolution, globalization, and demography being the drivers of change in this discourse. Therefore, this impacts on the kind of skills that we require to help us move at the same level. So turning these challenges into opportunities is the requirement of the kind of human capital that we need. We are witnessing a skills mismatch on the labor market, where there's existing unemployment and at the same time, the opportunities for areas that have just been scratched on the surface. This means that something has to be done, and there's this opportunity, and I'm glad that we are here. So moving towards a green economy will create opportunities for the academia side. Given the lead time for the design, delivery, and education and training, therefore it is necessary that we start today, because the jobs we are training today are required today, they'll be required tomorrow and to the near future. So near future may not be very far, given the lead time that the academics take to shape a human capital that can respond to the current challenges and the challenges that are coming. This means that we must identify and provide the right skills for the new, for the existing, and for the forthcoming jobs. What is now the role of the higher learning is my next area of mention. We require skills development strategies that can remove the skills mismatch in our economy. We have the Kenya Vision 2030, which has covered broadly areas of the economy. I'll mention 5. On the education, the Vision 2030 expects us to have a globally competitive quality education, training, and research for sustainable development. On the environment side, Kenya aims to be a nation that is clean, secure, and on the housing and urban, because we are living in urban environment, we should be able to adequately and decently house the nation. Housing is one area where the impact of greening would be very huge. The fourth area is manufacturing, where I work. And here, Kenya wants to be a robust, diversified, and competitive manufacturing sector. We have flagship projects and flagship sectors that require the right skills to work in those industries to provide sustainable products within areas of agro-processing, areas of textile and leather, areas of automotive, building and construction, just to mention few. Then we have the enablers of the manufacturing sector. We call them industrial infrastructure, design and development of special economic zones within the eco-park concept is an area that needs skills. And then the last one is on the energy side. Industries will have to be driven by renewable energy, efficiency, and conservation of energy and the other utilities like water. We have the Kenya Green Economy strategy implementation that Martha's also alluded to. I listened briefly when Martha was concluding. And within this strategy, we are talking about promoting sustainable infrastructure in terms of design, the buildings and operations. We're talking about building resilience in the economy. We are talking about sustainable natural resource management. And we are also talking about promoting resource efficiency. All of these areas will require the right skills to be churned out so that we create green jobs in those four broad categories. Therefore, for the academia, green jobs is a moving target. Yet the labor market that the green jobs will service is also dynamic at the same time. And the labor market says we have scarcity of the right people we want. On the other side, there's unemployment. So this means that we need the academia to move very, very quickly to identify and anticipate the skills that are required today for the green economy that will create green jobs. And therefore, the academia must be in a step where we adopt very dynamic approaches because we are dealing with a moving target. The skills are evolving quickly. The challenges are also evolving at the same time. So we are now in the discourse, like the flagship projects that I've talked about. We are moving into high levels of capacities. We have just rolled out the Kenya National Automotive Policy, where we are looking at the motorcycles. We are changing to the electric. We are changing to hybrids. We are going now full electrics. Where are the people that will work in these sectors? Is the academia prepared to get the research beyond the research, which are papers for publishing, but papers for implementation as part of the government policy? We are moving towards circular economy and waste management alongside resource efficiency. So skills are required in these areas. In conclusion, we are saying that the academia must therefore work with the private sector to prioritize interventions on the skills to be developed and to be scaled up. And we are inviting the academia again at the same time to link up with the government to identify priorities for policy discourse and also to allocate the resources that will help in the identification and the anticipation of the evolving skills so that the right policies can be reviewed, can be developed, can be aligned so that we get the occupational skills profiles that can be tapped in when new investments come in. So this is our understanding of what this debate for today will revolve around. Are we aware that we are moving with a moving target? The green jobs is not static. What will be required tomorrow is different from what we have today. And what will be required in the next day is so. How is the academic approach dynamic as well? And how are we rolling our sleeves to work with the sectors? So I submit, and we are ready to discuss the specifics of what we can do together with you.
Thank you very much, Hezekiah. Thank you for the insights. Yeah, it's good to learn that you appreciate the fact that there's a mismatch in terms of skills, Chand, and what we need for the green economy and sustainability. I wish that your ministry would be able to reach out to academia as you reach out to the private sector, so that you can be able to identify those particular skills that are needed, and probably be able to allocate resources in terms of scholarships and funding for researchers that are geared towards green economy and sustainability. So thank you very much for those insights. I open the floor to anyone who has a question for Hezekiah to kindly put them on the charts, and I'll be able to pull them out and ask him to respond. Yeah. And if anyone wants to, switch on the mic and address the question himself or herself, you're free to do so. You only need to raise your hand, then I will allow you to do that. We have a few minutes to go, so yeah, the floor is yours. Barilo Tiano, kindly, you can go on, Daktari.
Yeah. Hello, Ezekiah, and thank you very much for that very eloquent presentation. Direct to the point, actually, skills. And skills are dynamic, and therefore learning also needs to be dynamic. Academia needs to provide dynamic knowledge. I realize that you have the Kenya Kenya Manufacturing Academy. How can we actually establish a partnership, between a university with I think I mentioned we have very many disciplines at the university, and the current sustainability challenges are very complex. And so we need an interdisciplinary sort of approach to learning. How can an interdisciplinary program be developed, say, in partnership with the Manufacturing Academy or the Industrialization Academy? In other words, to start with, do you see industrialization and green economy as an intersectoral, activity, also requiring interdisciplinary? And because then that would be the starting point of partnership with UNESCO Chair, Higher Education for Green Economy and Sustainability at Kenyatta University? Or would you be looking at partnership with specific schools like engineering?
You are done, Dr.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you. It's a very noble question. As I alluded to, within the Kenya Vision 2030, the role of industrialization as the driver is the rallying call in the Kenya Vision 2030. We must industrialize to transform our economy. It calls the partnership between government, academia, and private sector to move. The need has been identified because when I talked about the few sectors we are driving, the private sector are the investors. The government is setting enabling environment, which also includes availing the right capacity for the private sector to absorb, but more so driving the policy agenda that will create impetus for the private sector to come and therefore demand the jobs and the skills as they produce. So this partnership is multidisciplinary and multisectoral because we look at industrialization sitting on agro-processing. So therefore, you will not say that you don't need agronomists who must produce the right seeds, the right agriculture husbandry, the right harvesting and post-harvest technologies, the right food technologies to work in those industries. That's just one sector. Then we come to the chemicals and mineral industries that we are also driving, the pharmaceuticals and cosmetics. These are people who are learned on aspects of chemistry, for instance. The aspects of pharmacy comes in, and therefore you need, again, the people who will work in the pharmaceutical industry must be trained. Cosmetics, the people who are working there at the same time, people who know about the medical equipment, the medical engineers, for instance. We talked about automotive. We are now going electric. These are engineers in various aspects, not only mechanical, mechatronics, electronics, and all the branches of engineering that were not there before. So we are looking at the building and construction, not only architects, but we are talking about the designers who know about the green economy, the green designs. So when we are talking about our special economic zones, they must be eco-designed so that issues of waste management, issues of industrial symbiosis, waste of one industry becomes used for another. Who will know that the waste are no longer just channeled to the effluent treatment plant and they go and find their way downstream? There's what is called biorefineries, where those waste, they are bionutrients that can be trapped so that the water goes out clean and you tap back the chemicals and use them for upcycling. We are no longer talking about recycling. We are doing upcycling, abstracting useful nutrients. Therefore, you can see that we need everyone to be on board. There will be no compartmentalization and silo management that I'm doing engineering, I cannot talk medicine. There are medical equipment that you need to repair and you need to know how they work. So we are comprehensive in our approach, and therefore our engagement and partnership with the universities are not departmental. It is system-wide. And we need all the universities, whether they have medicine, they have engineering, to know that even managers that are being trained in those universities must know that they are managing a very dynamic process that if people are not motivated, they must know. So everyone is on board, and we are talking about academia holistically, not just a department to come on board in the partnership.
Thanks. I think that has come out real strong on the interdisciplinarity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hezekiah. I dropped off, so I may not be able to pull out the messages, the chats. So anyone who has a question before we take a health break? one question for Hezekiah. Okay. Dr. Tieno, can you be able to pull out any charts? I dropped off briefly. The mic is off.
Excuse me, Dr. Hannah, if I can interrupt you just a bit. We don't seem to have, from the message chat, we don't seem to have any new questions.
Okay.
So I think we can go ahead.
Thank you. So let me take this opportunity to give a big thank you to all our presenters in the morning and part of the afternoon. So we're going to take a health break and we'll reconvene at 14 hours or 2 p.m. Nairobi time. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful health break. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
God bless. Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, Dr. Tieno wants to say something.
No. I was just wishing them a good health break. Yeah, please come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Beryl and Dr. Hannah. In the meantime, I'll be playing you some good music for those who will be sticking around. Enjoy. Are you able to hear it from your side?
Yes, yes.
That's why the sound is very squeaky.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The video
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can all hear me. And we are back. I hope you had an interesting health break. Personally, I had a good one. And so, for the sake of time, we would want to continue from where we left. Of course, we are headed to topic 3, that is dealing with infrastructure and sustainability. And we shall be handling agricultural infrastructure and sustainability by the person who will be taking us through is Nancy Rapando from WWF. And then later we shall look at green growth and innovations in manufacturing. Taking us through will be Engineer Innocent Onserio from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. At this juncture, allow me to welcome Professor Maina Mwangi from the School of Agriculture and Enterprise Development, who will be taking us through this particular topic 3 and helping us to engage with the presenters as well. Professor Maina, if you can hear me.
Yes, I do hear you, Duncan, and thank you very much. I hope I can be heard.
Yes, you
see,
can.
yeah, okay, thank you very much. I also see our first guest for this afternoon, Nancy, is on board. Nancy, welcome. So greetings and welcome to this meeting and welcome to Kenyatta University.
Thank you.
Yeah, karibu sana. We are very pleased to have you in this meeting to speak to our forum on agricultural infrastructure and sustainability. So we are precisely at 2 p.m. and in the interest of time, we will just go on. So Nancy, you will have 20 minutes or thereabout, and hopefully we have a couple of questions to interact with you. So you are welcome. I believe the system is enabled. You can share your slides if you have or any presentation.
Wow. I think I'm not getting it easy to share my slides.
Okay. Duncan, are we able to send them somewhere to be shared?
Yes, kindly. We shall be sharing them from our site. Thank you so much.
Okay, kindly, Duncan, just text me your email. Let's send it right away.
All right, let me send it there at the chat box immediately.
Sure.
Nancy, how?
Okay.
Oops.
All right, Nancy, tell us, kindly tell us when you're able to share the slides. So we can...
I've also sent it to Dorcas and I think to the chairs of UNESCO, but I'll also share it with you right away.
Okay, appreciate.
Yeah. Duncan, have you seen the slides? And Dorcas, have you seen them?
I'm just checking. Just a minute.
Let me also refresh from my side, see if I can get the email. Nancy, we have the presentation. We'll be sharing it in just a second or so.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe just to introduce myself as you put up the slides. My name is Nancy Rapando. At the moment, I work with WWF as their Food Future Initiative leader. But I've been in the field of agriculture. I work with the likes of Dorcas, supporting them to ensure that they look at agriculture that is quite nature positive, that is quite responsive to the natural resources. And I would say that in Kenya, we've been able to set up two major platforms. One is on actors working on climate smart agriculture. And we've just set up another one that is 1 year old that aims to bring together actors on agroecology and agrobiodiversity. And at the moment, we are keen on developing capacities of different actors. And also we are developing with different actors a curriculum aiming at integrating agroecology and agrobiodiversity in education materials. So I think I'm ready to start the presentation, if that is fine with you, Duncan.
All right, it is okay with me. We can begin.
But I cannot see the slides. I don't know.
Coming shortly. Something happened. It's coming back. Right about now. You have it now.
Okay, thank you so much. You can move to the next slide. Yeah, I just wanted to introduce the issue of sustainability in agriculture and how it connects with green economy. For the 2030 agenda, they're looking at sustainability in terms of people, planet, and prosperity. We need to nourish everyone for health and well-being. we need to produce in harmony with nature. And when we talk about prosperity, we are looking about inclusive and transformative and equitable recovery for the 2030 agenda. And this is where you will hear people talking about decent jobs and ensuring that maybe youths and the most vulnerable access a decent income. So some of the concerns that we have in terms of unsustainability in agriculture is because the unsustainable agricultural practices are already becoming a problem, but they were designed to feed a growing population. And when you talk to the Minister of Agriculture anywhere, they'll tell you that whatever we do, we need to feed this nation. But then it has ended up that some of the practices are quite unsustainable and they're threatening ecological integrity of natural landscapes and the resilience of communities. So as much as we are trying the shortcut of feeding communities, then we are ending up threatening the natural ecosystems here. Let's continue. Yeah, we do agree that nourishing people is becoming a challenge. There are over 3 billion people that are unable to afford a healthy diet, while 2 people are already experiencing micronutrient deficiencies. We also have challenges, and it could be an emerging challenge in Kenya, that we are having adults that are obese. And at the same time, we have over 150 million children under 5 years that are suffering under nutrition. And then we have over 600 million people that are falling ill because of unsafe food. And this is some of the food that maybe has undergone poor post-harvest handling, or food that has been produced in an unfriendly ecosystem. And we know that every year, over 11 million people die prematurely due to unhealthy diets. And we've seen in the recent COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a big connection between food and vulnerability to the disease. So we've seen an increasing call by governments that we need to increase production. But one thing we need to ensure that these foods that come from the natural ecosystems that we have are produced in harmony with nature. So I needed to give this background on why agriculture is trained and why maybe achieving a green economy in agriculture is becoming very elusive in most countries. But we have a number of solutions that we will need to undertake. Let's move, Duncan. Yeah, agriculture and nature are at crossroads. Currently, food systems are responsible for over a third of the global greenhouse gases. And this is as a result of land use change. The changing land use is characterized by conversion of forests and conversion of grasslands that are being eliminated to pave way for food. For livestock, we are seeing unsustainable livestock farming systems. And then we also having over 40% of our foods being wasted. And all this wasted food ends up being greenhouse gases. Unsustainable food production also causes quite a big amount of soil degradation, and 52% of our farmlands are degraded. And also this is a principal driver of global biodiversity loss, ending up destabilizing our river ecosystems. So it is very evident that our soils are now becoming a major producer of greenhouse gases because of degradation. And this degradation is always agricultural led. Agriculture causes up to 80% of biodiversity loss. And there is an overuse of water. Up to 70% of freshwater use is for agriculture. So that means we leave only 30% for either industrial use or human use. But on the flip side, agriculture cannot stand always in the blame. Good agriculture practices are able to reduce emissions and sequester more carbon, as well as enhancing nature and biodiversity through integrated farming. Input reductions, when we reduce the use of fertilizers, intensive inputs are a problem. So when we reduce that use, we are also reducing on the carbon footprint. So we see how agriculture is a driver of greenhouse gases, and then agriculture is also is also a solution. So that means that in the green economy discussion, you cannot leave agriculture out, because it is both a challenge and a solution. And if not well managed, then the challenge part would make the situation to be worse. Let's move on. Yeah, so just talking about agriculture and climate change in the concept of green revolution, we're finding out that the land areas where most of our food is being produced, they're warming up more than any other parts of the world. So this warming up, we are seeing very erratic droughts and erratic rainfall are quite unpredictable. And all these are leading to yield reductions. And the result is that when farmers lose yield, they plant again. And in that process, we are releasing even more greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Our topsoils are being lost, whether they're being lost out of farming practices, opening up the soils and then leading to more erosion. So there's a lot of loss of the topsoil. So there is a report that has been linked to a 21% loss in global food because of climate change. And then new research is suggesting that the risks of climate change are more than the opportunities that come with it. But in contrast, we know that in a country like Kenya that has been quite dependent on monoculture, diversity in our farming systems can really be a solution. We need to diversify our farming systems, integrate more than one crop, integrate more than one intervention in order to take care of our diets and also to ensure that the climate system is also resilient. Another evidence that is coming out is that climate change will not only impact like on yields, but it will also impact on nutritional quality. And in some areas with higher concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, there has been a reduction in the density of nutrients. So that tells you that as we continue releasing more greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, causing more of climate change, we are not only gonna reduce the quantities, but we are also going to reduce the quality of the type of food that we have. Let's move, Duncan. Yeah, so generally, it is clear that agriculture and environmental sustainability are trapped in a vicious circle. So we can see issues of climate change, biodiversity loss, water shortages. All these are related to agriculture, but also in the long run, they weaken our ability to produce food. So this unsustainable means that we are using to increase food in the short term, just implies that in the long term, we are really going to have food deficiencies that are always associated with the unsustainable practices that we are having. So next. So talking back to the 2030 agenda, the 2030 agenda has 5 critical dimensions, which are people, prosperity, planet, partnership, and peace. I will be dealing with more of, we've been looking at people, why they need to be nourished, they need decent incomes. We've also seen on how this is interrelating with the planet. Why our discussion will be more about the planet and how to heal it is because when you're talking about the green economy, it has a bigger impact on the planet, a bigger talk about greening the planet. So that's why my talk has more been about the planet and the people. So let's move. Yeah, this year in September, the UN General Assembly decided to have a focus on food. The focus on food is also because of the SDGs on zero hunger. We need to eliminate hunger, but that is why this summit was organized. But a very critical aspect of this summit is that we've come up with nearly 300 commitments that highlights the summit's inclusive process to accelerate action. In this, we saw over 51,000 people who turned in from over 193 countries. And the aim was to look at the issues of food and hunger and looking at key impacts like climate change and biodiversity loss. that are becoming a very big challenge as we increase our food production. And when you see one of the UN General's Assembly envoy, who is Agnes Kalibata, Agnes Kalibata, I think, is also quite related to AGRA and the Green Revolution for Africa. She talked about the need for strong food systems to end chronic hunger and malnutrition, as well as ways to ensure healthier diets without destroying our planet and its resources. So there was too much talk about this and quite an action track that came out on how do we increase nature positive production, an agriculture that really focuses on the green economy, and an agriculture that really looks into protecting the biodiversity that we have. Please, let's go on. So a number of solutions came out, and we have always had these solutions. That is why I want to use them as very good examples. The issue of food loss and food waste has become a very big concern, and we need really to look at what research is there, what skills are there to help us relook into food handling, to help us relook into post-harvest handling. There is a lot of food waste between the farm and the granary or the store, but also we have a lot of food waste beyond the plate. So how do we, someone talks about upper circularity, whereby how do we put this food into a circular economy system, either to feed more animals, even to feed more people, or to feed the soils that we have. So we will need a lot of interaction around this. This is also an emerging critical topic. I think Kenya has just developed a circularity strategy, and the agriculture sector. How do we go into circularity? How do we support the skills around this? How do we support research into circularity? We need to halt deforestation. And there is also deforestation and conversion from agriculture commodities. When you talk about conversion, is when you cut down that forest, when you burn that grassland for it to become your farm. So we need to stop this. And we need academicians to become part of the dialogue to ensure that tea does not cause deforestation, to ensure that as the climate changes and coffee has to move to the higher altitudes, this does not mean that we are cutting down the Mount Elgon forest or the Mount Kenya forest. But we also want to press the private sector that is buying these commodities to reinvest into afforestation interventions. There's also an emerging approach on regenerative agriculture. Actually, this is not new. It just implies there is need to refocus into the soils, the biodiversity, water, and nutrient recycling aspects that are key functions of the ecosystem. So whichever agriculture we want to look into, we are looking at not over introducing mineral chemicals that are going to harm the soils, because the soil is a living thing. We are looking into biodiversity. How do we have an agriculture that is not impacting on those earthworms, an agriculture that is not impacting on the mushrooms and making them to get lost? Because such biodiversity is also critical. For us as WWF, we are worried that any activity upstream is affecting wild animals downstream in the savannah. So as the water flows with fertilizers and elephants drink this water, you'll find massive deaths of elephants. You'll find massive deaths of fish in the lakes. So we are quite concerned about this agriculture that is really harming our biodiversity. Are we also emerging to a world of agroecology? Agroecology is as old as our great-great-grandmothers, who farmed using their local knowledge, who farmed behind the gardens and had a diverse farm that is full of vegetables, has cassava, has millet. But this diversity, we also need to take it to the plate. So there is a move towards agroecology. And as I said, in Kenya, we've just set up a platform on agroecology and agrobiodiversity. It is a platform where we exchange knowledge and practices, and it is a place where the academia needs to come and interact. The country needs a lot of evidence on if agroecology will feed this country. So where do we get this evidence? The best place to get it is from academia. We're actually working on a potential curriculum together with universities like JKUAT on how this can be integrated into the education system. Because when your education system is so much focused on conventional monocultured agriculture, and you get into the field whereby they're talking about agroecology or regenerative agriculture, I think there is need to change the minds of our students all the way from schools. The curriculum work is also going into the 4K clubs to see how do we influence these young children to start rethinking about an agriculture that is nature positive, but an agriculture that is also more diverse than monocultured. Climate smart agriculture has now become common in Kenya, and in our nationally determined contributions as a country towards the world on what we want to do on agriculture and climate change, we've pledged that we are going to scale up climate smart agriculture practices. And by climate smart agriculture, we just imply that we are going to have to look at interventions that combine both adaptation and mitigation, and interventions that are also going to increase our incomes. It's quite a complicated balance to get, but it is possible, because if we need to press towards a green economy, then we need to look at what practices we are doing in agriculture that are increasingly reducing the climate burden. So there are technologies that are being proposed in terms of water harvesting, drip irrigation, among others, so that we reduce the water footprint. There are innovations that are coming around soil management. We are seeing very simple soil testing machines like the soil scanners that should help farmers make a decision to reduce the inorganic fertilizers. So these innovations are critical, but they need to come closer to the farmers, and they need to be made simpler, because some of them have to be imported to come into this country. Let's move. So what type of infrastructure is required? So when I talk about infrastructure, it's just about what enabling systems are required. We're really talking about insurance. And we know that Kenya as a country has really started packaging insurance even closer to the farmers. But we need an insurance that also has some incentives that spur the adoption of sustainable and nature positive agriculture practices. So we need an insurance that can give, like in Kenya, we call them bonga points. We need more bonga points for farmers who are actually building biodiversity, respecting biodiversity. That Maasai who is farming and not really fighting with an elephant is a very critical person, that when we are giving them a livestock insurance, we need to give some incentives for them to stop having the conflicts with wildlife in the ecosystem. In terms of finance, we have seen accelerator facilities that are coming up. The accelerator facilities will talk about social impact, they can talk about environmental impact, but we need more of these accelerator facilities to really look at a nature positive production that is quite in line with the green economy. So any investors who are coming in to invest in agriculture, we really need them to align with our green economy agenda. Our climate information services, very critical. We are in an era where every time we are hit by the climate episodes, we need farmers to have information. And from the academic level is that how do we have even the students help the communities to translate? Not that when you're just seated at home, it's about holiday and having fun, but I believe we can start as simple as that, as we also look into developing digital packages that are very simple, easy to translate, and are able to give farmers very accurate information to say that if we are going to have more rainfall this season, this is what the farmers should be investing in. There's also an issue of enabling policy and institutional frameworks that is more favorable policies. And the biggest innovator is the private sector. The role of the private sector in the green economy in the agriculture sector cannot be assumed. Yesterday, we had a dialogue in agroecology, and it was like, it's easy to get mineral fertilizers packaged and carry them to the farm, but we are not getting very many innovators who are actually packaging manure and making it pelleted in very simple way to get to the farm. So even as we talk about sustainable agriculture, the role of the private sector is very clear. An informed private sector is a private sector that will say no to a commodity that has come from a landscape that has undergone deforestation. Someone should be able to trace back and say, if you say that this coffee is from this such and such a place, we've just realized that according to our alert system, that is an area that has undergone deforestation. So anything that is linked to an abuse to natural resources, we need to have some level of sensible private sector that say no to such commodities. Duncan, please let us move. I just have something small on the role of academia and skilling areas. We need to scale up innovation in technology and practices. The academia needs to co-design contextually relevant solutions. You need to do this with all the actors. You need to work with businesses. You need to work with consumers, policy actors, donors, communities in ensuring that we really develop technologies that are relevant to the context. When, the issue about nature positive agriculture is that communities also have the way of doing things and they really maintain their ecosystem. How do we support, how do we ensure we deal with transdisciplinary research that integrates both local and indigenous knowledge? We need the academia in the policy dialogues. We need the academia to be seen in the forefront because the CSOs are doing it. And when us from the CSOs are doing it, we are called noisemakers. So how do we get the academia to give enough evidence to the CSOs so that we push the governments with enough evidence to undertake the green economy and nature positive agriculture that is more sustainable? Issues around data and digital innovations. I think we have enough manpower in the universities and the students who are able to help us move towards a digitally empowered agriculture sector that respects sustainability, that is able even to support on issues of traceability to know where a commodity is coming from, or to even help us to be able to trace the biodiversity hotspots and how agriculture is threatening their existence. So I think that should be the end of my presentation. Thank you, Duncan, for helping me through, and also thank you to the whole team for listening through. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you very much. Certainly a very sobering presentation. Thank you. Very, very useful statistics just to ground us and help us to understand where we are. I know we have just about 2 or so minutes to the end of this session, but it's enough for some questions. So anybody who wants to ask a question, you can raise your hand or just open the mic and speak, or you can put it in the chat box. And maybe as we do that, I wanted to ask you, Nancy, because we've talked quite a bit about the issues coming from farming, and most of it are coming from small-scale farming. Now that in Kenya, the county governments are really in charge of the agriculture sector, are you seeing enough attention to what the counties are doing? Because at the end of the day, we have to be mindful of the farmer's interest. One kind of feels like we are paying more attention to the harm we are doing to the environment, but we also equally need to ask ourselves, are farmers getting enough food? Are they getting enough to sell? But in this whole mix, and particularly for Kenya, are counties doing enough to move towards greening what we are doing in the agriculture sector? So I ask that, and maybe one more question in the chat, and you can respond, Nancy.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I'll start with your question on being mindful of what farmers are doing. In terms of taking a nature positive trajectory, we have a very big responsibility, as I said. And we have a big responsibility of influencing policies, of influencing even what is in that subsidy package that is going to the farmers. So it's quite a big challenge, but I believe that that's why we are here. And if we work together to push for this agenda, if the private sector comes in and helps us to put inputs on the market that are quite biodiversity or that they are quite based on a green revolution, or on a green economy trajectory, I think we are able to do it. Counties could be less equipped in terms of capacity, but this is our country. We have a responsibility to equip the county with the right capacities, help them through, see how do we build the capacities of these extension, the agriculture teams that are there. However lean they are, we will need to work with them. And I think we have, in the platforms we are working in, we are actually setting up also county platforms that help counties to think through a trajectory that is based on agroecology and agrobiodiversity protection in the agriculture sector. So I know we will move slowly so that they keep on accepting the role of agriculture in conserving biodiversity. We might not be successful today, but I believe that is the future. I think luckily, now we are seeing the donors also starting to lean towards a nature positive agriculture. And even if you saw from the Food System Summit that was held in September 23rd, this was quite emphasized with people like GIZ, people like FAO starting to talk this language. It's gonna be very easy to do the transformation because we are good at listening to the big brother rather than the small sister. So there is a question around agriculture causing approximately 80% biodiversity loss. What WWF doing about this? Thank you, Innocent. WWF has now a pillar on food, which I am leading for the Africa system. And they have woken up to the understanding that agriculture activities are threatening the landscapes where they want to protect wildlife or want to protect what they're doing. So as WWF rising onto that, we are pushing for approaches like agroecology and seeing how do we reduce that overuse of inputs around these landscapes. How do we support a land use planning system whereby we know where agriculture is, we know where the animals are, and we know which threats are there. We are also looking at sustainability in supply chains. We have a whole group that is working on food loss, even around the hotels that are within the parks that we are working in. So all this, we aim at transitioning our work towards a nature responsive agriculture that also protects the biodiversity that we are concerned with.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Nancy. So I think this is a discussion we could have for a long time. Thank you so much. Now, you said a good point. The private sector has a major role to play. And our next speaker is Engineer Innocent on Serio. He was there. I saw him. He was onboarded. I don't know whether he... Yes, Engineer Onserio, it's good to see you. Karibu sana, welcome. So you pick it up from where Nancy has left. She said the private sector has a key role to play in all this. Now, as you are from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we look forward to hearing something about that as you speak to us about green growth and innovations in manufacturing. So thank you very much, Engineer Karibu.
Just before Engineer comes in, I've posted maybe a late question. How can we, and this is to Nancy, how can we package agriculture to attract the youth, for green jobs? A lot of youth don't seem to take up agricultural courses. Professor Minor, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And I would like you actually to comment on the trend, because you see, in the School of Agriculture, you must have observed now, the changing trends. And we've been told that agriculture is one of the biggest infrastructure for green jobs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dorcas. There is something I always tell people. I did agriculture and I'm still doing agriculture. So the notion that agriculture has no future in universities is really the fake most notion that I have ever had. It is so fake that students need to be very much aware. Agriculture is quite grounding. If you've done agriculture, getting to understand natural resources, getting to understand even the food science aspects becomes a very easy thing. And so we need to encourage our students to take courses that ground them based on the natural sciences, that ground them based on the challenge that Africa is facing. There is no day that we will start taking pills as food. I think if that is coming, then it's not coming within an era for any of us. We're still going to depend on the farm for food. But anyway, Beryl, just to say this, is that youths need to be stationed at the right points. If youths can do value addition, if youths can be engaged in the transport sector in terms of logistics, carrying food from the farm to the next level, if youths can help us to put infrastructure like irrigation, because there's a lot that happens in the agriculture value chain. Youths can also help to disseminate information and even charge some amount of money for it. So the more they get engaged, the more they will understand the need to get down and farm in order to manage the whole value chain. So there's a lot of work for the youths. But one thing that I tell youths, you will never be a youth forever. So one day I was a youth, but now I have transitioned out and I need to do what the old do. They get back to the farm and farm. So I'm also starting to farm. So for those of us who are hitting this age of mine, we can move down to farm as we allow the youths to take charge of the other part of the value chain. Thank you.
Right. So thank you very much. Let me just a small comment on that, Dr. Otieno. Really a very good question. I think I would reframe it a bit and ask, how do we repackage agriculture? Because I think we didn't package it very well. So there are opportunities that are not evidently so easily to the youth. But I tell you, I think the point is in telling the youth the story. What opportunities are there? Because at this point, they are not quick to see them. So in our school, we took it upon ourselves to meet with them when they are admitted and explain to them, what are you getting yourself into? And what we see is when we speak to them about the modernity, the innovations, the technologies that are there involved in agriculture, the industries, we talk about all these multinationals that are really thriving in agriculture, and suddenly you see them, their interest is there. Our horticulture sector in Kenya is really good. Then the other thing I would like to add is this, which is surprising. We see youth who came to university to study other things, engineering or other courses, and somewhere along the way, they are coming to do things in agriculture. They are applying those engineering. In fact, more or less, I would tell the people, the youth in agriculture, your lunch is being eaten by those who went to study other things. So I think there is opportunity. It is more in telling the story and also really having this kind of diversity, people who have seen and know things come and help us to tell the story. I hope engineer will help us to add on to that as he takes the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mwangi, and thank you, Dr. Otieno, for the invitation. Do I share the slides from my end, or?
Yeah, you can share from your end.
Let me try. It is not, the share button is not very active from my end, so probably I need assistance from
Duncan, are you still on board?
Yes, very much on board.
Okay, great. Then, engineer, you can share with Duncan. He posted his email on the chat somewhere, and he will project it.
Okay.
Hello, engineer. I have sent my email once again.
Okay.
I've sent it afresh, so you can send it to the email.
Yeah, sharing now.
Okay. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we can plan to, the moment you have a question in between the interview, you can just type it so that by the end of the presentation, we can also be ready to pick it up immediately for the sake of time, kindly.
So Duncan, I've shared. I don't know whether you've seen the slides.
Yes, I have it now. I have the slides.
All right.
All right. Coming up in a few. Maybe you can take time to introduce yourself as I plan on my side.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Innocent Mokua Onserio, managing the Center for Green Growth here at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We also have the responsibility of overseeing the Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation. So in the next 20 or so minutes, I will present to you what KM is doing for the members and also for industry players who may not necessarily be KM members. I will also showcase what the Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation is doing, what the Center for Green Growth and Climate Change is doing, and also indicate the impacts of the work we do. KM normally does the farm level interventions, of course, beside looking at the policy side of this issue. We'll also look at ways, I think some of the questions were raised from the presentation by Nancy. Part of our members are in agro-processing, and so all the activities that I will be presenting are, the agro-processors are part of the beneficiaries. So we'll probably go straight to the slides. So the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we were established in the year 1959, so we've been around for slightly over 60 years. And we are the main representative organization for manufacturing and value-add industries in Kenya. And our core mandate is to link industry with the government in terms of engagement, especially on policy issues, and also looking at the issues that may be affecting our members with other relevant authorities. It could be state agencies, and of course other stakeholders, which also includes the universities. The KM is divided into sectors. We have 14 sectors in total. Some of the sectors will be building and mining. We have agro-processors, we have beverages, just to name a few. And then we have 7 chapters. One of the chapters is industrial area chapter, which also has 80% of our membership. I can't see the slides. I don't know whether they dropped.
Yes, Duncan, the slides have dropped.
And we also have 7 chapters, as I was indicating. Most of our members are industrial area, slightly over 80%. The other chapter, we have South Rift chapter, we have the Coast chapter, we have Nyanza and the surrounding regions, just to give an example of the chapters that we have. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Duncan. Sorry, engineer, I think that Duncan has an issue on his side.
Okay, I wish I could share from my end, but it's not going through. Let me retry again.
Okay.
You can go to the third slide. So KM in terms of Duncan, if you can go to the third slide. Yes, there is fine. So KM in terms of sustainability in manufacturing, we established the Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation back in 2006. But even before then, around 2001, we were already doing something around energy efficiency. And this was formalized in the year 2006. And this was in partnership with the Ministry of Energy. And this is, in my opinion, one of the best working PPA models in Kenya, and can also be used by other ministries in engaging the private sector because of the impacts that we've been able to get over the slightly over 15 years. So the center has been able to conduct over 1,500 energy audits. Most of you could be aware that conducting an energy audit for some of our members and of course non-members is mandatory. It is in the law. There's a threshold within which someone is required to carry out an energy audit. But you see, even before the regulation came in 2012. But before 2012, KM had already conducted quite a number of energy audits because we as KM, we prepare our members for possible regulation, but we start with self-regulation. We do not have to wait for government. We normally take initiative because we tell the members doing an energy audit is not just for compliance. In fact, doing it for compliance could be a waste of money, but because it makes a lot of business sense. So for a good perspective, in the entire country, the number of energy audits which have been carried out are just about 2,000. So you can already see we have done most of the audits. And we have also trained over 1,650 industry professionals. Of course, the purpose of doing this is to increase the internal technical capacity of the facilities involved. So some of the trainings could be on energy management, energy auditing, environmental compliance, circular economy trainings. We look at some of them in the other presentation. We have also done over 31 water and wastewater audits. Of course, there's no regulation at this point that really requires any manufacturer to carry out a water and wastewater audit. But we realize because water is relatively cheap in Kenya, so people tend to waste most of it. But we tell manufacturers, look here, it may be cheap now and available now, but what about the future? Because we want to push them towards sustainability, and they can only do that by embracing it before it is put in the law or before regulation. And we also been able to carry out clean energy conference and expos where manufacturers and other stakeholders get to showcase modern renewable energy technologies and of course energy efficiency technologies. And for the last 16 years, we've been carrying out energy management awards. So for energy management awards, we have also been working with universities and other academic institutions because we have a category for students, but we hope to expand that category. And of course, some of the facilities that have been participating at the universities, because we have a public sector award, and I know some universities have participated in that respect. And we also have an innovation award under the energy management award, where we recognize participants who have done considerable work in terms of innovation locally, especially if it's done by their internal teams. And last but not least, we do a lot of policy advocacy on energy matters, green growth, circular economy, and of course, matters touching on environment. Next slide. So now, as far as the Center for Green Growth and Climate Change is concerned, actually our motto or our tagline is simple, just sustainable manufacturing. And we have quite a number of services, because we thought we were doing a lot of water audits, a lot of energy audits, but manufacturers wanted more. They wanted overall plant efficiency, overall sustainable growth. So you can see, for example, one of the services is circular economy resource mapping. And for circular economy resource mapping, we help facilities to move from the traditional linear manufacturing to circular economy. And in this respect, this is an area where you can work with universities, because this is a big area in terms of research. For instance, if you go to, for argument's sake, if you go to, say, a brewery, there's a lot of waste that comes out of the brewing process. Could we then harvest that waste and extract maybe the proteins, which could be used for other products, especially like the supplements used by maybe athletes and bodybuilders and the like? If you go to people who do steel, there's a lot of waste from the steel making process. How do you then get all that waste? We have a number of our manufacturers who have been embracing circular economy in their operations in one way or the other. We have manufacturers who are using their waste to, say, fire their boilers. But we want, when you use maybe the waste to fire the boiler, you're actually downgrading the usefulness of that product. But could you use that product for maybe to make a more profitable or a more sustainable product? The other one we do is carbon footprint assessments. Initially, carbon footprint was part of the energy audit, but we now have it as a standalone service. And then we also carry out process optimization audits, where we want facilities to optimize their processes to gain full use of the facility. The other one is equipment audits, just checking the health of the equipment they have on site and whether they are fully utilizing it. The other one is environmental compliance audits and trainings. And we also have training on circular economy, also to build capacity of industry to do some of these things in-house without necessarily getting consultants all the time. But of course, they have to get someone who's an expert in the area to assist. And we also carry out technology linkages, financial linkages, and of course, policy advocacy for sustainable manufacturing. I will get to look at some of these in the next slides, maybe to add a bit of detail. Duncan, next slide. So as part of our monitoring and evaluation process, we do carry out impact assessments of our farm level interventions. And as far as energy auditing is concerned, from the study we did in the year 2020, that's last year, 87% of the facilities had implemented one or more of the recommended energy conservation measures, which is quite commendable. But the overall implementation rate was just slightly above 50% at 51%. So we hope that we could be able to do more as KM, and of course in collaboration with other stakeholders. And one of the biggest findings of the study is that if a manufacturer puts in 1 shilling in implementing the audit report, they will be able to save up to 10 shillings, which is quite a huge number. And I don't think there's any manufacturer who is going to leave 10 shillings on the table. And I don't think there's any other investment that, for manufacturing side, that gives this kind of savings. So we are trying to tell manufacturers, implementing these farm level interventions puts money directly in your pocket. It is not a waste of time. It's not just for compliance. Because over time, people don't invest, people don't even implement regulations or follow regulations because they do not understand the benefits. So once people understand, they will invest. If the manufacturers are confused on the direction to take, it becomes very hard for them to put in their money. But once you show them, if you put in 1 shilling, you get 10, they start asking you, when do we start? And that's the conversation you want to have with them. And the CO2 emissions reduction per year is over 143,560 tons, which is quite huge. So in a way, we're doing a big contribution to the nationally determined contributions. Next slide, please. And in terms of adoption of renewable energy, we do carry out a lot of feasibility studies. Of course, the purpose of doing the feasibility studies is to increase the bankability of the projects. And overall, we have seen remarkable improvement in terms of implementation. And on a pilot basis, out of these activities by KM, 21 megawatts have been implemented, either as captive generation or some of them exporting to the grid. Next slide, please. Also, one of the ways we promote capacity building, and some of the people we usually invite are in academia, either doing research or directly working at the universities and other institutions which include TVET. So the purpose of carrying out exchange visits is we want people to see. You know, when you tell people, it becomes a lot of theory, but we take them on site where there's a biogas plant, where there's a solar generation plant. If you take them into a facility which is incorporating innovative ways of manufacturing, they relate better. And this can be, you can take someone from the dairy sector to tea sector. They still learn a lot. It doesn't have to be in the same sector. And we usually select the facilities to visit from the winners of the Energy Management Awards or companies we think, based on the Clean Energy Expo, have something good to show our members. Next slide, please. So through the impact assessment studies that we've been carrying out, one of the major gaps was financing. People want to implement, but the money is not there. So we working with a lot of financial institutions to help solve this problem. And usually even for facilities that have implemented, the recommendations of, it could be carbon footprint assessment, energy auditing, you find they only invest, or some of them invest in the low-hanging fruit. But what about the high impact recommendations, of course, which also require high investment or huge investment? So that's part of the problem we're working on so as to improve the implementation rate. Duncan, next slide. The other one is technology linkages. I think this is a problem most of us relate day to day. You go to a supermarket, you want to buy something small, then you realize you have 20 options before you. So you may even decide not to buy and retreat to your home to Google and search and find what works best for you. So we're trying to take the guesswork out of this process in terms of technology, because some of these are quite costly. So we vet technology providers, and then we have a pre-qualified list from which members can select. So the whole purpose of doing these technology linkages is to improve the turnaround time. Instead of someone taking 2 years or 1 year, because they are sure this person has done a pilot project, they have done proof of concept, they will be able to invest almost immediately. Next slide. So SUNREF, or rather the Sustainable Use of Natural Resources and Energy Financing, this was a credit facility, and we were given 120 million USD by AFD. And the purpose of the money was for green energy projects, mainly in renewable energy and energy efficiency. And we also offered free technical assistance to the facilities, and we encourage the facilities to also learn from the process so that they could be able to have better implementation. And in total, we were able to do 40 energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. And this was done throughout East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And in total, we were able to install 28.7 megawatts. And of course, in terms of energy efficiency projects, 3.8 gigawatt hours of energy were saved. Yeah, this project folded, but we're also looking for other partners, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of financial linkages to bridge that gap. And also KM is heavily involved in technical committees. Usually technical committees are useful in setting policies, reviewing policies, and our involvement is to see that all the policies which are passed favor green competitiveness and do not in any way curtail the sustainable journey for manufacturers. I just mentioned some of them is the National Climate Change Action Plan, and just the other week we were looking at the long-term strategy for the greenhouse gases scenario in Kenya, or the path towards net zero. The other one is the Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy, and of course the Green Economy Strategy Implementation Plan. Next slide. KM, we also support the small enterprises because these small enterprises are the ones which are expected to move to medium enterprises and of course large enterprises. All the big companies, all the big multinational companies started small. But you see the small companies, the Juakali sector, they need to be handheld and they need to start well from the word go. They do not need to be big companies before they invest in sustainable manufacturing, before they invest in compliance issues. So we also, in this regard, do a lot of technical assistance, could be on environmental compliance. And for energy audits, we give most of them a full grant. So they don't need to pay anything. With the understanding that as they move to maybe medium companies and fall in under the law where they're required to carry out audits, at least we'll have prepared them well enough so that they do not get the shock of maybe having to comply without preparation. Next slide. So we also support the other business member organizations. Just as an example, we supported the Uganda Manufacturing Association to set up the Energy Management Awards. Of course, we thought it could not be good for them to face the same challenges we faced over the 16 years, and we wanted them to leapfrog so that they start almost at par with the awards that we've been carrying out here in Kenya. We trained the team on how to run the award, and of course, how to do the fundraising. And we also engage actively with the other business member associations on knowledge sharing, because ultimately there's also a lot of talk about the digital economy. But one thing that is for sure, a digital economy is first and foremost a green economy. So we share with the likes of the DI, the Danish industries, to see what they are doing. And of course, even locally, we share with other business member organizations. Yeah, so that could be a snapshot of what we do. It is not comprehensive, we do a lot more, but at least this gives us a good starting ground and also a good understanding of what KM does for the manufacturers.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Onserio. I know we are just a little bit above time, but I will request for 2 minutes from the next session so that we can take a question. I know there are 2 questions in the chat box. I don't know whether you can see them from where you are.
Yeah, let me check on them.
Yeah.
So do you just work with SMEs or large companies? So we work with, we actually have an SME hub which focuses on SMEs, but we also work with mainstream, the medium companies and the large companies. And we count in our membership over 1,000 industries. So we work with all of them. The other question is, what industries have you seen are proactive in adopting sustainable business practices? Most of the sectors are quite engaged in terms of carrying out this. It could be agro-processing, the beverage industry. So generally, at least based on our membership, most of them are quite engaged. So it cuts across. So the other question is, who is the target group for the CAM Academy? Do you offer the courses because of gaps in higher institutions of learning? What are recommendations how universities can improve their course to meet the KM needs? So for this question, you see, for the Center for Energy Efficiency, we carry out trainings here at KM. Also for the Manufacturing Academy, we also carry out trainings, which could include things like productivity improvement. So basically, the trainings we do carry out at KM are demand-driven courses, what the manufacturers want. We actually carry out the training needs assessment before we carry out any course. Well, so what does that mean? When, say, for example, a university sends out graduates to industry to work, we are not saying that they are unprepared to work there, because also there's the on-job training. But then we also need to upskill people from time to time. What someone learned in 2000, things have changed. So it is demand driven. The manufacturers tell us we want to train our staff on A, B, C, D. Then we do a course around that area. And of course, this is an area we can partner with the university like KU and of course the other universities, private and public, to sharpen our courses so that some of the elements can move to the curriculum at the university so that we reduce the burden on the side of the employer. I don't know whether that quite answers the question.
Okay. I think it does, but just before you leave, engineer, I had a question on that. How do universities benefit? Because you said you have trained just about 1,600 and something professionals, and I was wondering how that links to those who are within the university, because they are not exactly in the proper sense in industry, and yet they are there and they're in need of this training. But my more fundamental question was, 80% of your members are around the industrial area.
Yes.
So what does that now imply for this greening initiative we want to spread all over the country, and yet most of your members are here as an industry or as drivers in the economy? How are you able to extend your reach so that your impact towards greening our economy is felt everywhere in Kenya? I don't know whether my question is clear.
Yes, Prof, your question is quite clear. I think generally that's why there's a lot of interest in, you remember I mentioned there's the SME hub. You find that most other regions in Kenya have industries, but most of them are quite small. And their growth rate is not as impressive as we could want. And in terms of representation, we represent manufacturers throughout the country. But I think it could be by design that most of our members are in Nairobi. The Nairobi region includes industrial area, Babadogo, Limuru, the metropolitan. So that's where most of our members are. And there's just an indication of how manufacturing in Kenya happens. Most of the things happen in Nairobi. And we hope that through devolution, some of those services, some of those, especially, for example, agro-processing, you do not need to move the raw materials from, say, Western to Nairobi to process. Why don't you just set up a facility, even if small, in Western, then maybe you can bring the final product, or at least a semi-processed product. And then on the question of the training, actually some of those over 1,650 people trained include university staff. It's not just the manufacturers alone, because like some courses like the Certified Energy Manager course, I know most of the staff maybe in maybe mechanical, electrical, energy engineering, some of them have done those courses. But of course, it's good you have asked that question. It's also a good way of, if more universities work with us, either to do a local curriculum, because the Certified Energy Manager course, the curriculum is from the US. So we were trying to, or we are in the process of working with the Ministry of Energy to do a local curriculum, which is equivalent to the Certified Energy Manager course. I'm using that as an example. So that then some of these courses, once you have the curriculum, the universities can be part of the training institutions. So that the deployment can be much bigger than it is now.
Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. There is a follow-up question. Maybe you can answer it in the chat box. I can see how to do this at the middle level and small industries. But before I leave, I want to thank you very much, Engineer Onserio, for your presentation, for your talk to us. We now get a great insight of how we are linked, not only from agriculture to manufacturing and around our economy. So I thank you so much, and I'll just ask our members who are here on the platform to stay on. We still have some other sessions to come. And now I hand it back to Duncan.
Thank you, everyone.
Karibu.
Asante sana, engineer, for that particular presentation. Very well detailed. And now we want to move to our topic 4, which is financing green economy and sustainability. And for the sake of time, we shall move very fast, but helping me with the facilitation on this particular topic will be Dr. Perez Onono from the School of Economics here at Kenyatta University. Dr. Perez, if you can hear me, we have like 50 or so minutes between the 3 speakers, so we shall try to have at least around 16 minutes for each.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome our participants and colleagues in this wonderful session of capacity building. We are looking at financing green economy and sustainability. We have 3 facilitators, those who are going to share with us. We have Ms. Nuru Mugambi from Kenya Bankers Association, who will be taking us through integrating sustainability in the financial sector. Then following, we will have Mr. Mamo Boru, Director General NEMA, Green Climate Fund. And then we will have Mr. Anderson taking us through managing green startups and innovations. So I'd want to welcome Ms. Nuru Mugambi to just come on the floor and take us through this particular interesting area on integrating sustainability in the financial sectors. Welcome. Is Ms. Nuru Mugambi in the house? Yes, I can see you are there. So please unmute and just go on. Nuru, I'm seeing you, but I'm not hearing. I don't know if the other participants can get you. Duncan, can you get her?
I don't seem to get her.
Yeah, but she's in. I can see her.
Yeah. Nuru, if you can hear us, we are seeing that you have unmuted your microphone, but we cannot quite hear you.
Great. Unmute. Now you
we
are
can
muted.
hear you.
Yeah, just unmute again. Yes. Welcome, Nuru.
Okay. Yeah.
Nuru, you muted yourself
Yeah,
again.
okay.
Oh, welcome. Nuru, thank you. You are indicating that we can move to the next speaker. No, but I'm seeing you are presenting something. So can we go ahead? Yeah, let's go ahead, Nuru.
Daktari, I was the one showing the output, the slide.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
Nuru is indicating that
maybe.
She was indicating that we could move to the next speaker as she organizes herself. So I don't know if Mr. Mamo Boru Mamo is in to
Allow me
just.
to allow me to interrupt you, Daktari.
Yes, please.
We have Wangare Kirumba representing Mr. Mamo Boru from NEMA. So yes, she will be the one to take us through this particular section.
So, Wangari, you can go ahead. Welcome.
Yes, I'm ready to go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that you can hear me. My name is Wangari. I bring to this forum greetings from our Director General, Mr. Mamo Boru Mamo. He has requested me to present this on his behalf. My name is Wangari Kirumba. I work for NEMA. I do climate change programs, focal person for both the Adaptation Fund and the Green Climate Fund. And happy to share with you some few insights on the Green Climate Fund as requested by the forum. For the next few minutes, I already listened to the guidance that we only have about 16 minutes. But kindly, moderator, I'd like a confirmation that you can hear me.
Yeah, I think we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, you are loud and clear. So let's move on.
I would like to share my presentation. Would you kindly give me such rights?
Duncan, can you allow her to present? I think if you go down, you can click on the share button. Are you seeing the share button?
Wangari, I have added you as a co-host.
Yeah.
You
that's
can now
great.
share your files.
And I'm sorry, I'm struggling a bit in seeing the share button, but I'll find it.
It's at the bottom of your screen, next to the hand, and between the three dots.
Have
you seen it?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Wangari, have you? You seem to have a problem with the sound,
So you're able to see my presentation now? Moderator,
I'm not seeing
my presentation now. Kindly, are you able to see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Moderator, kindly, you can see my presentation.
No.
Okay.
Wangari, if possible, kindly share the same on the email, my email that I sent. Let me send it afresh. It's the latest message on the chat box. You can send it there kindly.
I
Duncan, do you have it?
Oh, not yet. Wangari, have you managed to send?
Yes, I've sent it.
Thank you.
All right.
So
All right. Nice.
see if it is
Maybe
there.
you can be introducing yourself as we plan to give you there.
So yes, I can begin saying something about the climate finance landscape, and especially the space where NEMA has participated in. And our greatest experience as an organization comes from our engagement with the Adaptation Fund and the Green Climate Fund. Both of these funds are established within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the funds are established to benefit countries like ours, to benefit non-Annex 1 countries, and there are defined modalities on how to access the funds. So just a little bit about Adaptation Fund is that it's established to be accessed in a manner that every country is required to nominate an organization, and once that organization is nominated, then it goes ahead to be assessed, and once found suitable, then it's given a status that is called a national implementing entity. And from that point forward, it becomes the entry point for resources from the fund into the country by way of developing climate adaptation proposals and them being funded. So that area, NEMA has been able to get the entire commitment for the country, and the past about 4 years, we have implemented a climate change adaptation project across 14 counties in the country. And what that has done for us as an organization is to build experientially internal capabilities to be able to implement climate change programs. So GCF is thereafter established to draw from experiences of the Adaptation Fund, but within it to be able to raise the ambition to expand the capabilities and finance volumes that are availed within the UNFCCC framework, and to be able to reach more, to be able to reach more people. Kindly, I don't know whether now we have the presentation up.
Duncan, did you get it?
Yes, coming up in just a bit.
Okay, so I can just begin by sharing with you how the outline of our my presentation will look like. I will introduce the Green Climate Fund because that's what we have received as a request to present in this forum. We'll share with you the business model of the Green Climate Fund, how the fund is organized at country level, funding priorities, the investment criteria of the Green Climate Fund, and a bit on the current portfolio.
Sorry?
So, so the fund, which is called the Green Climate Fund, is generally a new global fund created to support efforts of developing countries to respond to the challenge of climate change. And the benefiting countries are all those countries that are parties to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the most unique or recent or emerging status of the fund is that it has been set aside to serve what we call the Paris Agreement. And if you've been following the governance framework of climate change globally, then you must be familiar with with the Paris Agreement. It is there where we hope that the countries or the entire world will be able to reverse climate change, the commitments that must be made by governments. The latest of them sit within the Paris Agreement. Is it up now?
Yes, it is. You
Um,
can see it. You can see it by UNESCO Chair Hedges.
Okay, so I've already gone through our slide number 1. I skipped slide number 2, which I had hoped to, which I still can go back there as a caveat to the information that I'll share with you. Like I already said, I'll share with you insights around how the mechanisms on how the Green Climate Fund operates. But this slide that talks about knowledge, partnerships, and strategic engagement, why this is important is because when all is said and done, and when we understand the modalities, the processes, the procedures, what will actually be able to assist us, to assist the organizations that are participating here, first of all, is the knowledge. And already what we are doing today is sharing knowledge. Then number 2 is that there must be partnerships. Climate finance, and I'll be showing you the volumes. I think because of the nature of impacts, the scale at which this money is required to be executed is fairly high, and the holistic nature with which the Green Climate Fund wants its proposals to look like, it's unlikely that there will be a single organization with all the requirements or all the capacities in-house. And so as a way of getting ready, as a way of preparing ourselves, as a way of executing projects and programs, organizations must then partner with each other so that then they present a front that is holistic, a front that is addressing knowledge issues, a front that is addressing business issues, a front that is addressing community issues. Then the third one is a strategic engagement, that yes, after you've acquired knowledge, we've gotten to know where the money is or how the money operates, we have set ourselves up in partnerships, partnerships that synergize, that build on each other. Then the third one is strategic engagement. And I already appreciate that this is a strategic engagement as it is, where institutions like yours and ours come and engage to just understand what everyone is doing, so that all of us get aligned to those that are pursuing interests like ourselves. So I already had said that this is a new fund. If we go to the next slide, established under UNFCCC framework to serve the Paris Agreement. And if we go to the Green Climate Fund architecture, are we on the slide on GCF business model?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. So the architecture of the fund is such that we have the fund itself. It's hosted by the government of South Korea. So the secretariat sits in Songdo. And below it are organizations that have the status as accredited entities. And I'll soon share with you some of the accredited entities in the country and globally. And what these accredited entities are required to do, they are the vehicle where funding proposals are designed and submitted from. These entities are appointed or nominated by their governments, and the government, once nominated, they are then assessed by the Green Climate Fund, and upon qualification of certain internal capacities, then you acquire the status of an accredited entity. And from that point forward, then you qualify as an organization that can submit a proposal to the Green Climate Fund. So on the side, there is a very important institutional framework, what you're seeing written as NDAs or focal points. And NDAs in full means the National Designated Authority. That is the entry point of the GCF Secretariat into a country. And in Kenya, the National Treasury is our NDA. So any communication in form of approval, the nominations are done at the National Treasury. So should any organization in this forum feel that it may want to become an accredited entity so that it can be submitting proposals directly to the fund, the first desk to go is to the National Treasury, the GCF desk. Then you request them that you get nominated and you begin your journey to become an accredited entity. There's no particular definition on who can be. It's upon each country to determine on its own merit which organizations they can nominate to be an accredited entity. So it can be an institution of higher learning. It can be an institution, a government parastatal like NEMA. It can be a government ministry. It can be an NGO. It can be a private institution. So that is squarely upon a country to determine. Then the fund has several financial instruments. You can see there are grants, that's free money. Then there are loans, guarantees, and equity. And this based on the competencies that you present to the fund, they so determine what you qualify for. Of course, an organization like NEMA, because of the nature of work that we do, we are government, we are public good driven. We are operating on grants, and anyway, we are nominated only to grants. But institutions that are private sector based, along the way, I'll be showing you that the GCF also has a private sector facility. A facility, yes, that is loans, but fairly concessional, fairly friendly. In certain cases, like I've seen in one case where they were funding innovations, but with an agreement that this will be paid back. But should the innovation fail at some point, then there is a caveat that such a loan will be written off. But basically, this is the architecture of the Green Climate Fund, and we can go to the next slide. So to put it simply, for you to be able to access money from the Green Climate Fund, you need three things. You need a country that qualifies, a country, in the context of climate change, either mitigation and adaptation. And your country being a party to UNFCCC, and your country giving an objection to the project idea that you want. The only other two things that you require is to have a partnership with an accredited entity and a funding proposal. If the funding proposal is technically sound, there is no restriction on how many funding proposals can be funded from a country or from an accredited entity. Though in a later slide, you'll see we are structured differently. There are those that are called large, there are those that are called small. But the Secretariat or the funding, as per the procedures and policy, as long as a country called Kenya has submitted a proposal and it's been evaluated to be technically correct, the policy will require that then they approve it. But of course, it's been quite a journey just trying to put up with the technical requirements of the funding proposals. So going to the uniqueness of the Green Climate Fund, and this is clear if you compare with other funding mechanisms, is that the Green Climate Fund has a fair, high, superior level of country ownership through the National Designated Authority, that it's the NDA that determines what proposal will go to the Green Climate Fund. And then number two, in its own uniqueness, is that it's required to finance at 50% adaptation and mitigation. For those of us who appreciate that historically, a lot of the finance that's been brought or that's been set aside tends to go towards mitigation, but this fund is required to achieve the threshold of 50%, both adaptation and mitigation. It has equal voice for developed and developing countries. The GCF board has 24 membership, where 12 are from developing countries, and the other 12 are from developed countries. Diversity of accredited entities. These accredited entities, like I said earlier, it can be an NGO, it can be a government parastatal, it can be a bank. And that means the players are many. If you're in private sector, then you have banks that have accessed this kind of money and they are able to support private sector-based activities. If you're public university, then you're able to align with institutions that do the kind of work that you're doing. Then diversity of financial instruments. There is a dedicated private sector facility. And so far, it's the largest dedicated climate fund globally. And the last I checked, I think they've been able to raise for the past 4 years about $10 billion US. And a significant amount of that has already been allocated or awarded funding proposals. So the institutional arrangement, I've already alluded to them. We have the National Designated Authority, which is a point of contact. In Kenya, it's the National Treasury. We have accredited entities. In Kenya, we have the direct access, the national organizations that are so far accredited is NEMA and the Kenya Commercial Bank. However, we have others that are not necessarily local. They are they are multinational in nature. Some are regional bodies like the AFDB, the African Development Bank, the Development Bank of South Africa, but we also have most of the UN bodies are accredited to the Green Climate Fund. And that means should Kenyatta University, for example, be interested in working with UNEP, UNEP can submit a proposal on their behalf to the Green Climate Fund. And the next slide is just showing some of those organizations that came in a bit earlier. This is fairly updated, but currently there are over 100 accredited entities. Okay, NEMA, yes, is one of them. KCB needs to come out here very strongly. I think it's not here. But you can see the international NGOs like IUCN, UNDP, the UN bodies. There's also Conservation International that I can't see. Oh, it's here in the picture. We have the multinational banks, the KFWs, the IDBs. So glad that I already saw involvement of the private sector. All these institutions are receiving money on behalf of developing countries for access using the various instruments that I spoke to earlier. So what proposals is GCF looking for? There are 8 strategic result areas. Under mitigation, there is energy, transport, building, cities, industries and appliances, and forests and land use. And the adaptation strategic impacts, you can see it's stipulated there. GCF wants any project that leads to increased resilience of health, food and water security, livelihoods, infrastructure, and the last one is ecosystems and ecosystem services. You can see it's an entire spectrum of the areas that we're working on. And those are the 8 strategic result areas of the fund. So as you're developing the funding proposal, you must be able to highlight which particular strategic area your proposal is working around. What you're seeing here is just an elaboration of those strategic areas. And because of time, I will not expound on them. So I will go on the access modalities. So there is direct access and international access, something that I've already mentioned. And direct access just means that you're using a national organization. So for Kenya to be able to do direct access, you'd have to work with KCB, because it's a direct access typically are national organizations that belong to that country. So you have the Kenya Commercial Bank and of course NEMA, where I work. And you're welcome, anyone in the forum who may want to understand more or get engaged with NEMA. We operate an open door policy. We are actually looking out for partners to move forward with. Like I already said, we are looking for strategic partners for strategic engagement on this work. And then there is international access, and this one is through the UN agencies, the multilateral development banks, and regional institutions. So the financial instruments, we have grants, we have the concessional loans, we have equity, and we have the guarantees. So in terms of sizing, there are 4 categories of accredited entities. There are those that are accredited to access up to 10 million US dollar. And that level of accredited entity is called a micro category. So NEMA, we are micro category. We can submit as many proposals, but one individual proposal should not exceed 10 million US dollar. And this is why I already shared with you that out of our experience, first of all, 10 million US dollar, I mean, is about slightly over $1 billion Kenya shillings. So it's a fairly big project, if you like. And because of the things and investment criteria that we'll be looking at later, most organizations will be very strong in some areas and maybe not so strong in other areas. And that's why we are now advising the partners that want to work with us that we look or we get ourselves into strategic partnerships. So like now our funded program is addressing resilience issues in the Upper Athi River. And we have KMD as an executing entity to do the climate information services. We have Water Resources Authority to do the hydrological issues. We have the county governments of 4 counties. And the beauty about now this is that we are allowed, or the structure of the governance framework allows for as many participants as possible. And that makes it fairly a bit easier to be able to demonstrate capacities in all those areas. So then small is from 10 to 50 million US dollars. Medium is 50 to 250 million. And large is over 250 million US dollars. Why this is important? We are proud that our KCB actually is accredited to do large projects. 250 million US dollars is over 25 billion Kenya shillings. So based on the areas anyone here is interested in, say for example, you want to do a solar power plant in Lamu, KCB then becomes a very strategic partner, because NEMA, first of all, we may not be able to raise all the resources that you want, and 2, a solar power plant should sit within a private sector business model, and KCB, a concessional loan, is the finance mechanism that's applicable in such an enterprise. But if you're working for, say, for example, if, for example, we want to green TVETers, the TVETs in this country, we want to green their curriculum, that's a public good issue. I think it's something we can do within the funding framework that NEMA is afforded of 0 up to 10 million US dollars. Maybe that way we become a strategic partner for whoever may want to do that kind of work. So going to the investment criteria, the next slide is that while designing a funding proposal, there are 6 performance investment criteria as put in there. You must be able to demonstrate the impact, and this is the climate impact potential, paradigm shift potential, the SD potential, the needs of the recipient, that indeed you are addressing needs of a country, then country ownership, that already the country itself has identified the issues you want to work on. And this is, of course, demonstrated by the policy framework, the policy statements in the country. And lastly, efficiency and effectiveness. And while at it, also be consistent with the internal policies of the fund, which is basically the environment and social policy, the gender policy, the risk and fiduciary standards, the results management reporting, and an indigenous peoples framework, people's policy. So I have slides here, and you can guide me, moderator, that go on to describe the 6 investment criteria. I would want guidance from you on whether we really should go step by step on this, or this is too much detail.
Okay, given the limitation on time, you can just give highlights, but
Yes.
not go into details. I think that is, we are running out of time because of the hitches we had at the beginning.
Okay.
So sorry to interrupt you also. We have like 5 minutes for this section, so we can try to compress it a bit more, even more. Santi.
Okay. What is remaining really is the description around the 6 criteria, and because I've already shared with you I've already shared with you the presentation, I think it's best then that I leave it there by opening our door and inviting those that may want to work with NEMA to pursue climate work in the country. We would love to hear from you. We would love to, like I said earlier, we're looking for strategic partners. We feel now we have a fair level of experience. Like I said, now we have a funded proposal. It's quite some work. Interestingly, now that this is a forum convened by, I believe, in partnership with an institution of higher learning, the level of detail, the level of knowledge required, the level of research and feasibility studies is fairly high. So the engagement and involvement of institutions of higher learning is a place we'd like to see, or for example, to partner with the institutions of higher learning where they sit as a body of knowledge that can respond to the requirements when called upon on research and feasibility issue things. So thank you once again for inviting NEMA, and again for and on behalf of our Director General, Mr. Mamu, we say thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether there is any question that has been posted on, I can't see any, but just maybe to thank you for at least sharing the information you have shared. You have indicated that in the interest that an organization want to submit a proposal, which is supported by internal accredited agencies. We have KCB and NEMA currently. In the event that, let's say, Kenyatta University, a department wants to implement a certain project and they are want to develop a proposal, is the accredited institutions therefore going to be part of that project? Maybe, and when the funding is given by the GCF, is there a proportion of the fund that goes to the accredited institutions? Just a thought that I'm thinking around here. Maybe one more question from the floor, or two, something urgent. Somebody has posted there, how can NEMA commit to partnering with KU UNESCO chair? Yes, I think that is what, other than the other project you mentioned, what other projects in Kenya are GCF funded? So maybe just to take us through those few comments, and then we can move to the next presenter.
All right. Thank you. Thank you once again. So as an accredited entity, once a proposal is written, say, for example, this one that we have with the Water Resources Authority and the Kenya Meteorological Department, there's a percentages that remains, which is small. In fact, call it a management fee. That shouldn't go beyond 8.5% of the total funding. Otherwise, the rest of the money or the resources go to the executing entities to do the actual work. Ultimately, the role of an accredited entity is like that of a fund manager, with a little provision, not a little, with a little provision for monitoring and evaluation. So that, because it is the body held accountable to ensure that the resources actually drive climate action in a country. So yes, there's a management fee, and I say it doesn't go beyond 8.5% as a matter of law.
Okay.
That is retained at the accredited entity. So how can I commit? I mean, like I said, we are willing to work with partners who want to participate in pushing climate action in the country, and certainly institutions of higher learning are strategic partners. So is engagement. It's how do we engage where, and it starts with one small, a basic meeting between ourselves and whatever organization wants to work with us.
Somebody asked whether there are any other projects. I think you can perhaps, if you think of, you can post on the chat. We have run out of time, and I want to move to the next, but I'm hearing some sound. Is somebody being cut out? Participants, allow us to move to the next presenter. And our next presenter, I don't know whether Madam Nuru, you are now able to, but we can go to Dr. Anderson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Nuru, welcome.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. Where I am, the Wi-Fi has a problem, and I think it just refused. So I'm logging in with my phone, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Duncan, if you can assist me with the slides.
Coming up shortly.
Asante. Ms. Wangari, thank you for your presentation. I think it's a good introduction. I'll turn off my camera and proceed, if that's okay, Madam Chair. Okay, Duncan, if you could do it in PowerPoint mode, full screen.
All right.
It looks like you've opened a PDF. I sent the link to the PowerPoint.
let me share the same on my platform here.
Okay, as you're getting there, just allow me to just talk through, and Duncan, I'll let you know what slide I'm on. So really, ladies and gentlemen, it is my view that as much as a lot of us are dealing with the coronavirus pandemic, of course, this is a very heavy time in the period of humanity. Probably last we've experienced this time was during the Spanish flu. And as much as we feel that COVID has completely disrupted our lives personally and economically, COVID actually pales into comparison when you think about the full effects of climate change. And I know the speakers that have spoken before me have covered this. Duncan, I'm on slide 2. If you could put the full slide mode. I think you're going to have to click enable editing and then click presentation mode. Okay, I'll keep moving. I'll let you know what slide I'm on. So really fantastic. I'm on slide 3. So really, when you really look at the full economic impact of climate change, based on my reading, and I've been studying this space since 2012, based on my reading from the various reports, we expect loss of about 1% to 2.6% of GDP annually because of climate change. We expect a further 4.4% impact on GDP just because of food inflation. And if you look at some of the reports that were published by KNBS, for example, you will see that all our economic sectors right across all the counties are underpinned by agriculture. That means when we have drought, when we have floods, when we have locusts, when we have, cost of fuel also going up for various reasons, it impacts on the total, basically the GDP impact. Ms. Wangari, if you can mute your line. And then further, because of the risk premium that we are seeing from a sovereign rating perspective. So quite a number of the rating agencies. So you've got rating agencies that rate a country's risk. I'm sure we all know about, the National Treasury's bond program. When you look at the country risk weighting that a lot of these agencies are beginning to look at, they're beginning to factor in the impact of climate change. And our colleagues at NEMA have definitely seen this. That country risk premium for climate resilience impacts us further. And then finally, we're all learning about how we have a serious issue when it comes to social resilience, and COVID has shown us this. So when it comes to social preparedness, there's a further GDP impact. So when you add all these different dimensions and really look at, okay, COVID versus the climate change, why we really should pay attention to this whole discussion is overall, COVID is probably lowering our GDP as a country by about 4.5%. But when you add all these economic indicators for climate change and what we fully expect in the next probably 5 to 10 years, 8%. It's double. You can move to the next slide. So these are the issues that we've been debating and discussing as a banking industry through the Kenya Bankers Association. We have an initiative called the Sustainable Finance Initiative, started in 2012. We set out to define what does sustainable finance mean in the African context and in the Kenyan context. Now, at that time, the developed world was very much focused on environmental sustainable finance. But we realized in the African context, sustainable finance, you cannot speak about the environment without talking about environment. So you can't speak about environment without talking about social. You can't speak about the environment without talking about really how are people going to make their money. It's almost like you remember when COVID happened and everyone was told to stay home and social distance. What are our brothers and sisters in Kibera doing? We're telling them to wash their hands regularly or use sanitizer. There's no infrastructure for water in Kibera. So it's this idea of we need to make sure that we define sustainable finance and responsible investment from our own context. And what we have learned is the social dimension of sustainable finance is probably more key than the environmental one. If you come from Meru, like where I come from, when I was growing up and visiting my grandfather, he lived in one of the forests. There were running battles with the elephants, and you could not tell them that they cannot hurt any of those elephants because it was a battle between, do I feed my family Do I protect my home because the elephants had a path right through my grandfather's land? Do I protect my home, or is it about environmental responsibility? So it's that tension that we have on the continent that we really have to contextualize. Next slide. So this is slide 5. Sorry, go back to slide 5. So really, what we did was we defined from a financial perspective, what are our priorities and what are those principles we're going to follow? And we went through all the principles that were out there. We looked at the Equator principles, UNEP principles. We even looked at the African Development Bank's policy on sustainable investment. We looked at the IFC standards, and we consolidated all of them. And we realized that the developed world forgot one important aspect of sustainable finance, and they forgot about financial inclusion, because in the developed world, financial inclusion probably is not a big issue. So our second principle around growth through inclusivity and innovation was the first time an industry level initiative brought to the fore the social dimension of sustainable finance. You can see the rest of the principles there. The first principle talks about the fact that you can be making money, generating financial returns, but from an economic viability perspective, perhaps there's a gap there. Managing and mitigating associated risks, of course, this is the space that our colleagues at NEMA have really covered properly. Same with scarcity and choice and ethics. We can move to the next slide. So one of the key learnings that we have found is that capacity building is central to building and promoting sustainable finance practices. So before everybody went online with digital learning, KBA launched a platform, an e-learning platform. We got support from several partners, FMO, DEG, WWF, IFC, UNEP-FI, everybody came together to help us. And we developed the infrastructure, which is a proprietary infrastructure that KBA has. And so far, we have reached quite a number of people, and you can see the numbers there. The total banking population, when you look at full-time and part-time staff, is roughly about 36 to 37,000. That's full-time and contract workers. And so far, we've reached about 95% of that population through the e-learning platform. And quite a number of employees, you can see more than 27,000 of them have actually completed all the modules. It's a modular training. And what we do is we designate certain modules based on your role in the bank. And some people, 27,000 of them, decided to take the whole course, which to me was a fantastic indicator of the value proposition of what we were offering. Next slide. So when we surveyed the participants, we surveyed about 5,000 of them to ask them, what did you think about the course and whether or not this course will inform how you do your work, how you view banking? And you can see the majority, more than 90% of them said, you know what, by helping me understand and building capacity on this space of sustainable finance, remember the 3 dimensions we're talking about, I'm actually going to think about doing my job a bit differently or seeing my job a bit differently. You can move to the next slide. And years later, we came back, and this February, we did an assessment to see, okay, fine, we've trained you, you have a sense of appreciation. Where's the proof of the pudding? And you can see about 72% of banks have actually started integrating ESG aspects into their systems. 57.1% of them, so basically 57% of the banks have started moving towards integrated reporting, including speaking to sustainability issues. 90.5% of banks are using technology to start tracking these indicators, and 81% of them are even engaging at the board level. And really, we find that by building capacity, the banks have been able to just, in a systematic and relevant way to them, they've been able to start integrating sustainability and ESG systems into their practices. Next slide. I think also what was great about what we found in this report we published in February this year was that banks have really embraced the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, there's a separate piece of work KBA has done that's called the Shared Value Report. We found that banks are the #1 sector that contribute to CSR. Even on the COVID, banks gave quite a lot of money. And we thank the depositors and investors for it, because banks are giving other people's money at the end of the day. But you can see there that banks are really aligning with the SDGs from an education perspective, from a health perspective, and all the other indicators. Of course, some are probably more highlighted, again, based on the institutional interest. Some are more highlighted than others. We can move to the next slide. What we're also finding, and it was great to hear the CAM presentation, because what we're also finding is that bank clients are the ones who are also encouraging the industry to practice sustainable finance. When you look at the agriculture sector, of course, we heard from CAM on the manufacturing sector, transportation sector, you can see that more businesses are wanting to ensure that they're efficient, they're resilient, they're innovative, and all these are indicators that speak to sustainability. So definitely the green financing demand is increasing. We did some work through the Green Bond Program supported by WWF and SBA to really try to quantify what are those examples. So if you just Google Green Bond Program Kenya, you'll get to the website and you'll be able to access some of these reports and see that data. Next slide. Another very important piece of work, I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if anyone else has talked about this, the GNI Plus research. Madam Chair, has anyone talked about this?
Dr. Beryl?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic piece of work. I really encourage everyone to have a look at it. Just Google the landscape of climate finance Kenya and GNI Plus and it'll come up. It's a piece of work that GNI Plus has done in other countries. In Kenya, it was supported by KEPSA, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, and mostly the National Treasury. So when you look at that study, it is the first comprehensive look at where is climate finance coming from and where is it going? Who are the key actors? Okay, so let me walk you through this slide. On the top left side, you can see domestic and international. So when you see, what we have found is the international actors are probably playing a bigger role in Kenya's climate finance landscape, which is why it's so important that we start building that local capacity. And you can see it's almost an even split between international donors and private investors. So you're talking about your private equity, your venture capital firms, your impact investors, and then those hybrid, if you will, organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that's really moving towards more social investment. So that's what your private is. On the domestic side, of course, it's the national government and then private sector. So you can see that the government is investing more purposeful. I think the team at the Treasury are doing a fantastic job in really just keeping this agenda on the table. However, I think we really want to pay attention to the type of finance we're doing. In Kenya, it's very heavy on mitigation activities. When it comes to innovation and adaptation, I think we really need to work on this. And I think that's where Kenyatta University and the UNESCO team can start looking at how we start building that capacity and innovation. So we can start doing things differently. I think COVID has made us all hit the reset button and really think deeply about what we do and how we want to do things in the next 10 years. So definitely adaptation is a key area and an opportunity, I think, for everybody. Now, the final graph there is just kind of showing you the nationally determined contributions versus where the money is going. And of course, you can see energy sector. See, energy is sexy. It's easy to deploy millions of dollars to a wind farm versus giving small money to SMEs, right? So the donors are really passionate about energy because it's such easy work. But there's so many other more prescient and more pressing areas that we need to look at, particularly at the municipal level, at the county level, particularly in transportation, in water, forestry. So a lot of these areas, because the assets are a bit smaller, you heard my sister telling us about the large assets that GCF is looking at. So some of these are falling behind, and it is our hope that this is now where the local domestic market, through the banks, microfinance, SACCOs, and even the capital markets can start getting active in. We can move to the next slide. This is just a breakdown, and Madam Chair will have these slides, so I'm kind of walking through very fast because I know I delayed you all. So when it comes to the climate finance landscape and who's doing what, within private sector, I'm very excited to say that banks are leading in terms of directing capital to climate finance. Now, initially, it was almost like we were doing it by accident, right? Because clients come and say, I want a loan. They don't tell you, oh, we want a loan for a solar plant. We want a loan for a biogas plant. They just say, I need a loan for CapEx. But they don't tell us exactly what that money is for. So it's only now through capacity building and training and awareness that we're beginning to document and understand when a client in manufacturing needs CapEx, chances are it's for efficiency, it's water, it's systems, it's machinery, it's automation. And how do we tie that into issues around attainment of the NDCs? So we expect to see, I think, more purposeful action and within this space. We can move to the next slide. Of course, we've all heard about the Green Bond Program, which was a really great partnership. Nothing you can do that's important can be done by yourself. You have to partner all the time. Green Bond Program is a fantastic example of that. So we were so proud that Acorn Group raised the first green bond in East and Central Africa, supported by the Green Bond Program, which was a framework started by the KBA with support from many partners. And this transaction was really remarkable because it was the first green bond in East and Central Africa. It was the first time a green bond was listed on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. It was the first time a Kenya shilling bond was listed on the London Stock Exchange. So that photo you see there is His Excellency Kenyatta, together with Edward, who's the CEO of Acorn, and the rest of the team at the LSC, and of course there were government officials there. And it was really exciting for that to happen. It was also the first project bond. So in Kenya, we always say that we have so many policies and frameworks, but implementation is the issue. So the project bond framework is one of them that has been there, but there was no demonstration issuance. So it was the first project bond. It was the first time Moody's rated a bond in Africa that was private sector, and they even rated it higher than Kenya's rating. It was also the first restricted public offer. Restricted public offer is a type of instrument where you market it to more experienced investors, high net worth individuals and active retail investors. So this was the first restricted public offer. And really, again, it was a partnership issue. Garantco came in, provided a credit enhancement. The Green Bond Program did a lot of lobbying with the National Assembly, but we were very happy to get support from a caucus within the National Assembly called the SDG caucus. So a lot of us feel like our members of parliament are not doing a lot of work, but the fact is there is a caucus of about 30 MPs who are dedicated to the SDGs. It was started by Mr. Okoth, Mheshimiwa Okoth, who has left us, but what he left was a legacy that we will be forever thankful for. So through that caucus, we were able to lobby for a tax incentive and to include green bonds as withholding tax exempt transactions. And then also the banks played a key role in placing this transaction. So you can issue a transaction, but people don't buy it. People don't buy the paper. But because banks had been trained historically, they actually understood green bonds. They have been hearing us talking about it. They were able to advise their clients to take up this transaction. So when you look at how this transaction was taken up, the DFIs and banks were the highest participants in this transaction, followed by pension. You can move to the next slide. My sister Adnema mentioned the GCF. We were very excited that KCB is the first bank in Kenya to be GCF certified. It's the second in East Africa to be GCF certified. They specifically are looking at higher value transactions for mitigation and adaptation, but still we're very excited that KCB is, it took a long time. There are a number of other banks in the pipeline. It takes a while to get GCF certified and to actually get the funding come through. But we are thankful that the team led by Judith at KCB have really been resilient, supported by Mr. Oigara, who is just so passionate and fully is bought into this whole issue of sustainable finance. You can move to the next slide. I'm almost finished. I mentioned earlier social as a key dimension of sustainable finance. And you cannot talk about sustainable finance in Africa without talking about social. And one of the things we realized when the whole world was told to stay home and do your banking from home, we realized that we're losing a huge population that cannot transact because they have a disability. Either they can't speak, they can't see, they don't have hands. You're telling them to go to the ATM. They're not mobile. So KBA, with support from Financial Sector Deepening, came up with a project and brought on board Enable to help us implement that project. And what we wanted to do was study how accessible are banks. Because remember, the second principle we had in sustainable finance was growth through inclusivity and innovation. And that innovation is anchored on technology. So these banks, we were very happy that they put their hand up. They were vulnerable to us and said, just come and just test. Let us know where we are bad. Let us know where we're doing okay. And this whole process was just a tremendous project. We started it in the midst of COVID. And by November, we came up with recommendations that were unanimously adopted by all banks. And really what we said is we're all going to work together to advance accessibility for clients with disabilities. We're going to employ assistive technology, and we're going to track ourselves and keep ourselves accountable. So about 33 banks have already developed roadmaps towards social inclusion. We can move to the next slide. This slide just basically summarizes the path we have taken. I've taken you on a journey of where we started and where we are. So we started with defining principles, what are our priorities. We moved on to building capacity through online. And then we started promoting practice. We promoted practice by hosting delegations like the Ghana Bankers Association and Ghana Central Bank. They came to Kenya. They have modeled after us, and they're running with their sustainable finance program. Mongolia also came, borrowed from us. Sri Lanka has also borrowed from us. We also started an award program. If you Google Catalyst Award KBA, you'll be able to see all the banks and what they're doing in their space. And then we're continuously doing different projects. There's an interesting project we have with Kenya Climate Innovation Center and FSD around blended finance. And obviously, we all have seen most recently that the central bank has issued some guidelines around climate risk. And we're very excited about that because at least banks are aware, and we've been building the capacity along. You can go to the next slide. All this work has put Kenya ahead of other countries. Right now, we are one of only 4 countries in the world that are considered advanced in the area of sustainable finance. This is an assessment that was done, a global assessment that was done by IFC. And we're very excited that all these partnerships and collaboration and goodwill has really put Kenya as a leading country and a best practice to look at in the space of sustainable finance. You can move to the last slide. I'm done, ladies and gentlemen. Really, the takeaway for you here is just, these are just photos of everything I've just spoken about. And really the takeaway here is a mantra that I've had since 2012, when I was the first person talking about sustainable finance to banks in Kenya. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But this story of sustainable investing and responsible investing and sustainable finance, this one is not about competition. This one is about partnership. You have to build on each other's comparative advantage. So you really have to go together. So really, ladies and gentlemen, that's my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Nuru, for the wonderful presentation. You took us very fast.
Sorry. Sorry, Mwalimu. Sorry,
Yeah.
Mwalimu. I just
but
took your time before.
We thank you very much because you have actually highlighted to us the 3 key dimensions of focus in sustainable financing and the various indicators that you are looking at. I don't know if there is any question that we are getting from the floor, but maybe just to look at it. In the event that you want to measure progress, from one period to another, so that you know how are we doing, are we improving with regard to our intended outcomes and so on and so forth. Is there unique weighting across the different dimensions and the indicators? Like you are saying previously, development did not pay much attention on inclusivity, and more focus was on financial returns, which is still, of course, a very key issue, because even for you to finance other things, you must be getting the financial returns. As you look across the various indicators, how are you dealing with them? Are you assigning more weight to some areas, or are you distributing equal weight? And how is this going along with the various institutions in the sector?
Yeah, thank you. It's a fantastic question, Mwalimu. I would say that at the industry level, we're not waiting. But at the institutional level, I don't know if Mr. Duncan wants to go back to slide number 9. You can see that banks are already revealing which areas are more important to them. So areas like infrastructure is very high when it comes to sustainable infrastructure for banks. Areas like education and health and gender, it's higher than others. So I think institutionally, we don't want at the KBA level to prescribe, because that's why it has not moved. The DFIs have been on the continent for since colonialization, and they have not moved on this space of sustainable investment and sustainable finance. Why? Because it's that external push, but from the internal, you know what your priorities are. So we did not want to prescribe focus on environment or focus on social. We wanted the institution based on their mandate, based on their investors, right? Some investors have different mandates and areas of interest. So that indexing and weighting definitely would happen at the institutional level. Like you see how KCB with the GCF, they were very specific. They wanted high value transactions and the specific mitigation adaptation areas.
Thank you very much. I think you are really appreciated. Somebody noting that there seems to be too much out there that is not known. And we really thank you for elaborating this to us. And definitely you are going to get more indications of additional walkthrough across some of these critical areas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Members, I want to ask that our next presenter comes on board. If Dr. Anderson, you are in the room, please take it away. Or Duncan, do you have some? Oh, yes. Dr. Anderson, you are here. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, Dr. Anderson, it is up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your screen is up.
Okay, thanks for confirming. So good evening, everyone. My name is Anderson Kebila from the Stockholm Environment Institute. So I will be presenting over the next 15 minutes on managing green startups and innovation, while my colleague Ervin will follow suit with a case study of the agribusiness industry in Kenya. So as you all know, it has well been established that most new businesses actually fail because they often lack vital resources, both human and financial. They must also compete against other well-established companies, but have little or no skills or expertise with which to compete and drive growth and profitability. So in order to address this very fundamental issue, I recently published an article entitled The Entrepreneur's Go-to-Market Innovation Strategy, which of course highlight the basic decision support tools that will help some of these transformation entrepreneurs to reshape industries, transform value chains, thereby driving growth and profitability. So the main goal of this publication, or the main idea, was actually to promote innovation and entrepreneurship, especially in Africa, by actually transforming most of the innovations that are actually lying on the shelves right now into successful businesses, so they're able to create jobs and incomes. So this is the framework that I developed, the innovation management framework I developed, that constitutes of the business competitive strategy, the product investment strategy, a business model innovation, as well as a product innovation model. I will explain all those subsequently. So as you can see, these are the different steps that needs to be taken, as well as the decision support tools that accompanies them. First of all, there is always a need to start with an industry analysis to have a good understanding of the industry to enable the entrepreneur develop a strong competitive business strategy. Thereafter, there's a need now, after you identify all those issues in the industry, you have to develop your product to address those needs, right from concept generation through prototyping, market testing, and commercialization. This is closely followed by evaluating the business that you want to develop, and then that will enable you to develop an innovative business model to actually, channel your innovations to the market. And last but not least, it's quite important to conduct sort of financial analysis that will enable, the entrepreneur to have a very strong product investment strategy, without which, things may not be able to move on smoothly. And all of this will now move on to a roadmap that will actually be embedded into a business plan to guide the entrepreneur as he or she moves forward. So these are some of the key digital support tools that are quite key in enabling, transformational entrepreneurs to actually drive growth and profitability in whatever industry they are operating in. So one of the key important tool is the 5 forces analysis that has to be conducted, and it actually constitutes of analyzing the supplier power, the buyer power, other substitutes that are in the market, as well as the threat of getting into that particular industry. So for the supplier power, you just to assess, how easily suppliers can drive up prices. And this is driven by a number of suppliers that are in the market, the uniqueness of the product, the size of the suppliers and their strength, and the cost of switching suppliers. So if all of these are quite high, then the profit margin in that industry will be quite low, because there'll be a lot of measures actually cut down on your cost of raw material. And in terms of the buyer, if also you are in this industry and you're competing, and you have buyers who have high power to actually drive down prices of the goods and services that you're actually supplying, then you're actually being like squeezed in the middle by suppliers, and suppliers that are driving off prices for you to buy your raw materials. And on the other side, the buyers are now squeezing you by bringing down the price of your goods and services. So by that, by so doing, there will be very high competition in the market for these businesses to actually meet the demands of the suppliers and the buyers. And on the other hand, if there are also like so many substitutes in the market, which of course your product is not that unique, then that will also be a very big challenge. So there's always the need to ensure that your product somehow is unique from other products in the market. Of course, government regulations also play a critical role in as much as there are policies put in place to actually enable entrepreneurship and innovation in the country. Then the next tool is the SWOT analysis that actually consists of identifying the company's strength, weaknesses, as well as external opportunities and threats. After that has been identified, then there is a need to actually develop strategies that leverages the strength to maximize opportunities, and also develop strategies that minimize the weaknesses by exploiting opportunities. Also to develop strategies that leverage the strengths of the companies to minimize threats, as well as developing strategies that minimize weaknesses and defend against threats. So these are quite key for enhancing competition within an industry or a sector. So after all that analysis has been done, then the entrepreneur or the new venture now understand the competitive environment of that industry. Then there's now a need to start developing your product, and to do that, it's quite important to actually understand the need of the different customer segments in that particular market or industry. And once that has been done, then there is also an important need to start developing solutions to meet those needs. In this case, we call them engineering requirements. So after that, engineering requirements have been developed, then the business, the entrepreneur has to make sure that the solutions actually fit the needs of the market, without which then there will be no product market fit, thereby leading to the business to fail eventually. So after that has been done, then we can now go to full-scale production and sales at the tail end. So this a business model canvas, which all entrepreneurs should be quite acquainted with. It definitely shows you how to generate new ways to create, deliver, and capture value by enhancing new partnerships in the industry, reconfiguring your activities to make it different from the current ones in the industry, redefine your value proposition to ensure that the solutions or the products that you're providing are quite unique in the market. Also trying to see how you can relink your customer relationships and redefine your customer segments. There's always, this is quite important because there are different, quite a huge category of customers there. So it's always important to actually segment your customers and focus more your limited resources on those customers and trying to convert them into buying your products. Then it's also quite important to have a profit formula that actually sees how you can either by minimizing your cost and maximizing profit. Another important aspect is developing your marketing strategy, and this marketing strategy comprises of a marketing mix that comprises of a product, the product mix, the distribution mix, the pricing strategy, as well as a promotional strategy. So here you'll find some key elements that I've highlighted. To ensure that first of all your product have to be some sort of unique in the market to actually differentiate yourself from other businesses in the industry. Then in terms of distribution, it's either through online or offline via stores and the like. Then in terms of pricing, there are actually so many types of methods to actually determine your price, either through cost-based pricing, value-based pricing, competitive pricing, price scheming, and penetration pricing. And all of that will now enable you to actually determine how you go about promoting and marketing your product, either through advertising, direct marketing, social media, and sales promotion. So once all that has been done, then it's quite important, to actually develop your product investment strategy that comprises of, doing sorts of financial analysis to come out either with an ROI, the return of investment, that actually shows the difference between investment gains and investment cost, the net present value, the difference between the value of cash inflows and cash outflows, the internal rate of return, as well as the payback period. So these are some of the key critical indicators that these entrepreneurs have to be quite conversant with in order to ensure that their products are quite competitive and financially sustainable in the market. So with that in mind, I will now pass it over to my colleague, Ervin, to provide you with a case study for the agribusiness industry in Kenya. Over to you, Ervin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anderson, for the presentation so far. Would like to request Duncan to kindly project the slides for me.
All right, shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, a bit of introduction, and of course, many thanks to the organizing team for the invitation. My name is Alvin Kwamboka. I'm currently a research associate with the Stockholm Environment Institute, supporting the implementation of projects under the Energy and Climate Change Program. So I will be shortly sharing with you the work that we've been doing on sustainable consumption and production practices along 3 different agricultural value chains. Duncan, are you able to share?
Just a minute. There's something I'm trying to fix right here, but I'll be up in a minute.
All right. So we can proceed. So the project is around a revenue generation approach for sustainable consumption and production practices. It's been funded under the umbrella of the Switch Africa Green Program, which is an EU funded initiative that aims to help countries to transition to an inclusive green economy through the support to the private sector. So basically, the overall aim is to contribute to reducing environmental footprints of the Kenyan SMEs in agribusiness, while at the same time strengthening their abilities to compete in both national and the local market. And to achieve this, we have been working through a wide partnership of complementary organizations, including institutions that you can see at the lower end, E for Impact, KNCCI, Atmos Foundation, JQuat, Casabadana, and Cefea. Would you please put this in a presentation mode, kindly? Each of these institutions undertaking different activities based on their strengths. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, Duncan.
Anderson, kindly, would you put the presentation mode for us, kindly? Thank you. I'm having trouble on my end. Kindly help. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not going through for the presentation mode. Okay, let me just stop presenting and reshare.
Okay.
Okay, can you see now?
Yes, thank you so much.
Much better, thank you.
Yeah. So this work basically focuses on sustainable development goal number 12, which seeks responsible consumption and production with specific regards to mango, coffee, and dairy value chains. So we have done identification of SCP practices and technologies along these value chains and designed 3 handbooks on the most relevant and impactful SCP solutions. Next, please. Next. Yeah. And in our perspective, the SCP concept in relation to Switch Africa Green presents a whole life cycle of the 3 value chains, starting from the input resource management, farm management, manufacturing processes, and eco-labeling and certification, consumer lifestyle and waste management. And the aim really is to maximize efficiency and effectiveness of products and services so that today's needs are met without jeopardizing the future. And we adopt the definition of the UNEP on a holistic approach to minimizing the negative environmental impacts from the consumption and production systems while promoting quality of life for all. Next, please. The illustration shows the workflow activities that we've been undertaking across the value chain on mapping of the agricultural value chain, and on technology profiling, on resource use, and as well as the capacity building. So in this context, we've been answering various fundamental questions in these 4 steps, including as well under the capacity building, where we empowering MSMEs to further disseminate the SCP solutions. Next, please. The guiding SCP indicators included economic indicators around issues to do with revenues, operation cost, inventories, and productivity, and environmental indicators as well on issues to do with carbon footprints, water usage, water and solid discharge, as well as energy consumption. And we also factored in social indicators on working hours compliance, wage compliance, and labor equity as well. Next, please. So in this, we highlight some key findings in the 3 value chain along mango, coffee, and dairy value chains. Next, please. And in terms of mango production, Kenya is the second leading mango producing country in Africa. This is after Nigeria, and it's leading in East Africa. And mango in itself is the second most important fruit in the country after bananas. However, what we've realized is that this increase in production has been accompanied by large post-harvest losses that is being experienced in the sector due to limited value addition options during production. So this illustration shows the summary of activities of SCPs in different stages of the mango value chain, classified into 4 categories. We have farm inputs, we have production, harvesting, processing, and packaging and marketing. And in each of this, because of time, I will not be able to expound on each one of them, but a quick summary on this. For instance, grafting and top working, which is under farm inputs at the farm level. It's basically to improve the genetics and physiological properties of the mango trees, use of organic manure at the production phase to supply additional nutrients. We have integrated pest management to boost productivity and to control pests and diseases. Under the harvesting and storage, this is also basically to ensure that fast harvesting and better quality. And we have storage to cool storage to slow down ripening of mangoes and reduce post-harvest losses. And at the end of the value addition to increase the shelf life and reduce post-harvest losses, and as well as have better access to better markets. Next, please, Anderson. Just to take a case example of one of the SCPs under the mango value chain, a case example of a fruit fly trap. This, as you can see, the use of the fruit fly trap is an alternative source, an alternative to widespread use of chemicals, which is one of the sustainable methods of controlling pests and can lead to a more successful and sustainable harvest. The way it works is that it attracts fruit flies, which lures or draws them into the container, and they're drowned and they're killed. And it uses a male lure combined with some killing agents. This means that it reduces the male generation and to slow down reproduction. Some of the benefits to using such kind of methods is really to enables farmers to access sensitive markets that are keen on pesticide maximum residue limits, like the EU market. At the same time, it also kind of reduces the health and environmental risks associated with use and misuse of pesticides. Our second value chain is the coffee value chain. And a bit of background to this is also that Kenya is ranked 5th in the sub-Saharan region in coffee production. And it's one of the major export cash crops in Kenya. So this illustration also shows a summary of SCPs in different stages of the coffee value chains. And these SCPs offer insights into the importance of sustainability, from the farm input, coffee production, milling, all through to the consumer stage, consumption stage. At the farm level, for example, we consider seedlings, we consider coffee farming and crop husbandry and management. And just a quick example as well, as you can see, the composting under the farm level to improve soil quality. We have block labeling, which keeps clear information on coffee variety and origin. And this is one of the SCPs that has been successful elsewhere, but a few of plantations are also adapting this in Kenya. Next, please. I'll also share one case example from this, a single stem farming. This is a modern innovation farming technique based on the good farm management practices. This particular system promotes growth and maintenance of single stem per tree, which works on the principle that coffee trees require aeration, they require adequate lighting and enough space to grow strong primary branches. This generally shows that it should be having 40 primary branches, and a primary branch has 20 knots, and each one produces about 30 to 40 berries. The optimum number of branches per tree is around 40, and this gives us 300 berries, which is roughly equivalent to 1 kg. Next, please. This shows the stages of single stem plantation, beginning with the spacing and size of new coffee hulls for the single stem technology. The next one is the young trees with single stem and with incorporation of good farm practices, including mulching and terracing. And we also have in the end fully grown tree with knots of single branch. And some of the benefits to this technology is that it yields 4 times more than the conventional type of planting. And it gives also high quality coffee, as well as the proper spacing ensures optimized spraying, which is an important field of test that has shown that more spacing enhances better yields in the coffee farming. Next, please. Our third value chain in this case study was the dairy value chain, and this is also an illustration of a summary of ACP practices along the value chain. And it's more described as a linearly from animal feed production, input supply, milk production, bulking and chilling, processing, value addition, and consumption as well. So, however, there's unnecessary also kind of a shoot up from this branch for waste management, specifically in the biogas digester, where the gas is generated in the house while fertilizer is a byproduct is taken back to the farm for production of animal feed. And next, please. These are some of the examples that we have seen in different stages of the value chain. What we see in one of the cows is the small device around, which is fitted around the cow's collar, is called an intelligence daily assistance, which is a daily track monitor. It can be put around the ear, a leg, or even the tail. So the essence is that it gives farmers the ability to track their cattle and help them track the real-time progress and keep proper records. This technology is cloud-based. It's cloud-based, which allows farmers to register their herds, and you can monitor the daily activities and manage the information. For example, on daily production, you can monitor the information on weight records, milk sales, feeding, and even the expenses, and if there are calves, the calf growth. And this supports in generating several significant decisions in making decision making. There's also we can see also a silage preserved pasture that involves fermentation under aerobic conditions. It prevents fresh fodder from decomposing and keeps its nutrients, so it can be utilized during the dry seasons or during the scarcity seasons. Next slide, please. Other examples of ACPs under the dairy value chain is the automated milking system, which is set up with pipes through transporting the milk directly from the udder to the milk reservoir. We Can also see water harvesting technologies where the water is taken back to the farm for irrigation of fodder or for consumption by the animals, for cleaning, or for household in use in general. And the very last to the corner is the embryo transplant, which is also a dairy technology that entails collecting embryos from a donor cow and transferring them to a recipient to complete gestation period. This is particularly important when trying to capitalize on or attaining maximum number of embryos from a superior animal, a genetically superior animal. So for this, any breed cattle can become a surrogate mother, allowing farmers to use even poor quality breeds to produce high quality livestock. So the importance here really is to increase genetic improvement. Next slide. So to wrap up, using new innovations, new markets, and new business models, sustainable consumption and production can help agricultural production to become more resource efficient, and to achieve this, food industry stakeholders will need to be coordinated and have their views reflected in an optimized way, perhaps. So adopting of SCPs is one of the paths to making Kenyan agribusiness entrepreneurs more competitive